first story was posted just 2 months ago in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Let Me Be Alone. The post is titled, "My wife left me after she got in shape and now wants to get back together." I'm not sure why I am posting this. I probably want some validation as my life turned upside down recently. I, 32 male, have been married to my wife, 33, for 4 years, and we had a great marriage so far. I was madly in love with my wife. She fell into depression mainly due to her job in 2022. I tried to support her in every way and suggested she go to the gym or do any kind of sport to de-stress. I had my own depression episode before we got married, and what saved me was going to the gym. She agreed to that and we started going there together. I could not go as frequently as in the past since my workload got heavier after my promotion. However, I tried my best to be there with her. She used to be a bit chubby, which I loved, and after seeing some changes in her body, she started to go there regularly. It also helped her with depression and she got better. I was really happy to see her get better and livelier. She looked more confident, got more aggressive in bed, and so on. However, after a while, that confidence level started to affect our relationship for the worse. She started going to parties and going outside to the point where she completely stopped doing her share in the house. That proceeded with me seeing her getting flirty with a guy at a meetup we went to. I communicated my feelings to her and she dismissed them. After several of these, I had her sit down with me and told her she was riding high on her newly found confidence and emotions right now. I clearly stated she should not make decisions or actions according to that confidence right now. I know it well. It was one of my worst traits. I used to be extremely emotionally driven in the past. I suggested we go to a marriage counselor and hell broke loose. She said vile things to me, like how she realized she settled down with me after getting better and she could do much better than me. She said I am insecure and other things. This woman used to be the sweetest person on the earth, and I was shocked after hearing the things she said to me. She filed for divorce the following month, and I did not hear much from her other than some lawyer talks. Our court hearing is scheduled for next month, and my lawyer told me there is a high chance it'll be concluded then. There is not much to share. We have similar income and the only shared asset is our joint account. We have similar savings but no kids. The house is my mom's, so it's out of division. I accepted my marriage was going to end like that. Last week, she called crying and told me she regretted everything. She apologized over and over again, but I felt disappointed. I am not angry or sad, but I am just disappointed. She did not text me or call me even once since the divorce started. I did not even know where she was since she just left the home. I told her there is no going back now. She has been messaging me nonstop. My family supports my decision and tells me I should not back down. My in-laws were shocked when they heard about the divorce. They are now telling me to rethink everything. I will 99% not back down, but as I said, I'm just looking for validation and maybe wanted to vent. Thank you for reading. Fuck that woman. She made an emotional and irrational decision and she deserves to face the consequences for it. I find it hilarious that OP's ex-in-laws are telling OP to rethink everything. They're trying to gaslight OP into bailing out their daughter. I'm pretty sure that the only reason OP's ex is trying to get back with him is that the other guy she was seeing dumped her. She showed her true colors when she flipped out on OP during the counseling. It really pisses me off that OP noticed that his ex was battling depression and decided to help her climb out of her hole, just for her to spit all over him and leave him. A relationship is not about outgrowing someone and leaving them. Of course, there are situations when one partner may not be doing all that they should, but this is not one of those situations. Based on what OP has shared, it seems that his ex moved on from him simply because she lost some weight. OP told us that he has been busy with work, so it's not like he's neglecting his responsibilities. One user named H. Simpson left the following comment. Oh boy, I've seen this before. Here's what's actually happening. She got into better shape, had a surge of confidence, received a validation from other men, and decided she could do better. It did not work out with the other guy, and he just pumped and dumped her. Now she's back, probably monkey branching. Don't get caught up in the emotions of your past, because that person you loved doesn't exist anymore. She's gone. The person trying to reconcile with you is the one who tossed you away and divorced you because something better came along. I'm not against you getting back together, but you absolutely need to go through with the divorce. Once the divorce is completed, everyone has a clean slate for a fresh start. Do not change course without consulting your attorney. About a month later, OP provided an update. We are officially divorced. There was not much to share, so it went smooth as butter, according to my lawyer. I've never talked to her other than through lawyers as much as she wanted me to. She tried to talk to me one-on-one and get closure, but I did not want that. It's not that I do not care why she left me or what she did during that time. I just do not want to know. I've been living without her for months now. At first it was difficult and I cried all night some days. But after a few months, I felt like I had come to accept everything. What peace will it give to learn what and why when I already accept everything other than hurting me? For once, I want to prioritize my peace of mind in this whole process. My parents and friends are here to support me, and I am glad that I have such a great support circle. These are my current plans. I'm going to renovate my office room in the house, get back to the gym, and live my best life. I've been wanting to renovate my office room for a while now, and that's what I'll start with. I started hitting the gym at the same time. I believe my body is good, but I have some extra fat. Dieting proved itself difficult because I am a tiramisu addict. For the dating part, I uploaded a few apps and tried out how I was doing. I got decent number of matches, but realized I do not feel like doing it right now. I'll focus on my own hobbies, well-being, and wants for now. Thank you for all the support and help in the last post. If you've been around the channel for a while, you might already know that I'm kind of petty. I am glad OP is on the path to a peaceful life again. But anyway, I would low-key find it really satisfying if his ex gained back all her weight and lost that confidence that she gained. The reason is that in a way, that body was a gift from OP. I don't want to discredit her own hard work for obtaining it, but the whole reason she started going to the gym was because OP worried for her mental health. Again, I'm just being an asshole here. Since the divorce is all done now, OP's ex can go and find whatever good-looking guy she wants. I'm also happy to hear that OP didn't end up meeting with his ex to talk it out. There is absolutely no reason to reintroduce someone into your life that can disturb your own peace. This next post is going to be a short one. The account has apparently been suspended, so I cannot check if any updates have been made. But there probably weren't any given how new this is. The post is titled, "The way my patient's mom died is the reason I'll abort my child if it has disabilities." The post was created by a user named FineEstate5489 in the True Off My Chest subreddit. I'm a 24-year-old woman and I work in home health. I was put with a brother and sister duo. We call our mentally handicapped DDOD. That's what they are. I had started working for them around the time that their mom died. They are in their 50s and they try to have sex with each other and have the whole time growing up. So I really have to be careful and watch them. I never knew how their mom passed until recently. It turns out it was a dead winter and it was snowing badly. Their mom got up to go to the bathroom and collapsed. She lay on the floor alive for 4 days. For those 4 days, these mindless people were walking past her day in and day out. They never once tried to seek help. There were cameras in the home and they found out the son would sit by her and talk to her while she begged him to go get help. She ended up dying due to a heart attack on the 4th day. She was found when her sister called a nearby friend and had him go check because she hadn't heard from her. All 3 people in the house were covered in human waste and were in poor condition. The family had to go to court to give custody of them to a family member, and they refused to let them go into an assisted living facility. This is the reason I'll never have kids with disabilities and will abort them if there's even a chance they will. Again, this was a very short story, but it was very impactful, so to speak. I definitely understand OP for her reasoning. Taking care of a child with disabilities up into adulthood is not only stressful, but an immense amount of work. Keep in mind, you would not just be taking care of them while you yourself are young, but you will also need to care for them once you are old. And at that point, you may not even be able to take care of yourself. I feel so bad for the woman that OP mentioned. In her elderly age, she had to care for her handicapped children in their 50s. I don't want that to come across as me blaming the mother's children. They don't know any better, and it's not like coming into this world was their decision. One user named NightDreamer87 made the following comment. "I'm a case manager and this just happened this past week. My client has intellectual disabilities. She's in her early 50s and living with her mom who is 80-something. Her mom was taking care of her, but the mom had bad cellulitis in both legs, so she rode her electric scooter everywhere in the house. Well, right before the 4th of July, the mother passed away. My client, not knowing what to do, just lived in the home with her dead mom for 3 days. Somehow, my client managed to hit the redial button on the landline and it was the hospital. So the hospital had police do a wellness check and found the mother passed away. It's really heartbreaking. Her mother took care of her for her whole life. She could barely care for herself, but refused to put her in a home. Now, that's where my client will spend the rest of her days. Another user named Be Broke shared their experience with a disabled woman as well. I worked with a woman who has cerebral palsy and other disabilities in her 50s. I no longer work at that facility, but she was the only one who had that condition. She was always happy and everyone catered to her, but the last time I saw her, she told me she wanted to die and she was going to while starving. I tried to reason with her because I took the time to learn her vocabulary and communicate with her. She did get depressed knowing her favorite aides were no longer going to be working with her and new people didn't want to touch her. I always thought that she didn't deserve the life she has/had because her parents abandoned her at birth. Another user named ScarAlternative11 added this to the thread. As I read this, I am sitting next to my 13-year-old nephew whose diaper I just finished changing. I have also been wiping drool off of his face and suctioning his secretions via his inline through his tracheostomy. In a little bit, I'll be starting his dinner feed via his G-tube. My sister is my very best friend. We are incredibly close, so by extension, I have an incredible relationship with my nephew, but he was not born this way. He was a perfectly normal, healthy, happy, smart little boy until he was 9 years old. He contracted acute disseminated encephalomyelitis as a result of an adverse reaction to a flu shot. It is so incredibly rare that my family and I basically won the bad luck mega jackpot. We were in the hospital for 28 days, short of 3 full years. It has been the single hardest thing my sister, my brother-in-law, and I have ever been through, but I still love him more than any damn person in the whole world. Nothing could change that. But I digress. My point is that it can happen at any time. 5 years ago, if someone had asked me if I thought I would ever be changing his diapers again, I would have thought, what a stupid thing to ask. But alas, here we are. The next comment we'll go over was made by user Endlessly Unfinished. They said, I have lupus and type 1 diabetes. I won't have kids because of this. Both are unfair diseases on their own, but together it's a storm of epic proportions. Society likes to canonize those who raise mentally disabled people, and truthfully, most of these kids can and do grow up to have a rather full and productive life. I'm all for that. But every once in a while, a baby is born that is so disabled that there's absolutely no chance of ever having a life, especially some semblance of a normal one. We're talking about the ones who can't do anything for themselves and never will. They're a massive drain on their families, not just financially, but mentally and emotionally. Other children are sent to the back row in order to take care of the one child who obviously needs the 24/7 care. And then these siblings will be forced to take care of their own disabled sibling when their parents are too old to continue their care or they pass away. Just in my personal life, I've seen marriages end and families ripped apart over these situations. I have friends who have siblings who are so severely disabled that they are deeply affected and resentful because they did not get anywhere near the parental attention they should have gotten growing up. I've seen whole inheritances wiped out caring for one child while the other children are now left to suffer poverty. I myself am poor and it's just awful. And then there's the dilemma of how this is even fair to the disabled child. How do they feel? Can they feel? Are they even aware? Because at one point they aren't even participating in their own lives. They aren't living, they're existing. To be clear, I'm in no way saying these poor souls need to be euthanized or some awful shit like that. But when you're pregnant and you go in for your scans and tests, you have to know that nature fucks up every so often and you might have a baby that's alive that shouldn't be. It's super and I get that. But you've got to set yourself aside in those moments and logically think about all this other shit that's going to come with having a baby that's going to require round-the-clock care for their entire life. The toll it's going to take on you and your family, the financial burden it's going to be, and above all, is it even fair to put someone in this world that's going to suffer and not be able to even participate in even the most basic of activities in life? In all likelihood, you will not be working so you can take care of a 15-year-old like they were a 15-day-old baby. I know religion and faith play a massive part in this decision too. And maybe it's just my autism talking, but when I see my friend's brother who has no cognitive ability at 31 years old, but can throw a hard punch, which is an involuntary reaction when he feels something moving because he's blind, despite being unable to walk or feed himself, I have nothing but the deepest sympathies for him. I just think to myself that I would rather be dead than be force-fed through a tube and have someone hold me down to change my diaper as a struggle because I have no idea what's going on. People need to think with their brains too, not just with their hearts. I think that last comment we went over says what I tried to say a lot better. There is just a lot to discuss regardless of which opinion you have. And just like how several comments in this thread say, sometimes people just face extremely bad luck later in their lives, which puts them in a situation where they require nonstop care. In those moments, nobody had a choice in the first place. This final post we'll visit was created 2 years ago in the True Off My Chest subreddit by user Thunderbites. The post is titled, "My girlfriend of 3+ years just threw a 180 and ruined the perfect future I had planned. One of my best friends throughout all of high school that I've hung out with through other friends pretty often got much closer to me later on. Eventually, after high school, my parents wanted to sell the house, so I had to move out. I had been dating this girl for over a year at that point, and she and I decided to move in together. Fast forward a year, we did everything together. We spent multiple semesters in college, countless road trips, vacations to meet my family, a stay over, a trip to Orlando, and a trip to another country. I took her everywhere I could, and we did fun things every weekend. We even got my first 2 cats together. We were the golden couple our friends looked up to, and my relationship with her felt extremely strong. I felt very emotionally dependent on her, and she always had comfort in me. Very few arguments, and the few small ones we had only ended in us becoming closer. There was no way anyone who knew us could have seen the following coming. It was indescribably surprising. Fast forward another year to a couple of weekends ago. I'm playing a game called Tarkov and chatting with friends while she's out with her friend named M. That night I had plans with her, but she explained that M and she wanted to hang out spontaneously, and I had no reason to object. However, it felt off that she would blow off our plans of hanging out that night. No biggie. I trusted her and loved her with all my heart. She hadn't texted me for about 2 hours, so I asked how it was going. No response. 30 minutes later, I called her 3 times. No responses. This had me very worried as she'd answered every call in the last 5 years. I checked her location on Snapchat. It was off. Something I wasn't insecure about, but we'd both never had it off since we started dating. Now I was really worried. I wasn't sure if something had happened to her and the person knew to turn off her location, or if she was lying about where she was. Eventually, she answered my calls with a text saying "it's good" in response to my "how's it going, baby" an hour prior. This was no good. I was pissed that she would so shortly answer my obviously huge worries. I spammed her, asking for a selfie and for an explanation of the missed calls and location being turned off. Short one-word replies, 5 minutes apart, only made my mental state worse. Eventually, I started asking for pictures of M. I was becoming doubtful she was telling the truth. She said that she's in the bathroom. I say, "Okay, show me when she's out." Then she says she has to go home. Eventually, I asked what she was lying about. She told me she was actually with a male coworker. From there, it was pure anger from me, and she told me I didn't satisfy her or spend enough time with her. She admitted to being unhappy with me and told me she only stayed with me for financial and apartment security reasons. I worked 2 jobs, one every weekday from the morning to the mid-afternoon while going to my classes. She usually worked afternoons to evenings, but regardless, we hung out every single night. We spent every single weekend for years going out, watching movies, hiking, road trips, trying out new games, hanging with friends, and cooking new foods together. Countless hours she apparently didn't appreciate but never discussed with me. I got a new roommate to sign into my lease so she could be removed. We made up slightly, with no possible chance that I would stay with her, but after 4 to 5 days of sobbing and staying home from work, I had felt clear-minded for once, and we even watched some shows together. I helped her pack her things and moved mine out of the way. I helped her load her car multiple times, and we had some good times. Innocent, goofy, silly insults messing around, just like we had during our entire relationship. The morning she was supposed to finish packing, she asked that I leave for 1 hour while her father was at our apartment. After lots of back and forth, she gaslighted me into guilt, and I fell for it. I left for an hour, and our last 4 texts were the following. Her, all out. Left my keys at the front office. Me. Say bye-bye to Jay. Her, yes. I love you. Me. Take whatever time you need to settle in and let me know how your apartment search goes. I don't catch every call, but I'll respond to every text. She then blocked me on everything, as well as all of my friends and any close mutuals we had. J was the cat we verbally agreed I'd keep. B was the cat she was supposed to keep. This was more than fair in my opinion. I returned home and both cats and many other items we agreed I'd keep and even paid her for some of were gone. The person who destroyed my trust and destroyed our relationship went a step further. She abused every ounce of good intentions I had put towards helping her despite the cheating. I'm still reeling from this betrayal from the person who helped shape who I am as an adult. From my number one go-to comfort character for the last 4+ years of my life. Legal action is being taken over the stolen cat. I'll eventually post an update and details I shouldn't post publicly yet later on. I've lost a lot of weight and my psyche has been damaged immensely. Hopefully, I will learn from my mistakes, take into consideration the new red flags I've noticed, and not let any similar issues arise again. But in the end, no matter what I did differently, she most likely would have done the same thing, and as long as I understand that, I believe I can eventually find someone better for me. Over the course of the last 4 to 5 months, she destroyed my sex drive. Over the course of the last year and a half, I haven't spoken to a single female in any of my classes or previous female friends I had over text due to her paranoias. I respected this even though it caused some personal concern. I sacrificed so much in my life and covered her half of our payments multiple times. It was clear in our last few texts that I had no intention of cutting her off or hating her for the rest of my life. This has destroyed me. I caught her cheating during the 3rd week of August 2022. Edit. Wow, I did not expect this kind of reach and feedback on my first Reddit post. I will explain further why I was so worried about her lack of response. Most of my criticisms are coming from this, so hopefully some context into the dynamic of our relationship will help. I will also be posting the civil case updates as reasonably as I should without a chance of hurting my odds. I appreciate all the feedback, comments, suggestions, advice, criticism, and even the jokes. It means the world to me to suddenly become involved with such a supportive community on a topic that has recently devastated me. Edit 2, it's been rough. Nearing a month since I caught her cheating. Every day is 50-50, whether I feel like crap and I'm caught up in the past, or self-doubts, or feel totally fine and focused on my classes/work. It's come to my attention that her work closes at 7 and this isn't fast food or some sort of retail, but she was never home before 9:30, leaving me to believe she was spending time with this coworker often, possibly every single closing shift, which would have allowed her to feel bold enough to bail on our plans and think I wouldn't find out. Any negative comments or more so criticisms of myself came from my post, including that I felt emotionally dependent on this girl. For better or for worse, I hope it's understandable that being close friends with this girl for over a quarter of my life and spending most of that time dating her and living with her definitely led me into a false sense of security. Having been with her my last couple of teenage years and the first couple of adult years, I don't see how it may be difficult to grasp that I really did believe and try with all my heart to make this relationship one of those high school sweetheart beginnings. And no, I wasn't trying to follow some stereotype or keep false hope because we met at a young age. I just truly felt like, despite any disagreements and the sacrifices I made for her, we were healthy in nearly every category that mattered. And with the issues we overcame, I never would have thought any disagreements of ours could stand the test of our relationship's time. I was not literally desperately dependent on her for my emotions, but I always felt like I'd have her when I needed her, and I wanted her to know she'd always have me. When the person you feel this way about suddenly upheaves all of the progress and time you shared with them, it's devastating and detrimental to the optimism I've had my entire life. Here are some court updates. A complaint was filed, the constable paid, and evidence of our verbal agreement and its violation was printed. The constable has contacted me to inform me that her working location is refusing to allow them to speak with her. There is one attempt left, and then I need to dive into a special service request or hire a private summons. Either way, the cost will be added to the suit. I feel extremely wronged, and it is undeniable that a crime was committed against me with the intent to spite me and for her own selfish desires. I had a friend over, my new roommate, during one of the days before the theft of my belongings and pet, and the three of us discussed who was keeping what, and who would keep which of the cats. I have his written and notarized statement ready for use in court as damning evidence that she and I had a verbal agreement. An agreement that she violated, obviously. Physically, she took both cats and multiple of my items, and the last few texts between us are usable evidence. That being said, myself being financially stable and responsible, I'm basically allowing whatever whatever process needs to take place out of my wallet, knowing that winning the case would mean any court-related costs are then awarded to me. This is simply a waiting game, and by now she knows I'm not bluffing or simply going to give up and let this bane keep my loving cat. I am also inquiring into the possibility of taking both back, though I'm not sure what the odds of that are, as it's not requested in my formal complaint. Lastly, for now, the extreme amounts of support, both in the comments and in my arms, have given me countless smiles and overall helped my confidence both in moving on and pursuing the case. But too much alone time lately always leads to negative reflection and utilizing my 2020 hindsight. I appreciate everyone who took time to read this situation, and though I wish this wasn't posted on TikTok, for the sheer fact that I've had a friend even ask me about it, referring to the video, I absolutely have no regrets sharing this. I felt like I needed a place to vent about the last few weeks, and this was definitely a safe place to do it. Thank you all, more updates court-wise are coming soon. Not long after, OP gave us an update. Check my other post in this sub for context. I've been speaking to a therapist since the week all of that had happened. I have to admit, my whole life I'd never really seen the point in one, but having someone to speak to who knows how to effectively reassure you is a nice way to take some of the mental stress off your shoulders. Fantastic news. Today, only 10 days since I made the original post, absolutely a huge turnaround occurred. I had filed the civil suit as I intended and paid for summons. Traditionally, you get 3 summons attempts before you need to move on to more expensive yet thorough means of serving someone civilly. The first 2 attempts were wasted on her working address. The constable was told both times promptly to screw off and that they had no clue who the constable was referring to. The third and final traditional attempt was to have the constable head to my ex's father's house. Being the reasonable man I know he is, which is why I allowed her to be in my apartment in the first place, thinking he'd be there the whole time, he contacted his daughter regarding the constable, and out of good conscience and for his daughter's financial well-being, he explained to her that she needed to meet with the summoner and find a way to get this case dropped because it was clear she would not win once served. The constable called me earlier today to inform me that she had been served. She promptly reached out to me for the first time since telling me she loved me, that she had told my cat goodbye, and that all of her things were out of the apartment. She essentially asked what it would take to have this case dropped, as she definitely could not afford this. I explained my demands, and she asked for a couple of things she had left here: laptop and some clothes. I agreed to drop the case after I'm paid and have everything stolen returned, including my beloved cat. Sure, I could have denied her and dragged her through months and months of court, at the end of which she'd most likely have to pay all of my fees on top of hers, as well as these demands. I in no way or manner forgive her at all, but I don't have it in my heart to ruin someone's life as badly as this financial situation would do to her. I feel it is much healthier and says a lot more about me that I'm able to settle this ultimately outside of court. I will never speak to her again outside of this exchange. Yes, she will be paying for all of the fees and time I've put into this case already. I am so unbelievably excited to get my cat back. Even though she deserves every little bit of what I planned through court, I'd like to move on as fast as possible and not be legally involved with this horrendous human being for up to a year longer than I need to be. This first story was posted in the India subreddit by a user named leadingad6122. The post is titled, "My ex, the love of my life, filed false harassment charges. I came out clean. What action can I take when nobody seems to care? Men and women of India, brace yourselves for millennial drama." Hello everyone. 4 years ago, my then live-in partner filed a false harassment case against me, which made me run pillar to post in courts for all these years, only to see her not show up to the court at all. Finally, after 4 proclamations and an NBW, she shows up only to turn hostile in the box and deny her complaint. My spirit was crushed right there. Here's how the story goes. The two of us fell in love when I was 21 and she was 19. We're from Bangalore. Our relationship went on for 2 years before our parents found out. By then, I had already materialized my brainchild of a startup, so when confronted, my parents threatened to throw me out of the house if I chose her over them. I, being the righteous kind, said it wasn't fair on her and obliged. At a very young age, I learned how it feels to be dejected by your own. To make matters worse, they even had a tiff with the girl's side over the same. Succumbing to parental pressure, even the girl left her home. I wasn't notified. Her eloping came out of the blue to me. Because I already had a business up and running, I accepted her decision, but we chose to live separately. She assisted me with client communication while I closed the deals and worked on projects. A year later, we moved into a flat and started living together. That's when the problems arose. She often kept stirring up inconducive conversations about how my parents had behaved with hers and how they were disturbed and all. I kept telling her that what was important was that I was with her, away from my parents. But it gradually became a huge concern and things only went downhill then on. While I had no qualms about her meeting her people, she made sure that I didn't reconcile with mine. She would often resort to self-sabotaging, slicing up her arm and whatnot whenever we had an argument. While I spoke as a team, she always considered me as an opponent in an argument. One unfortunate day, I returned home only to see her pull off a gone girl. Poof, she was gone. What's more, she had eloped with every single document that ever mattered to my existence, starting from my bank cards to company documents, personal documents, vehicle documents, and even the house key. Not only had I lost the one person I had fought the world for, but I also had nothing to go on with. 4 days later, I learned from her friend that she had been suggesting my girl leave me for over a year because she thought I wasn't the right match. Not only did she not return my stuff, but she also tried to get an equal share from my bank account because we were living together. I was depressed, shut myself in, and didn't even let my parents know when all the while she had comfortably returned to her home. Seeing my condition deteriorate, my friends informed my parents and they were once again back in my life. After failed pleas for a decent parting for over a month, I had to file a complaint at my local police station about my missing items. The cop was very kind to help me out with such a trivial matter. He fetched her location and sent me to retrieve my stuff, only for me to realize that she had returned to her parents' native. I alone had to enter a village where I knew everybody would be hostile. It's a miracle I even made it out safe. The woman didn't budge. She kept saying everything was rightfully hers. I had to return empty-handed because I didn't dare confront a woman amongst her own people. 2 days later, the cop stepped his foot down and asked her to come down to the station along with her family. Once there, instead of responding to my complaint, she created a hue and cry about how she was an equal shareholder and deserved to get half of my bank balance because we were in a live-in relationship. I held my ground, but a few cop subordinates coerced me, saying that I better give away the money, otherwise she could very well press charges against me. I had no words. I was coerced into writing a check only for me to realize that she, along with her friend, had forged up false documents to make the claim. I, being the righteous kind, said it wasn't done and blocked the check. Mind you, I blocked the check while maintaining sufficient balance. A month later, she slammed me with a check bounce case, alleging that the check bounced due to insufficient funds. I couldn't care less. I appeared before the court and pleaded not guilty and said I'd fight it out. Her family and she couldn't stand it at all. Parallelly, they had to account for a random guy showing up at their native and also about her disappearance for 2 years. Us being from the same locality, they went around saying how I had married her and cheated on her, treated her the worst, etc. They added that they were going to send me to prison, which they did a month later, but never did they reveal to people on what charges and what case. Here's how the fur went. That she and I had met 4 years ago in some annual meet, and that I had been persistently behind her since then, stalking her and forcing her to love me. And one fine day, I lost my shit, followed her, pulled her dupatta, outraged her modesty, and threatened her to love me or else I'd kill her entire family. The joke of it all, I wasn't even in Bangalore on that day. Here's a woman who, in the beginning of the relationship, had absolutely no hesitation to lie to me for sympathy points about how she was abused and molested as a child. Women of Reddit, please chime in as to whether anything can justify this. I was too blind in love to overlook this and had instead chosen to let go, and now she was lying through her teeth that I myself had tried to harass her sexually. Because she was a woman and brought in some influence, the police not only registered the complaint, but also filed the fur without any investigation. I was arrested in the night, wasn't told why, and was kept in the cell overnight. The next day, I was taken to the court. Despite it being a non-bailable offense, the judge saw through the truth of the matter instantly, but AP had gone home by then. Unfortunately, I had to go to prison for 1 night and was bailed out the next day. To my dismay, the police filed a charge sheet with the only evidence in it being her statement, along with her family's. Cut to 4 years later, after countless sessions with my lawyers and in court, my fighting spirit had worn off. But since truths were by my side, although delayed, justice arrived. In both cases, I had come out clean from both the false charges. The check bounce and the harassment. The orders in the first stated she had miserably failed to make her case and that she had produced questionable evidence. In the second, the order stated that she denied me ever outraging her modesty and that the incident never happened. Finally, after 4 years, I walked out of the court, spirit battered and bruised, but soul at peace at last. My business fell on its face due to COVID. My battles are over. Now is my time to salvage my life. There's absolutely no incentive for me to go back to the mess again. But me, being the eccentric, righteous kind, just can't get the matter out of my head. I cannot digest the fact that an individual can bring one's life to shambles with their malicious lies, all because they're from a particular gender or group. I'm not making this a man versus woman issue. I'm making it a truth versus lies issue. No lie should be able to reign supreme, no matter the difference in gender, race, class, creed, age, etc. I cannot stand the fact that a lie could be so loud and destructive, whereas my truth, when came out in silence. The court acquittal orders were issued at around 3 p.m. by a clerk in an empty courtroom. The judge wasn't even around. The atrocities of the lies were loud, but my truth was barely a whimper. I've always believed that human suffering should amount to a difference in the world's ways. If one has suffered, he must strive to ensure someone else doesn't face the same fate. If suffering goes unquestioned, then really, what is the point of it all? With these thoughts in mind, I consulted my lawyers, and I wanted to press more than civil defamation charges. I wanted to press criminal charges because it is a criminal offense to file a false fur, commit fraud, and present false witnesses. My acquittal orders are already foolproof evidence of all these crimes, yet I have zero support. Parents brushed aside my rebuttal, saying that I better not get into it again since she could come up with any cock and bull story. I can't even begin to explain to them how irrational their fear is. I didn't relent, said I would take action myself with or without their help. Finally, they gave in and said that they'd press charges on my behalf as my parents and that I focus on my future. Believing them, I moved to a new city for work and resumed my life. Now suddenly, they're singing a different tune, that they're too old to be taking all this stress, that they tell it for my own food, and that I should let it go too. I'm so pissed off. Now I'm stuck in a different city with all the trauma and all alone. If I want to return and take up the matter myself, I'll jeopardize my work, and I can't trust my parents to ever stand for me. So here I am, desolated from my homeland, dejected by my own, and destroyed by the only person I ever chose to love the most. What respite do I have? What action can I take? I'm no Johnny Depp. Why would the world care when my own parents didn't? How can I, being thousands of miles away, even start to take legal action over this? It's actually super easy and convenient for me to put it all behind, but I simply cannot. If my own parents would rather disown me again than stand by me just because it's a woman on the other end, what hope does any average man in India have? What hope does truth have over lies? I need help, so that with my voice I can help to ensure no other soul succumbs to malice in this deceitful world. That one day I can fearlessly call out my perpetrator and encourage others to do the same. Humans of Reddit, I appeal to you. Please help. And I cannot let my suffering go pointless since things really need to change in this country. Old, outdated laws must have no place. No woman should have unquestioned power to indict a man where he has no say. I have no clue what it's like in India, let alone the legal side of it all, but I definitely feel bad for OP. About a week ago, I went over a different story about a man in the US who was also falsely accused of SA. Fortunately, he was able to prove his innocence, but it was still a very similar situation, where it seemed more like you're guilty until proven innocent instead of innocent until proven guilty. Obviously, I do think it's very important to take SA accusations seriously, but there are far too many people who take advantage of others' sympathy and falsely accuse someone simply because they dislike them. I don't even know what the legal side is like for false accusation cases in the US, but more often than not, the women who are later found to have been lying face zero consequences. OP didn't end up giving us an update on the matter, so I'm not sure how he is doing now, but hopefully his luck begins to pick up from here. This next post was created in the relationship subreddit by user Awayway123. The post is titled, I, 24 male, walked in on something horrifying with my girlfriend, 23, and 2 friends, 23 male and female, please help me. I've been with my girlfriend Laura for a year. She is awesome and we love each other. I've been friends with Jake and Shelly for 2 years. We weren't that close, seeing as I met them through my group of friends, but now we're very close. They adore my girlfriend and pretty much hang out with her more than me. One time, they even told me if we were to break up, they would pick her side over mine, even though I've known them longer. Anyway, I'll get to the point. So Laura just graduated college and wanted to celebrate. Let me start by saying she never drinks. In the year I have known her, I think she's only drunk once or twice. And honestly, that's because my group of friends kind of pressured her into it. She doesn't handle alcohol well since she is really small and has no tolerance. This will be important later. So Jake and Shelly invited her to their place while I was at work, so I couldn't come. The plan was for them to pick her up and take them to their place, and for me to pick her up after work so she wouldn't drink and drive or have to spend the night. All is well, I trust them and know they are experienced drinkers and would watch her. I get off at 2 a.m. from work and head over to their place. At this point, I knew Laura was drunk because of the sloppy texts I was getting from her, so I knew that I would have to take care of her. But then I get to their house and I walk in on something terrible. Laura is passed out on the ground, Shelly is on top of her, making out with her, and Jake is recording it all with his phone. I freak out and ask him what the is going on. I snatch his phone from him and delete the videos and pictures. He laughs and says it was all a joke, that they took the pictures to make fun of Laura in the morning and play a joke on her. I pick her up off the ground and we leave. Guys, she was so drunk she could barely walk. She was puking constantly, she was crying and couldn't see straight, and my friends were completely sober. What the fuck? I put her to bed and then received a text from Shelly saying that I shouldn't be mad since it was all a joke. I replied that they took advantage of her and she agreed, but claimed they took advantage of her in a friendly way so that she would let loose and have fun since she was always studying. I was so disgusted that I didn't reply and cared for Laura all night since she wouldn't stop vomiting. The next day, Laura receives a bunch of text messages from them angrily berating her for getting them in trouble. They say she is a grown-ass woman who can handle her own mistakes, that they don't give a f what I think about what they did, that I am a little bitch, and that it's basically all her fault, and she pressured them into making the video. If you all saw how incoherent and blacked out my girlfriend was, you'd see that she couldn't even stand up, let alone pressure someone to do anything. She has been crying over it all day and switches between yes, it was all her fault, to no, they were being disgusting assholes. As for me, they kept berating me and insulting me for being angry, saying I was overreacting to a simple joke that they were going to play on her. I don't know what to do. Please give me some advice. Am I wrong? Because I don't think I am. But Jake and Shelly are going around spreading rumors about this, making me out to be a jealous, controlling asshole and my girlfriend to be a dumb drunk who pressured them into acting badly. OP is definitely not in the wrong here. Jake and Shelly are not the kind of friends you want to keep around. We just have to take OP's word for it for now, but based on his description, his girlfriend was really messed up, and her friends likely intentionally got her to drink an excessive amount. It doesn't matter if you're friends or strangers. Being damn near blackout drunk and someone recording you while someone else is on top of you smothering your face is all kinds of weird. One user named Armchair Anger left this comment under the post. Jake and Shelly are into your girlfriend and they're predators. There's nothing about this situation that was an accident. Seriously, look at this as if they were not friends but some random stranger. They basically pressured your girlfriend into alcohol poisoning. Personally, I believe that a sober person convincing a drunk person to keep drinking and drinking is not a, well, you were the one that decided to get drunk situation, and then began assaulting her while she was unconscious. They're continuing their power play by attacking both you and Laura and making you feel like you two are in the wrong and have to apologize in order to make things up to them. They're trying to ruin your reputations by spreading rumors in order to cut support away from you. They're using tactics from an abusive relationship with their friends. These people are not people that you want to have in your life. They're dangerous. Then about 2 to 3 months later, OP provided an update post. So for several days after the incident, they constantly contacted my girlfriend, blaming her and telling her it was her fault. She did admit to them that she was blackout drunk and couldn't remember anything, and they pounced on that information by telling her false stories of what actually happened, and telling her that I was lying and a controlling asshole who just wanted to isolate her from her true friends. Since they've known me for a long time, they then proceeded to tell her horrible stories about my past. That I did drugs, that I was once arrested for drunk driving, that I've slept with multiple women, and that Laura is just another number to me. These were all things that I have already told Laura in the past, and she understood that it happened when I was young and dumb. Guys, I'll admit that I used to be a party animal and have a bad past, but I am a changed person now, and I love my girlfriend with all of my heart. It hurt that they were using my past against me to get her to come to their side. So I told her that she should go to the police and file a report, and she agreed. She warned them to quit harassing her, and they flipped the fuck out. They showed up at our house late at night to try to talk to her. They left treats and presents for her at our door, and they even got her parents involved. Now, her parents are not idiots, and as soon as I told her what they did to Laura, her parents banned them from the house and threatened to call the police if they ever showed up again. It was a crazy ordeal, considering they left handwritten notes for her parents to read, signed, "Love, your favorite son and daughter." What the f***? Laura spent many nights crying into my arms, racked with guilt and confusion. Finally, we went to the police after weeks of this harassment and filed a report. She did not want to press charges. I'm working on building her self-esteem back up, so she has the strength to do it if she ever wants to. The police officers said that she had enough evidence to press charges against them since she had the text where they admitted to taking advantage of her. And they also said that if she pressed charges, they could confiscate their phones and search for their video. I'm still not sure how that would work, but I'm not questioning it. Laura just wanted to file a report just in case anything happens in the future. There is a paper trail. She's contemplating putting a restraining order on them, but they've stopped and have gone silent. We no longer have contact with them or any other friends that believe their lies. Laura is in therapy and is slowly starting to understand that she was assaulted, and sometimes I go with her to support her. The hardest part for her is not feeling like it's her fault. She brings up the fact that she was drunk, and if she had not gotten that drunk, it all could have been avoided. I always tell her that it is not her fault. We will see if she decides to press charges. I can't force her to do anything she doesn't want to do, but I support her in anything she chooses. So there it is. I'm not sure what to make of the craziness that happened after that night. I don't get why they went psycho, leaving her notes and gifts and trying to talk to her parents. Maybe one of you guys could explain it. It's great to see OP being so supportive of his partner here. Personally, I would have pressed charges. This was straight up sexual assault. OP's girlfriend is just blinded by the fact that the people who assaulted her were also friends of hers, so she is struggling to come to terms with what really happened. This first story was created a little over a week ago in the Am I Overreacting subreddit by user BarrowQueen1755. The post is titled AIO When My Mother-in-Law Calls Herself Mommy to My Daughter. My daughter is just over 3 months old. Occasionally, my MIL watches her when I have things to do or need a break. Lately, she has been calling herself mommy when talking to my daughter. She does it in front of me and my husband at least once and sometimes more, every time she visits now, and she always brushes it off like whoopsie doodles. I'm so used to being mommy, so I called myself that, haha. But today, she gave me reason to doubt that. I called her over to come watch the baby while I took care of a house project that concerned chemicals. I took a shower afterward because of the chemicals. I went downstairs to grab some fresh clothing out of the dryer when I heard my MIL talking to my baby in the other room, and she called herself mommy 4 times in a 3-minute conversation. Do you want mommy to play with you? Are you having fun with mommy? Are you being a good girl for mommy? And mommy loves you, yes I do. She didn't know I was there, and she didn't even try to correct herself. I asked my husband to help me navigate the situation because it's super weird, and frankly, I think it's unhealthy for my MIL to be playing out this fantasy delusion. He said to me, if it really bothers you that much, we can say something next time we hear her do it. Which makes me wonder if I'm making a bigger deal out of this than it should be, but it feels like a big fucking deal. Personally, I don't think that OP is overreacting. I think this is super weird, and it's definitely not a mistake. OP's MIL is intentionally calling herself mommy in front of her daughter to try and actually condition her into believing that. She probably has some sort of complex with wanting to be a mother to a young child/baby again. There were some people in the comments who didn't think that it was that big of a deal, but they did agree that it was strange. But the majority of the comments seem to be in agreement that the MIL needs to stop this immediately. One user named SadMango3913 said the following, "Not overreacting. My MIL tried to pull this same shit constantly hinting how she doesn't want to be grandma. She wants my son to move in and tells everyone how she'll be raising him. She would refer to him by the name she picked and would call him her baby. My husband tried to talk to her, but she decided I was too sensitive and that I was actually the problem. She told my husband she'd be waiting for the moment when we realize we're not too good for her help. She's been waiting 2 years for us to realize this, and it still hasn't registered for her. She never even met my son. Husband needs to speak up unless he wants his mother to be the mother of his child. If she won't stand down, then Granny is going to be put on a timeout for as long as you see fit. About 5 days after the initial post, OP provided an update. We maybe got a resolution to the problem in a roundabout way. MIL hasn't spoken to us since this morning though, so we will have to see how this dust winds up settling. This update ended up really long. We had my MIL over for the 4th of July. We made plans a while ago for me to cook dinner for the holiday. I spoke with my husband the day before and let him know that I wasn't pleased with MIL stomping all over the parenting boundaries, including but not limited to the mommy problem. I brought up many points you all gave me, so thanks to everyone who commented. I had let him know that I was planning to say something while she was with us, and I was on high alert for most of the day. There's some necessary backstory before I get into what went down. We have a rule for our MIL concerning our daughter. MIL is not allowed to take pictures of the baby on her phone. We also don't send pictures of the baby to her phone through text or email. My MIL is one of those people who posts every tiny detail of her life to her friends on Facebook. She has a nasty habit of posting unflattering photos of me, which leads to her and her friends criticizing the way I look. She also uses big moments in my life to get attention from her friends and family. She's really addicted to the adoration. My husband and I decided early on that we did not want our daughter included in what happens on her wall with her friends from a consent standpoint, but also to help set up our daughter to be far away from social media for mental health reasons. I know that's a problem that's far off in the future, but we feel it's important to protect her even now. MIL literally cannot stop herself from immediately sharing a photo she takes with her FB friends, so we just decided no photos on her phone at all. We even bought a really high-end camera for ourselves that we allow her to use, which prevents her from sharing but still allows her to take pictures. For the record, we have provided her a photo album with physical copies of baby pictures, which we add to all the time. Anyway, yesterday MIL decided to break the rule. The camera was within reach for her to use and she deliberately chose the phone instead. She thought she was being sneaky and tried to look like she was texting, but she started snapping pictures of our daughter. I happened to be looking over her shoulder and I caught her red-handed. I asked her to stop taking pictures and delete the ones she had already taken. She told me that the pictures were just for her to have on her phone, but I saw her start clicking on the share buttons and she scrolled over to her FB icon. She suddenly realized that I was still looking at her phone while she was doing it, so she backed out of everything and locked her phone screen. I called her out and said, "You were literally about to share the picture. I watched you almost do it," and she went off. She started yelling that she sees my husband take pictures of the baby all the time on his phone and that it's not fair that she can't take pictures on her phone, and that we were being hypocrites. My husband at that point stepped in and qualified that he, as the baby's father, had different rules for taking pictures on his phone. She started whining and called herself an equal partner who could take pictures of the baby if she wanted to, and again called us hypocrites. I told her very specifically that she is in fact not an equal partner and needs to abide by our rules. She pushed further and said that she should be an equal partner, thinks she is helping to raise the baby, and that we need to see that she should be able to do what she wants. That's where I had it. I said, MIL, you are not the baby's mother, you are not her parent, and you are not an equal partner. You are her grandmother, and that means you will follow our rules because we are her parents and what we say goes. She started laughing at me, very derisive kind of laughing, but I just picked up my daughter, said, "You're laughing like it's a joke, but it's not," and walked out of the room. The night ended pretty poorly. This morning, MIL called to invite us out to brunch. My husband thought that maybe she wanted to extend an olive branch and make amends, so we took her up on the offer. Brunch went well enough. We were all seemingly getting along, but then as we were finishing up, MIL brought up that she had taken some great photos the night before and couldn't wait to share them with her friends. My husband didn't miss a beat. He said, "Why are you still trying to buck against my rules?" Once again, she called us hypocrites, said that she was offended that we didn't trust her, and didn't feel like she deserved to be punished when all she wanted to do was have pictures of our baby. My husband pointed out that we can't trust her because she keeps trying to subvert our rules and continues to undermine us as parents. And if she can't fall in line, then we are going to have a serious problem going forward. She stood up from the table and announced that we would have to accept that we disagreed on this. She refused to talk about it any further, and she stormed out of the restaurant. That's everything up until now. We haven't heard from her since she stormed out. Normally, she calls my husband about 3 times a day, so we're pretty sure that she's really mad. My husband and I discussed how we are going to go forward from this, and we are resolute that if she cannot figure out how to stay out of parenting our baby, then she simply won't see the baby at all. I so appreciate how he has decided to put his foot down and help me put MIL in her place, because you all were right. She has really gotten out of control and seems to legitimately think that she is a third parent to my daughter. I also appreciate everyone who had something to say on my last post. You all gave me a lot of tools to show my husband that what is happening here is not acceptable, and that if we take a back seat, she is going to happily push us out of our roles entirely. This lady is completely insane. Just as OP said, her MIL has an obsession with getting people's attention. The woman is just a very toxic person. That's evident with the detail that OP shared about how her MIL would take pictures of OP, post them online, and make fun of her appearance with her friends. If it were me, I would have started thanking her after she stormed out, since that would mean they wouldn't have to deal with her anymore. I'm glad OP has a supportive partner in this situation. Many times one of the partners may be a bit of a pushover when it comes to standing up to their parents and enforcing rules. This last post was created just 4 days from the time of this recording, so I'm sure we will be getting more updates in the near future. If we do, I'll be sure to update you all in a new video, so make sure to subscribe. This next post was created back in December of 2021 by a user named Individual Diamond 606. The original post was actually deleted, but it was reposted to the user's account. The title of the original post was "My Mom 60 wanted to force a reconciliation between me, 35 female, and my sister, 32, but it backfired. I don't know if I want her in my life anymore." Background: I started dating my brother's best friend when I was 16. We were together until I graduated high school when he proposed and I rejected it. There was a lot of drama with my family asking me to reconsider because we could have a long engagement or make a promise to reconcile. My relationship with my brother, 36, suffered for a while, but the one with my sister, 32, never recovered. She was sure my ex was the best fit for me, and it became unbearable when she started dating my ex's brother. My ex was invited everywhere by my siblings, even on some family holidays, but I didn't say anything since he was their friend. That is until my sister started to push for us to get back together. My sister did everything from trying to get us on blind dates to making us share a room during holidays. No matter the occasion, my ex was invited to it. After a while, I had enough and asked my parents to intervene. They were clear with my siblings and stopped inviting my ex to things or allowing him to tag along so much. It was slightly better, but while my brother backed off, my sister didn't. It all came to a crash when I met my husband during a semester abroad. He was from another university but from the same country, and we just clicked. It was magical for me, and we got engaged after dating for a year. My family was very happy for me, except my sister. She kept insisting I was in the honeymoon phase and will grow out of it. I clearly didn't, and after many fights and attempts to reunite myself with my ex, I simply let her know if she pulled anything again, I would stop talking to her. What does she do after that warning? Makes me her maid of honor and requests I spend all my time with the bridal party, aka my ex. She also set up one of her friends as my husband's date, when the friend didn't even know he was married to me. We didn't realize it until we were at the reception, and the poor girl tried to make a pass at my husband. My sister said that since we are not married, it is okay to explore things with other people. I left the party and the next day spoke with my parents and brother. I explained that while I won't make them choose, I will not talk to my sister ever again, and if they try to fix stuff between us, I will simply cut contact with them too. My mom was devastated and tried to negotiate, but my dad and brother said they would respect my decision, and apart from 2 attempts from my mom, I haven't spoken, written, or anything with my sister in the past 6 years. My sister has tried everything to reconcile with me, from gifts to tantrums, but I simply don't talk to her at all. If we are at a family event or dinner, I simply act like she doesn't exist. At first, she made snarky comments or tried to create drama, but since nobody backed her up, she gave up. She did have a meltdown when she was informed she was invited to my wedding, but would not be part of any preparation. My brother says he feels guilty for going along with it for so long, and his relationship with my ex has suffered ever since. They still talk, but they are not as close anymore. Here's the issue. My mom's birthday was a couple of weeks ago, and I finally announced we were expecting our first child. This is not the first grandchild, but the first granddaughter. Everybody was very happy except my sister. My mom noted that and asked me for tea the other day. My sixth sense told me not to go, but I wanted to be positive. The first thing I noticed when I arrived was my sister's car. Then as I entered the door, there was my sister, her husband, my ex, and his mom. They wanted to have an intervention since my childish tactic had gone on for so long. My ex said that he was just trying to be romantic, but he understands I couldn't appreciate it. His mom said I was just hurting my sister for wanting the best for me, and she apologized already, so I need to forgive her. I was just sending texts to the rest of my family and looking at my mom in disbelief. My BIL had the balls to tell me I was a hurtful person and I need to learn how to act like an adult since I am having a baby now. Then my mom began reading a letter about how hurt she was. Her daughters weren't close, how my sister was wrong, but she was well-intended, etc. Then my sister read her letter and began crying and telling me basically another version of what the rest did. I said nothing to anybody. I just sat there until my brother arrived. He was angry beyond anything I've ever seen before. He grabbed my stuff and told them all he was really disappointed and disgusted. We went outside and sat in his car until my dad and husband arrived. By then, I was just sobbing and he kept saying sorry. I am unsure what happened in there, but I sent everybody except my mom an email with my lawyer's number and info attached and stated I don't wish to be contacted by any of them ever again. And if they do, I will go to the police. Nobody has contacted me, but I know from my dad that my mom and sister are hysterical. They told him they hope to repair things and for my sister to be able to be in my baby's life. Maybe, possibly being a godmother. My dad is staying with my brother at the moment. They support me, but some others in the family don't. I've even had mutual friends call me since they are worried about my sister's well-being and asking me what happened since she is now going by the narrative that my husband is keeping me away from my family. I hate having my business in public, but I did go the public route and posted a long FB post about everything that happened. Sister, BIL, and ex are being dragged, which, even if it wasn't 100% intended, I feel is deserved. Now, my mom has been inconsolable, which does make me feel bad, but not as bad as how she made me feel with her little intervention. I agreed to have a talk with her a couple of days ago and laid the ground rules for any possible future interaction. I included therapy, family therapy, clear boundaries, no sharing information about me with my sister, and separate holidays. Most importantly, if she ever pulls anything like this again, she will for sure be cut off. She feels this is too much but is willing to do it. She thought it meant immediate access to baby news and that it was all solved now, but I told her it is a process and she needs to prove she has improved. My dad and brother refuse to talk to my sister, and they keep apologizing for not stopping it earlier. We've forgiven them since they were able to move on and grow. My husband supports whatever I decide, but my MIL is unsure cutting my mom's access to her granddaughter is the way to go, but says it is ultimately my decision. I am torn about what to do with my mom. TLDR, haven't talked to my sister in 6 years because of her obsession with me and my ex. My mom organized an intervention on her behalf so we could reconcile, and now I'm unsure if I even want my mom in my life anymore. Edit. I want to thank you for the amount of support and advice so far. I want to give a little more info that is in my comments since there are too many for me to answer them all individually. My ex and I broke up when I was 18. He is 37 now. The reason for our breakup was that I didn't want to get married or engaged. My sister's insistence comes from the fixation of wanting the both of us to marry brothers and be best friends. My mom has always been so nice to my husband, but I am beginning to think it was all a facade, which makes me very sad. My ex has been with people since the breakup. He also has 2 kids with an ex, but he's never been married. My sister says that is a very romantic thing to do since he has only ever wanted to marry me. I should also mention his obsessive behavior is not only with me. I know from the grapevine he was very similar to the mother of his children, but now he is refocusing on me because my sister is encouraging it since she needs his help to get back in my good graces so she can be a good aunt. My brother did start to cut him off when I told my parents I was very uncomfortable with my ex around all the time. I was living away from home for college but would visit my family during breaks. He also made a very big effort to make my husband feel welcome, which further deteriorated his relationship with my ex. This is because he felt betrayed by my brother. Nowadays, my husband is one of my brother's closest friends, and he only speaks with my ex when it is about our nephew or to not be rude. Both my parents seemed to be supportive of me not wanting to be around my ex so much, but I guess only my dad was in agreement. On the day of the tea party, my mom told him she was making me my favorite tea and sweets, but he couldn't stay since we would have quality time together. My dad left to go hang with my uncle since he thought it was a nice sentiment from my mom. He is very pissed off. My husband tried very hard with my sister when they met, but now he just ignores her and believes she is mentally unwell. We don't know if she is or not, but still, there is no excuse for how she behaves. They invited my ex and his mom because they thought it would be good for me to face the root of my issues with my sister, or at least that is their official version. Also, we are not Indian and not really religious. My husband and I are from the same race. There is also no wealth disparity between my ex and my husband. If there is, it would be in favor of my husband. Lastly, my sisters-in-law, both my brother's wife and my husband's sisters, are enraged about the situation. My husband and his sisters will be talking with their mom about her comment. My brother and his wife are considering going no contact with my mom permanently. In the meanwhile, they will not allow her to see my nephews for a bit. The more I read, the more I think I might have to go no contact with my mom for the sake of my kid. My husband is heartbroken to think all their interactions were faked, but says he is even more enraged that she made me cry and doubt I was a good person. I realize there are still countless conversations to have with my family about my mom, but I will definitely be going for a restraining order against my sister and the ex. Semi-update. This is the state of my family so far. I had a conversation with my mother, but she insisted she knew best. I am a bad person and she will be getting grandparents' rights or even custody. I know nothing about what she said, but I still panicked, so we sent her a letter about it. My dad moved out indefinitely. He told her that he could not sign up for her terrorizing his kid. My brother and his wife also decided to go no contact. I know it seems very sudden, but I think I undersold the level of despair I had after the intervention. My husband told them afterward that they had to think very well about what they appreciated and to be kind and receptive to everything, but we would not raise a kid on a toxic environment. My husband is very heartbroken about my mom and her fakeness. He says she will never get anything from him. That is as much as revenge goes here. My husband and sisters talked to my MIL about her comment and made her understand why it was wrong. As many of you assumed, she is a very loving mom from a loving family. My dad and brother keep apologizing for any role they played in this. My dad can't believe it went to this point. He says it is still surreal for him. Regardless, they support me no matter what and say they are willing to help me fight whatever ridiculous fight my mom or sister put. So that was a lot to digest. For about the first 25% of the post, I thought it was just OP's sister who wanted her to get back with her ex. I didn't expect her ex to actually want to get back together too. When I heard that OP's sister was making such an intense effort on getting the two back together, I instantly suspected that it was for selfish reasons. She just thinks it would be cute if two sisters ended up marrying two brothers. I'm actually shocked at the amount of people that are on OP's sister's side. Those people, including OP's own mother, are trying to wreck a marriage. Absolutely insane. It's not like OP's husband is a bad person or anything. In fact, based on what OP has been saying, he's a great person. I find it unbelievable that OP's mom actually threatened legal action and to forcibly steal OP's baby if they didn't reconcile. One user named SpySees said the following: "Here's an alternate interpretation of your sister's bizarre behavior. Your sister is and always has felt jealous of and threatened by you. She doesn't really want you to get back together with your ex. She just observed years ago that it made you uncomfortable to have him around, so she is using him to drive you further away from the family and to provoke you so that she can claim to be the injured party. She is manipulating the ex, his family, and your mother. She has feared for the last 6 years that your family would choose you and she would be pushed out. So she has invented this narrative that she wants to be in your life so that she looks like the victim and the more reasonable one. Now that you are pregnant with a girl, she is more threatened by you than ever, and she will feel threatened by your child because she fears that your mother will be closer to a granddaughter than a grandson. She may also attempt to manipulate your father and brother as well, but she may be willing to lose them to keep your mother. So long as your mother is buying into your sister's BS narrative, your mother isn't a safe person for you or your child. Turn to the supportive members of your family, including your in-laws, and live your best life. Invite your father and brother to holiday events that don't conflict with other plans. Don't escalate the competition. Your mother is the only one who can repair your relationship with her, but she has to understand what your sister is doing first, and she's too close to it to see right now. You can't really help with that except to quietly and firmly stick to your guns. Your mother has to make the first move to reconcile with you by admitting that the intervention was a huge mistake. But if she's threatening legal action to get custody of your child, you need to shut her down now. Good luck. Your sister is probably going to be a problem for you for a while. I'm glad that you escaped her pull at least. About a week after that post, OP provided an update titled Final Update. However, this would not actually be the last time we hear from OP. I want to thank the lovely messages and encouraging words. I decided to post it here so it wouldn't be deleted like the original was. Things are great and horrible at the same time, but I am trying to remain positive about everything. My brother and his wife sat my nephews down and explained that grandma was ill and tried to hurt Auntie Diamond and the little cousin. They explained grandma would not be part of their lives anymore, but that doesn't mean she doesn't love them. It was really hard, but the kids are smart. They were also told that the other aunt is no longer in their life, but they don't care because they dislike her, not because of me alone, but simply because she is not exactly great with them either. My mom lost it when she was informed and started claiming she had rights and she would get to see her grandchildren. My dad is looking for a permanent place but will stay with us until January, mainly due to my brother's MIL coming to visit and we having the space. He is really sad. He has called divorce lawyers already, moved bank stuff, etc. He has been getting countless emails, messages, and calls from my mom, but he doesn't reply to anything. The lawyer told him to not block her right now. He considered maybe forgiving her, but nothing yet. I got a huge spike in my blood pressure a couple of days after my last post here because she decided to come to my place with my sister. My sister had never been to my home. My mom knew I didn't want her there, but I guess that doesn't matter anymore. The cleaning lady let them in since she knew my mom, and I hadn't had the time to inform her she was not allowed to come in anymore. I was just coming from some errands and I saw the car. This time I didn't get in. I called all of my relatives and my husband's sister. She confronted them and told them to either leave or I would call the police on them for trespassing. They left and I started feeling bad. We went to the doctor and they told me all the excitement was not good and I needed to start relaxing or it would hurt the baby. My dad went home with my brother, uncle, and husband, and he took every single thing he could think of. My husband says my sister was there too, and she kept screaming at him that he destroyed her family. My dad told my mom and sister they almost killed the baby, and he also didn't want to talk to any of them again. My sister kept sending messages to my brother, begging for help, but he wasn't going to do anything. I am devastated and very sad for my nephew since he is losing so much of his family because his mother has some wacky ideas, but it is what it is. As per the custody and grandparent rights, my mom wants to throw around so much. My lawyer sent her a letter stating she caused harm to my health and the baby, and if she keeps harassing me, it will become an official legal matter. My brother also sent her a letter addressing the harassment. Both mom and sister have refused to go to therapy. They might be mentally ill, but with all of this coming to light, it is obvious they have been in agreement for a long time. I will focus on spending the holidays with my family, being healthy, and attending therapy. After that post, OP took a break from Reddit that last several months. In the third post, she said this: "Hi, I've received some requests for an update and had a little time, so I decided it could be a good fit. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your comments, messages, and advice. I feel we owe you for being even more paranoid than we were. A couple of people asked me what method we used to know the gender of the baby. I announced it after 20 weeks. The reason for waiting so long is we have experienced a loss in the past, which we were preparing to announce when it happened, and we wanted to be sure and have a safe feeling about the announcement. Also, we were naive enough to think it would be special for my mom. And you were right. After posting, I handed it to my husband and he read your messages, comments, and advice for some days. We swept the house and thankfully found nothing, but we felt extremely unsafe, so we went to a hotel with my dad. But then we realized there was a tracker on my fur baby's vest. He is a very small dog and gets cold a lot, so he has a funny vest. Never in a million years would I have thought of looking there, but we discovered the tracker when my dad walked him around the hotel area and my sister came and asked him him about reconciliation and me. I was really upset, so we decided to move. Thankfully, we can afford it. We are renting at the moment and also renting out our place, so it is not just empty. I used to love that house, but now I feel it is ruined and tainted somehow. Sadly, my parents' house feels the same, and not only for me. We all changed our numbers, got new electronics, and notified employers, friends, and police. We also started therapy and family therapy. My dad and brother feel extreme guilt over the situation, even if I have truly forgiven them, but we are healing as a unit. My sister and mom insist they are not wrong and they don't need therapy. My dad made a new will in which my sister's son gets a trust fund and some inheritance, but my sister gets a token amount. He is truly done with her. I was feeling bad for her, but I decided to focus my energy on my baby. She is here, and we are blessed. It is not the experience I thought of since my mom is not around me anymore, but so many friends and family members have truly surprised us. By the end, we were so paranoid we started testing some people we were unsure of, telling them I was going into labor. It worked like a charm. We discovered who was still feeding info to my mom and sister and cut them out. The rest understood when we explained the reasoning. My ex, whom my friends now call Bates, went around saying the baby was his because we've been having a torrid affair due to my undying love for him. Nobody believes him anymore, but it made my husband contact Bates's employer and tell him about all the craziness. Long story short, he was put on suspension pending internal review. I am almost positive he will be fired since they have asked us for more and more info, and they seem really apologetic. My mom has tried to find us, but all the people who know of our location have gone no contact with her. My dad's lawyer sent her a letter stating that due to her instability, all correspondence would be through lawyers now. It has been us and my dad because I felt so bad for him being alone. He promised he would be fine and that nothing was my fault, but I still felt awful. He has been the best babysitter, feeder, and diaper changer in the universe. My nephews are loving as always, and my dad even got a visit with my sister's son. It came about because she kept making videos threatening to hurt herself if my husband didn't stop alienating her family. So my dad emailed her about seeing her son and told her he would call the police about her threats, so that seems to have stopped it. Lastly, someone brought up that I gave Bates false hope. It can't be further from the truth. I spent years uncomfortable because I thought he would move on. Then after I spoke up and met my husband, I spent such a long time fighting my sister about it. I had a very long engagement, which is why I married after my sister. I still love my mom and sister, but I chose a healthy life for me and my family over that love. Through this whole thing, I have discovered a lot of loyalty, love, and compassion. As strange as it may seem, I feel lucky it all exploded. Hopefully, this is not much of a ramble. Big hugs from me. 3 months after that post, OP created another update, this time containing information on Bates specifically. We officially moved into a new house with my dad moving into the guest house. We had many discussions both in and outside therapy, and we decided that while it would be good for him to be with us, we all still need our space. We are still renting out the old place and will be deciding what to do later. My dad has the grandchildren all together about 3 times a week now. He still has to see my sister's kids separately since she refused to let him take the kid unless she knew where he lived. Which, to be fair, is a normal thing, but considering she is crazy, we don't want her close. My mom complained to the lawyers about how unfair it is for my dad to still get to see all grandchildren, but there is nothing she can do about it. About a month ago, my dad told me he had a confession and my stomach started hurting. He pays for my sister's kids' schooling and babysitting, which is why she still allows him to see him. He felt so guilty for hiding it and didn't want to keep secrets. I assured him it was nothing wrong and asked him to please not feel bad. On Mother's Day, my dad got an email with a link to an Instagram account in which they made a sad video about my mom. In it, they said how most of her family has abandoned her and how much of a saint my sister is for being there for her. It was really pathetic and enraged me, but I just sent it to the lawyer. Dad officially filed for divorce in May, and the process is still ongoing. My mom insists he is wrong, but my dad said he'd rather drink bleach than go back to her, so I think that is final. My brother and husband took my dad out for Father's Day and had a blast. My sister posted many things that day, but they managed to block my dad from even learning about it because we wanted him to enjoy it. They also did a camping trip with the kids, aka went to a hotel, got a suite, and put a tent in the middle area for the kids and a little teepee for the baby. Honestly, having this baby is one of the best things that have happened to me, and seeing my husband being the amazing father I knew he would be makes me so happy. It is tiring, but we have so much support. I feel grateful beyond anything because I have my rocks on my side. My sisters-in-law and I now get to have a little calendar for sharing things all the kids get to do together. Right now, they are all obsessed with the baby and say they are her protectors. We get little get-togethers, brunch, etc. Honestly, having family time is now a pleasure and not a headache without my sister there. I know it's wrong to say, but she sucks the positivity out of the room. My MIL also loves having time with the baby and stays in the guest room about once a week. She asked politely and said she didn't want to take the baby for sleepovers or anything. I feel respected and heard by her, and yes, I have broken down sometimes because I miss my mom a lot. I miss the mom I had or thought I had, not the one that told me I would be a terrible mother or was a hateful woman. My therapist says it's a marathon and to focus on the good. Speaking about good, Bates was terminated. Not only that, but his reputation in his industry was not only damaged but nuclear level damaged. So was his brother's, but because my brother-in-law is not in an industry that cares as much about reputation, he still has his job as far as I know. Bates sent me a 12-page, double-sided single-spaced letter about how hurt he was. I am denying him what's his, and my husband is so threatened by him that he had to go and destroy him professionally because he would not be able to destroy anything else. I didn't actually read it, but my lawyer did and gave me a summary. I also heard from the grapevine that the mother of his children moved and he didn't even care and said it was for the best. This man doesn't even care about his kids and wants to play family with the baby and me. Sadly, he won't be homeless or anything because mommy has already let him move back in with her, so I doubt he will learn anything from this. Not the flashiest of updates. Oh, and my husband burnt or donated every single item given to him by my mom or my parents with my dad's blessing. He says life is too short to give her space in his life, even with memories. And the final update was created just 10 days from the time of this recording, meaning that OP was gone for about 2 years since that last post. Hi Reddit, long time no see. I have some updates for you, but first I want to thank you for all your comments and messages. My parents are divorced now after many fights and tantrums from my mother. She kept the house and got a bulk payment, but that is it. My dad is like a new man, and we are all so happy for him. Here's a bit of a throwback. When all of the drama happened, we did not fire our cleaning lady. This is a woman who had been helping my husband's family for decades, and I was very stressed out about her being out of work because of what my crazy family did. Also, we are not slobs, and she is not polishing floors on her knees or anything like that. In any case, my dad spoke with her and told her she was on paid vacation, and until we had a new house to please wait for us if she wanted. But she was absolutely not fired. She was really happy about it, and so was her family. My dad started to get food and stuff from them from time to time because they were so thankful for what he was doing for them. She has a sister who owns her own nail salon, and my dad is dating her now. She is a very lovely woman and has grown children, so she understands the dynamics that sometimes happen. He has been very clear that he is not moving or marrying, and she is pleased with that because she likes her independence. My mother nearly had a stroke when she heard about his new relationship and kept saying it was a late midlife crisis and he had to resort to being a sugar daddy. This is obviously just what I heard because I don't have any contact with her. But the last I heard, she was having a hard time. She is struggling because she was never good at budgeting and relied on my dad to put a stop to ridiculous purchases. My sister is also struggling because my dad is not helping her with money anymore. You see, he was willing to keep helping for the sake of my nephew, but things got very rough. My nephew started calling my kid an affair baby and how she is not with her real dad. He called my other nephews delusional, and during a birthday party, he even pushed one of my nephews on my husband's side, saying they were not my kid's cousins, only he was. The kids were perplexed and so confused, but immediately told an adult about it. My dad spoke with him, but he kept repeating it. He spoke with my sister, and she said she could do nothing to prevent a kid from telling the truth, and that all kids always tell the truth. He told her that until there was a change, he would cut them off. She panicked and cried, but she is also super stubborn, so now my nephew goes to public school because, quote unquote, my husband made my dad cut them off. Bates, well, he is still unemployed. I know I was cryptic about it, but he was in an industry related to vulnerable women and some of it related to stalking. That's why he was fired. The organization he was in didn't want this to splash on them. I have received 2 more very long handwritten rambling letters from him, and since he only has my lawyer's address, he receives them all. I love my lawyer and he is a champ. Apart from that and the gossip, I have not had bad issues related to him except for one. I was at the grocery store and a random woman came over to ask if my kid was Bates's baby. I was speechless and shocked. I asked her what she was on and she said he had a photo of us on his profile and I should be ashamed of myself for hurting such a good man. It turns out he is still going by the narrative that my kid is his and I loved him so much. That is all old news, but in the end, what shocked me the most was the picture comment. This is not a photo that has been public or anything like that. It was sent to a family group once, and that is it. I told my husband immediately, and he was enraged but composed, so we decided to smoke out the rat. Long story short, it was my dad's two sisters feeding information to my mom. My dad was so disappointed but also had no doubts about cutting them off. They are still begging him to talk to them again. My brother and his family are doing great. We see them a lot and have been on some family holidays since the last update. They are also no contact with my mom and sister. My sisters-in-law are actually super happy about it because it turns out she was not a fan of our mom but kept the peace. My in-laws keep being lovely as well. We allow MIL overnight babysitting now too, and she is over the moon with it. Sometimes she has all her grandchildren under the same roof, and they are all delighted to be with her. She is a former flight attendant, so their favorite game is to pretend airplane. Overall, they love her, and we know she is good with our kids, so we do not worry. She had to make her socials private because my mom kept stalking her. I am sure she is extremely jealous, but she made her own bed. Lastly, my husband keeps me sane whenever little things come up. We are thinking about whether we should have another baby or maybe adopt one. We are still undecided. We have a great support system and the privilege to have these conversations. I still miss my mom a lot. I sometimes cry when I realize that there are milestones I can no longer share with her, but she is a bad person and the safety of my family matters more. Last fun fact, this Father's Day, they actually went camping. It went great, apart from the mosquito bites and some This first post was created back in 2022 in the relationship advice subreddit by a user named Throw a Picky Eater. The post is titled, "My husband cannot accept that I don't like mustard. Things came to a head yesterday. We've been married for 2 years and dating for 5. We are both 34. I'm a woman, he's a man if it matters. I'm not a picky eater. In fact, I'm quite adventurous, and every time I've traveled, I've always made it a point to try dishes with unusual ingredients to say I've tried them. There are very few foods I won't eat. One of them is mustard. I don't like it. I just don't. The taste is very strong and overpowering and it's unpleasant. I've tried yellow, stone ground, honey, artisan, brown, spicy, you name it. I have tried them all and I just don't like them. My husband for some reason never understood this. He loves mustard, especially honey mustard. He puts it on all his sandwiches and dips his fries in it. And every time he tries to force me to try it, he'll insist I'll like it this time. I'm a grown-ass woman. I know what I don't like. And I don't like mustard. So I'll say no and it'll devolve into a mini argument where he'll call me picky. Well, last night we were on the road home from a weekend trip we took together and he stopped at a gas station to get us a quick bite. He got a hot dog slathered in mustard. I got one but decided to keep it plain. I don't really love hot dogs to begin with, but I will eat them. While we waited in line, he asked what I got on mine. I told him nothing. He actually got furious and grabbed it from me. He marched over to the condiment station and began putting mustard on my hot dog, telling me to grow up and stop being picky. I just walked out and sat in the car. I didn't even want the damn hot dog anymore. My appetite was gone. He came back and began screaming at me for embarrassing him even further. The word divorce was said for the first time ever. I secretly recorded his screaming because I was genuinely afraid I would die. He was driving erratically, swerving and speeding. I'm in a hotel tonight. He ignored me all day at work and then the calls started when he realized I wasn't coming home. Non-stop voicemails and texts. He sent me a screenshot of a Google search for local divorce lawyers. I haven't eaten all day and I've been sobbing in this damn hotel room. I don't want to get divorced and I wish I had just eaten the mustard. Someone, anyone, please give me an explanation. Am I in danger? Why would he react this way to a preference of mine? I'm completely broken right now. This is such a weird situation. I know the underlying tones and whatnot are serious, but I can't help but chuckle a bit. But anyway, I'm on OP's side here. I think it's very strange that her husband is so fixated on having OP consume mustard. We'll go over some of the comments at the end once we finish all the updates, but many people pointed out that while this obsession may seem innocent at first, it looks like it can lead to some dire consequences. It starts with Mustard, but further down the line, if OP's husband gets frustrated about anything else, he may turn violent over all of the issues that he sees. OP provided an update on the same day as her initial post. Here are some answers to questions I saw. Regarding when I said no to sex, he respected if I said no to having sex, but he would ask for blowjobs over and over. I used to give in at first until I started dreading doing it. He tried buying all this stuff to make me like it, to make it easier or whatever. I used to like blowjobs. I don't like giving them to him, but he'll still ask over and over. I started responding with, I said no. Are you going to force me to do it? And he'd get squeamish and offended that I'd implied he would or assault me. I don't have a support system. I've always been a very small circle kind of person, and I lost touch with casual college friends. My friends are his. It makes me feel like a loser, but I don't really have friends of my own. My parents are dead. My dad died when I was a teen, and my mom passed recently of heart failure. I have no siblings. I'm financially capable of living on my own, and I could pay for a divorce. I just really didn't want things to be this way. The Mustard thing was always just an annoyance to me. I didn't consider it a deal breaker, but obviously it is for him. We have no kids and no equity. Our finances are separate, save for one joint account we equally contribute to for bills. We were looking at buying a house. I'm safe. I'm at work and I'm staying in the hotel until further notice. He has continued to text. One message said that he loves me and doesn't want to lose me, but I forced his hand by refusing to communicate or come home. I haven't answered. I don't know what to say. I forced myself to eat my favorite takeout late last night, but it tasted like cardboard. I stayed up late, compiling a list of times he has shown worrying behavior. I guess the Mustard is the tip of the iceberg. Then OP posted another update not long after. Sincerely, thank you all for your kind words as well as sending me links to resources. He has reverted back and has told me that he never wants to see me again, so I suppose that gives me time to read that book that someone on RA suggested to me. While I was at work and thinking of the lonely room waiting for me after 5, I considered just going home, but I knew what awaited me. I'm too drained to muster up the kind of apology he would be expecting in order for things to go back to normal. I honestly fear that our normal is detrimental to me. I also don't want to apologize. I don't think I did anything wrong. You all helped validate that. I always felt like I was the one disturbing the peace. He'd get so upset over things that were little to no effort for me to just do or go along with because I loved him. And somewhere along the way, I think I lost myself. I never liked Mustard. I never liked golf, camping, or red wine. But he loves all of these and wanted me to love them too. He said he was introducing me to his hobbies so we would have shared interests as a couple, but I have realized that out of all the things I used to like, he has either refused to try or ignored my interest. Our shared interests are just his. God, how do I feel like my own person again? My world broke not 2 days ago, and now I'm drunk at a hotel bar, switching between Reddit and researching divorce lawyers. I still don't want to divorce. It's so permanent. I never pictured myself as a divorcee. I used to think that every choice I made deliberately. It used to be a point of pride for me, but he's making this choice for me, and it hurts. Then, about a week after that post, OP gave us a final update. First of all, I took this week off at the encouragement of my employer. I plan to spend it finding a therapist who specializes in domestic abuse and sexual assault, which I've come to realize I am a victim of. I feel completely numb. I'm also looking into a divorce lawyer. Secondly, he found the hotel where I was staying. I guess he followed me from work. He was waiting in the lobby. God, my heart skipped a beat, and I realized that I did not miss him at all. I was afraid of making a scene, so I sat with him in the lounge area and talked. I know I need to work on this and be more assertive. I'll summarize it. I pointed out the security camera and said if he tried to hurt me, there'd be footage and I would press charges without a second thought. He was completely shocked and said he'd never hurt me. I reminded him how I feared for my life in the car. He ignored me. He asked why I wasn't coming home. I was completely blank-faced when I told him, because you're divorcing me. He said he didn't mean it and was just upset. I said, when normal people are upset, they express it in a healthy way. You threatened the end of our marriage. I'm taking you seriously. He got pissed and asked if I was saying he wasn't normal. Honestly, I just wanted the conversation to be done, so I told him if that's really all he heard, then there was no point in talking anymore. I told him I was looking for a lawyer and he should probably do the same if he hasn't found one. He lashed out out and said, "All this over one mistake," and I just stared at him. As I made to stand up, he grabbed my wrist hard and I pointed at the camera again. This just made him angrier. He never could handle slights to his ego. One mistake. It wasn't one mistake. It was a pattern of abuse over the years. It was threatening me, intimidating me. I told him if he tried to contact me again beyond sending me his lawyer's details, I'd be calling the police. He let me go. I want to say I was badass and celebrated in my room. I collapsed onto my bed and began sobbing. I was just so sick and angry and sad. He truly doesn't care about me. I've been crying on and off while calling local therapists. God, why is it so hard to find one? The amount of therapists that advertise but turn out not to be accepting new patients is unacceptable. I've looked into victims of DVDA support groups as well. In the span of less than a month, my life is completely changed. And he isn't remorseful at all. He just thinks it's all my fault. Okay, so quick correction, that wasn't actually the final update. After digging through OP's account, I found additional posts. Toward the end of November, so just a couple of weeks after that last update at the most, OP made another post. And under her last update, she left a comment saying that her husband may have found her Reddit account. I have a divorce lawyer. That's all I am comfortable with revealing on here for the time being. I will also mention that I have moved locations. I am safe and secure. My work has allowed me to go fully remote. My STBX does not have my location, nor are there any trackers on my phone. I am in contact with people and organizations who are helping me. Earlier this week, the calls and texts really ramped up. I was advised to leave him unblocked and simply muted so his messages would come through. I read a few since I was curious. He wanted me at Thanksgiving dinner with his family. He begged me to stop being this way and asked what he was supposed to tell his family. Well, Thursday came and went. I had bought a couple of ready meals the night before, so that was my feast. I do want to take a break here to talk about my mom. Since there were only 3 of us on each holiday, my mom wouldn't make a turkey. She would buy a rotisserie chicken and dress it up with stuffing, etc. She'd make dishes we loved rather than traditional Thanksgiving dishes. My favorite side dish of all time was French fries. My dad loved grilled asparagus with cheese, so we would have a rotisserie chicken with French fries, asparagus, and some garlic toast, which was my mom's favorite. The first time I had real traditional Thanksgiving food was at a friend's house. I apparently told my mom loudly I didn't like it and asked where the fries were. So this year, instead of my STBX husband's family's Thanksgiving food, I bought asparagus, fries, garlic toast, and a couple of slices of rotisserie chicken. It wasn't half as good as my mother's meal. But when I say I cried eating it, it felt like they were with me that night. I guess my absence at the dinner forced my STBX to tell his family that I was separated from him. So Friday morning, I got a phone call from an unfamiliar number. I answered it thinking maybe it was my lawyer's home phone or another person I was in contact with. It was my mother-in-law. She begged me not to hang up on her, so I stayed on the line. She went on about how I was her daughter, how she loved me, how her son loved me, and how I could leave him over something so minor. He only told his mom about the mustard, and even then, it was a watered-down version that made me look like a neurotic control freak who needed everything my way. According to her, he just made a side cup of it for me and asked me to just try it in the car, and I started screaming I'd divorce him. She then started probing about which lawyer I was seeing and what I had told them. She also reminded me that lying in court was a crime. My lawyer warned me not to reveal anything we had discussed to his family. It took all my willpower not to say anything. Instead, I hung up and muted her number too. She hasn't texted or tried to call again. Trust me, I would have loved to send the recording of her son screaming, saying he ought to smack me upside the head, calling me a stubborn bitch, that he would divorce me, and that he would run the car off the road if I didn't start acting right. I wanted to scream into the phone that her precious son started this mess and I was simply doing what he wanted. I have come to realize you don't treat someone you love like the way he has acted. Normal people don't want to have sex with someone who has already said no. Normal people don't keep pushing and obsessing over food preferences. There is something seriously wrong with that man. He texted me last night calling me a bitch for making his mother cry. He also said he would come to find me, and it would take more than a locked door to keep him from getting me and taking me home. I forwarded those to the right people. I know this isn't a happy update, but things are moving along quite nicely. About 2 to 3 months later, we got another short update from OP. I moved. I will not say where, but I have found a new home. My job let me stay on as permanently remote. I can't go into details about my divorce or other current legal proceedings, but I can say I was granted a protective order due to something that happened back in December. Due to the nature of what happened, I was hospitalized for a time. That was what I guess made me realize I wanted to get the out. I traded my car, had my phone checked for tracking apps / devices, and changed my number. He cannot contact me or have anyone contact me on his behalf. I am now several hours and state lines away from him and his wretched family. I moved with only 2 suitcases and a duffel of my stuff. I cannot wait to furnish and decorate my new home the way I always wanted it. I'm in therapy and I have a survivor support group I see weekly. I will be okay. I feel like I can finally breathe. Edit, you are all very kind. I've had a lot of people ask what happened that landed me in the hospital, and while I understand my story is entertaining, it was quite traumatic to endure. Respectfully, I won't share that until I'm ready. I appreciate all of the support, and I'm both touched and heartbroken by those of you who have shared similar stories in my comments and DMs. I'm simultaneously horrified that others have gone through this and relieved that I'm not the only one. A user named Spicy Nova made the following comment under this update. I saw this on Snapchat and I came all the way here to say something. I read another Reddit post about a girl whose husband kept using her towel and she kept telling him not to, but he still would for months. She ended up wanting to leave him and he said, all over a towel. And she said, it's not about the towel, it's about the carelessness, disrespect, and disregard being shown. I don't know who wrote this Reddit post, but I needed to share this because it helped me a lot. They were able to recognize that and work it out. Obviously, that's not the case here. He's an insensitive prick who only cares about himself. It's not about the mustard, and it never was. It's that he didn't have respect for you, nor did he care about your feelings. He always wanted to do things that benefit him, and God forbid you didn't want to do that or you wanted to do your own hobbies, and he didn't care and called you picky, etc. But he apparently never did anything wrong. I'm very glad you left, and I'm so glad you had the willpower not to tell his mom that information. That must have been so hard. You also said in another post that you pride yourself in making your own decisions, and he was making the decision for you, and he was definitely not. He was saying all the things a narcissist would do. They are upset and call you all the names in the book and accuse you or blame you. Then say, I love you, I'm sorry, and then try all the tactics there are in the book to keep you in the relationship and start the abuse all over again, making it much harder to leave. He did not make your choice, you did, and I hope you realize that you deserve so much better. I hope you'll share an update when this is all over. I'd love to see the look on his face when all the truth comes out. Sorry for such a long post. I have a lot to say. Stay strong. OP would then take a longer hiatus before returning to Reddit about 9 months later. It's been a while. I had sort of forgotten about this account until I saw screenshots of my post uploaded to Instagram. I am still going to therapy, individual counseling, and bi-weekly group meetups for victims of DV. I am absolutely not dating. I saw some comments that said they hoped I found a fairy tale man. That's the last thing I want or need. I strive for independence and self-love before I consider finding a new partner. It'll probably be years before I'm ready, and that's okay. I have discovered a love of cooking and trying new cuisines. I didn't realize how boring my ex's taste was until I escaped him. Slathering mustard on a $2 hot dog does not mean you have superior taste buds. Sorry, I had to get a jab in somehow. Nothing new or dramatic has happened, and that is the way I like it. What matters is I'm alive and I'm happy. I didn't realize how little I'd made myself until I was given the space to be. That's all I'm willing to give for my update for now. Peace and love. And the final update was made just 2 weeks from the time of this recording, so over 7 months from the last update. It seems that I just can't escape my story. I was getting ready for the day when my TikTok feed showed a podcast reading and reacting to my story. I'm here to reassure all of you that I'm okay, alive, safe, and free. And with that stress and anxiety mostly cleared up, I feel like I can finally put to words my emotions. I was very small and skittish during the abuse and for some time after leaving. I'm not sure how else to put it, but I felt like I had to be small. I was constantly regulating and accommodating. It was horrible in retrospect, but no one prepared me for the emotional turmoil that ensues once you're safe and away. I felt rage like nothing else. I would spend hours screaming and crying into my pillow, hating him, wondering how dare he treat me like that. As therapy and my support group have worked to rebuild my self-esteem, I've become more and more outraged on my own behalf. I read books, and while it helps provide context as to why he abused me, it still doesn't make me feel less angry, I guess. I'm angry for myself as a human being. He treated others with respect but thought I deserved all that he did to me, and that makes me angry. Of course, there was relief, sadness, all of that. I think I slept for days straight after I left. I was in a daze. My therapist reassured me that all of this is normal. I don't want this update to be negative, not in the slightest. So, some good news as well. My therapist recommended yoga and Pilates, and it has been great for me. The release of a deep stretch, being in shape, and feeling strong has helped me massively. I feel healthy, and yes, I cry when I do hip opening stretches. Also, I made real friends. I joined a local women's club that was part of my neighborhood, and we do various activities bi-monthly. This next week, we'll be doing a little embroidery project. Everyone brings snacks, and we just enjoy each other's company. So, we know for a fact that OP's ex was a total psychopath and narcissist. He even goes as far as to lie and threaten that he will physically hurt someone if he does not get his way. We didn't learn until later on in the thread of updates that the husband was also enforcing his likes onto other parts of OP's life. Just like how OP said, he was sort of pushing his entire personality onto her, so when she left, she almost forgot what her own likes and dislikes were. I'm really happy to hear that OP is doing well in her life now. It was extremely sad to read through her story about how her holidays were with a smaller family, which is something I can really relate to. I'm looking forward to more updates and reading through the event when OP's husband finally gets exposed to everyone for being a scumbag. This next post was created just a day from the time of this recording. It was created by a user named LunaHope86 in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, "I lost custody and I'm secretly relieved. I needed somewhere anonymous to post this. I need to get this off my chest, and if you continue to read, you will see why I can't open up to friends and family. I can't tell anyone this because everyone will think I'm a bad parent. I am a single parent. I have been for over a decade. I left my ex and raised 2 offspring on my own. They are twins. For their entire life, they have only had summers with their other parent in Florida. The other parent moved for a job after we divorced. The twins don't go every summer, and they don't talk to their other parents outside of those summer visits. Basically, twins have always preferred to live with me and didn't have much to do with the other parent. I have handled everything from medical appointments to school to all the things required for 10 months out of the year, every year, for over a decade for both kids. It wasn't easy. One of the twins has been in an IEP for years. She struggles and has high needs issues. She's been in therapy for as long as I can remember. It was a long road for me as a single parent to navigate all this for her. It's been many tears, many heartaches, and a lot of money invested in the right professionals to help her. I spent countless hours in time with the school because they couldn't handle her needs. Work was a struggle and my personal life was a struggle because all of my energy went into meeting her needs. Due to her immense needs, I have basically put my life on hold for 10 years. I don't date because, let's be honest, it's hard to find a partner who is willing to commit their life to helping raise a special needs individual. My girls are my world and worth it. I would give up everything for them. Well, all this has changed so drastically last month. The co-parent and I have never really gotten along, but for the past decade, it wasn't an issue because they didn't really care about the relationship with the girls. Not since I filed for divorce. Now we are back in court where I can give few details except for the following. My ex and I lean on opposite sides of the spectrum when it comes to political beliefs. This may sound weird to bring up, but since some political leanings have a tendency to firmly stand in ways that obviously impact what kind of parenting, education, medical care they do, it obviously can cause problems if parents don't agree. For example, how parents deal with vaccinations. It doesn't matter which way either of us lean, but in the end, let's say that professional recommendations were dismissed by a judge who allowed his leanings to factor in his opinion over the many school officials, doctors, and even the GAL opinions. You can already imagine where this is going. I was given an ultimatum: lose both my daughters or lose only one to the other parent. This was the judge's warning to my lawyer. I was heavily encouraged to settle for losing just one, because if we had gone to trial, the judge would have made it clear I would lose both. I lost custody of one daughter, the one with special needs, the one who I have spent many years in tears and struggle with due to all her special needs and how they impacted my personal and professional life. I was allowed to keep custody of the daughter who was lucky to have a pretty normal life. She doesn't struggle with issues like my other daughter has, so that's where we stand. The courts encourage the twins to be split between parents, and my ex will now be managing the daughter with special needs. Now, for the off my chest part, I am secretly relieved. I can't tell anyone this for obvious reasons. They wouldn't understand a decade of sacrificing your personal and work life to manage a special needs child. I have sacrificed dating, vacations, trips, and careers all to center around my special needs child. Now, to be clear, she has special needs and she does take a lot of care, but she is high functioning too. Because of this, another parent is in for a world of surprise when they deal with their first school year together. Now, recall, I've raised the twins for 95% of their life. Other parent really has no clue and hates me so much they refuse to believe anything I say. If I said the sky was blue, other parent would say it was green. This next year is going to be a FAFO situation for the other parent, but honestly, it needed to happen. I was tired of their denial of our child's needs for the last decade. Now, other parent has a chance to see for themselves and deal with it like I have for so many years. Don't get me wrong, when other parent asks me to take my special needs daughter back, which I absolutely believe will happen, I absolutely will take her back. And I will be overjoyed to have her back. She and her sister are my world. I would gladly carry chains for the rest of my life to make them smile. But I have to admit to someone, and that is you. This next year, I will be able to date again. I will be able to take vacations and go on outings with friends. I will not be in and out of a principal's office working to give special needs children what they need for their education. I will not be responsible for managing many doctors or medications or emotional meltdowns, etc. My other daughter is looking forward to being the one who has all my attention. Other daughters spent a decade having a special needs sister take the forefront. I have already planned 2 vacations for me and my other daughter. We are going to bond and she is going to be my focus. My health will be my focus. I have already lost 20 pounds and I'm looking forward to dating. It's my turn to get remarried. I am going to grow a lot through this next year and I am going to get a break. My special needs daughter will be okay. She loves her siblings out there at the other parent, but I know eventually she will want to come back home too, so this will all be short-lived. But I can't explain how relieved I am for a break and how funny it is going to be when my idiot of an ex has to ask me to take back custody. So there you have it, Reddit. My ex is going to FAFO and I'm going to get a year of endless possibilities, really. Update. Thank you to those with kind and supportive words. I obviously changed some personal details to remain anonymous. My ex has very deep pockets and wouldn't hesitate to make my life worse. I also want to respect my children's privacy. To those who don't believe, well, there's no reason to. This wasn't to convince anyone of anything. This is me unburdening myself with my confession because I do feel guilty for being relieved. I just want to make it clear when my ex sends my baby back, I will absolutely repair all the damage this has done. When I saw the title of this post, I thought it was going to be something despicable, but to be completely honest, I think it's rather wholesome. It's clear that OP loves her daughters. However, just like with her ex, many people don't realize how much work it really is to take care of someone with special needs. I covered a story the other day where a person that takes care of those with disabilities said that they would abort their child if they knew it would require special needs. OP is honestly amazing for taking care of not just one daughter, but 2 this entire time all by herself. And the part where she said that she would carry the chains for the rest of her life honestly made my heart kind of melt. As OP said, no matter how much you love your family, a break can do amazing things when you are required to take on so much work. One user named Disjointed Chameleon left the following comment under OP's post. Actions have consequences. I spent a decade bringing home all the money and I also still found myself having to handle the bulk of the housework. I endured my ex-husband's abuse and laundry list of issues while also simultaneously dealing with chemotherapy, monthly immunotherapy infusions, and a multitude of surgeries for my autoimmune condition. I also spent years begging him to please get help. He's a veteran who never deployed, and while I'm deeply sympathetic to those challenges, they aren't an excuse to treat other people like dirt. As a veteran, he also had access to plenty of free resources, many of which can be accessed from the comfort of home. But he was either unable or unwilling to help himself and seemed perfectly content to let me shoulder the entire burden of adulting. About a year ago, his anger issues reached a boiling point and left me fearing for my life and safety. That was my last straw. I finally got fed up and filed for divorce. Fast forward a few months, we sat down in front of lawyers. He kicked and screamed every step of the way, metaphorically speaking. Fast forward a few more months. He reaches out claiming he wants to apologize and that he finally understood what it takes to keep a roof over one's head and food on the table. Even so, I never heard the words "I'm sorry for hurting you" come out of his mouth. His crocodile tears epitomized woe is me and how he was the victim. And to be clear, he wasn't the victim here, nor was he left destitute. As part of our divorce, we sold our house and he walked away with a $25,000 plus check in hand. Somehow, he pissed it all away in less than 3 months. Meanwhile, I've barely touched the equity I received because it feels like blood money. Nothing like an attorney handing you a fat check, congratulating you, and then you hobble back to your car and drive to a doctor's appointment to treat the ongoing injury your ex-husband inflicted upon you just days earlier because he decided to hurl a gigantic table at you during a fit of anger, causing permanent damage to your leg. Sometimes, someone feeling the consequences of their own actions can serve as the most effective teacher, so to speak. My ex-husband is now learning what it takes to be an adult. Your ex will get a personal taste for what it means to parent. Welcome to adulthood, folks. This first post was created 4 years ago in the Entitled People subreddit by a user named Pineapple Upside Down Cake. The post is titled, "Parents Demand I Quit My Gym Membership Because My Older Brother and Dad Aren't As Fit As They Used to Be." Hey everybody, it's been a few weeks since I posted my first crazy family story, so now's as good a time as any to share another one. Here's some backstory. My 2 brothers have always been naturally skinny and maintained an active lifestyle throughout most of their lives. I, 31 male on the other hand, was born on the pudgier side and never really had an interest in sports other than swimming, but didn't get to work on that hobby. But I didn't want to anyway. When I was in the army, which is mandatory where I live, I was quite heavy at 246 pounds. While I was never teased about my weight, my family and especially my mother enjoyed poking fun at it, my eating habits, and so on. Mom rolled her eyes whenever someone commented I'd lost weight and so on, since she was, and still is, quite the blob herself. I just ignored her or commented as such. But being stationed in a faraway base where combat units were also serving, most of the guys in my base were quite fit. I, on the other hand, wasn't assigned a combative role due to a medical condition. No, it didn't have to do anything about weight, but a very minor birth defect that I was rid of by the time I was 12. But the army is stupid like that, so they didn't want to take any chances to put me in harm's way. So instead of putting me in a combative role, they decided to have me on the oh-so-safe field of heavy-duty machinery. Genius. Anyways, again, most of the men serving in my unit were very fit and very muscular, and while I was never jealous of them nor teased for being fat, one day I just took a good look in the mirror and was like, I can do better, and so I decided to start and change things. I'd observe what I ate, mainly drank water, joined the boys on their evening jogs, convince my sergeant friend to get me access to their gym, and have him train me a few times a week if he was able to. I kept on to what I was doing and was very strict at keeping at it until I reached my target weight, and soon enough I had to pay a visit to the quartermasters and get a smaller sized uniform. After a year and a half of regular exercise, weightlifting, and a healthy diet, I lost a lot of weight and built quite a lot of muscle mass. In all honesty, it was my sergeant friend who convinced me to visit their gym and encouraged me to lose weight. Man, am I glad I listened. While I was very proud of the progress I've made, my family, who have teased me about being fat for most of my life, weren't as happy as I was, but said nothing. The teasing has stopped, but there wasn't much beyond that, other than a semi-compliment like, "Did you take this shirt from one of your brothers?" Whenever I wore something that actually fit me, or "Why are you still wearing this huge thing?" If I kept clothing from the time I was bigger. I still got comments during the meals if I took an extra scoop, but whatever, I didn't care. I didn't lose weight to get compliments, or maybe I did, but just a little bit. Moving on, by the time I turned 22, I was back into civilian life as well as working myself through university and also a part-time job. Also, during that time, I have saved enough to afford a membership at a gym close to campus. They were on the more pricey side, but that's due to the location being more high-end. While I was the healthiest and most physically fit I've ever been, my older brother wasn't faring as much. He had stopped jogging, his smoking got worse, and he was getting chubbier every day. He's not obese by any chance, but he's not nearly as fit as he used to be, and he's only 30-something. It only got worse at family gatherings, especially weddings where a lot of distant relatives and those we don't meet often would also be present. Also, I'm a massive introvert, so fully packed events are not my thing. I'd often avoid those and barely even met with my extended family during my service. So you can imagine some of my relatives were shocked seeing me over 100 lighter. Some didn't even recognize me. My brother got some comments from people because he'd no longer look smug whenever he looked at me. About 8 months into my membership there, my mom sat me down and the conversation went as follows. BM is my mom and OB is my older brother. Me. What's up? Is everything okay? BM. Everything is fine, honey, but I just wanted to talk to you about something. Me. Okay. At this point, I was thinking that I already had a bad feeling. These conversations always seem to be about me doing something wrong. BM. Well, you know your father and I are very proud of how far you've come. You're looking very handsome. Me. Thanks, Mom. This was a very rare compliment. BM. But Dad and I are a little worried. With all the expenses we have, along with your tuition and not your gym membership, we're getting a little tight. Can you cancel your membership, please? We can no longer afford it. Me. Mom, you guys don't pay for my gym membership. I do. BM. And who gave you that money? Me. It's money I've saved from birthdays, allowances from when I was a kid, and work. Also, I'm on a scholarship, so you do know you guys aren't paying for school either, right? BM. Well, you can't go to your gym anymore. This is where she became visibly frustrated. Me. And why is that? BM. Because we think your OB should use it instead. He really wants to go to that gym, but he can't afford it. It really depresses him. Don't you think it's mean of you to keep going there while he cannot? Me. Mom, be real. OB makes twice the money I make, so he can afford a gym membership on his own. That said, the gym isn't located anywhere near his apartment. BM. That doesn't matter. We decided that you can't go anymore. It's not fair towards OB. You're going to cancel your membership and that's final. Me. No. BM. Well, I will be giving them a call, son, and cancel it for you. Stop being selfish and be more fair towards your brother. Me. Right. BM. Why can't you just do this one thing for your brother? It's bad enough he quit jogging. Now he's smoking and you're not helping with what you're doing. Come on, OP. Be more considerate. Also, think about your father. Me. Dad has a problem with me working out too? BM. You know how he can barely move with his bad back. Me. Dad can move just fine. Just yesterday, I helped him clear out the garage. I also want to add that he had his own gym membership, which he had to quit only recently due to COVID. BM. You're not being fair, OP. Me. Mom, I'm not going to stop working out because some 30-plus man baby hates seeing me getting healthier while he tries tucking in his beer gut. If my looser genes affect OB so much, he can get up and do something about it. It's funny how you've never said anything to either of my brothers to tone it down while I was fat. BM. How dare you say that about your brother? At that point, I just got up and continued my business while she sulked and gave me the cold shoulder for the rest of the day. However, during meal times, she tried to get me to eat a lot more food or cook very fatty things. She bought only sugar-packed drinks, brought up fast food places whenever we went eating out, and then got mad at me whenever I said that McDonald's is not a restaurant. Whatever she tried to do didn't work, and I soon began buying my type of soft drinks myself or just drinking more water if I drank anything that wasn't either sugar-free or diet. Now, even though my dad supported OB, he didn't say much and I have no idea why she even brought him up. Anyway, that's my tale. I've lived with them for 4 more years until I've saved enough to move out in 2015. After that, some things happened that led me to cut all contact with the 3 of them. OP's mom is a total asshole. What kind of mom would want their kid to do worse in life? She's just a bully. She misses the times when everyone was on a level playing field, and now that OP is doing better health-wise, she feels bad. I have seen this sort of thing happen in real life. Your friends and certain family members will say that they wish you the best, but the moment you are doing better than them, they grow resentful. So with these kinds of people, it's more like they're your friends and family for as long as they're quote-unquote better than you. The moment you notice someone in your circle is like this, you need to move on. I'm not telling you to be a jerk about it, but just know that not everyone has your best interest in mind. I know I'm very fortunate to have parents with good heads on their shoulders, but my dad has always told me that his entire goal and dream in life is to see me do better than he has, and that if I didn't, he would view that as his own personal failure. OP's parents just have everything backwards. Back when they picked on OP, they had some sense of power. Now that OP is no longer fat, they view it as a sort of rebellious stand against them. One user named Our4Cats2Many left the following comment under the post. I admire you for recognizing that you needed to lose weight and took the hard path to get fit. Family dynamics dictate that your position in the family is the fat one, and you challenge that title. Your older brother and your dad are upset that they have lost the fit title and want to drag you down. But I might be projecting. My sister was the smart one, but did the traditional marriage baby route while I adopted 2 Asian babies as a single parent. That's something unique in the small town we grew up in, so my sister doesn't get much attention anymore. Everyone talks about how selfless I am, what a great mother I am, how devoted to my kids I am, etc. It annoys the hell out of her. Luckily, both our parents are dead, so there's no static from them. We did have a small service for my mother in our hometown. Some of my mom's friends called me my sister's name. We're 2 years apart and neither of us has lived in that town for 30 plus years. My daughters were so upset when that happened, but as soon as my kids were near me, everyone knew me and the names of my kids. My sister's one child is not sociable like her father and is rude to pretty much everyone. My brother's 4 kids are cute but live a sheltered life. My daughters have regularly been exposed to groups of people and can hold their own at parties. Sure, my youngest is slightly more introverted, but is not rude and dismissive like my sister's kids. That trip showed me that family roles change over time, and you should not allow yourself to be trapped in how they define you. My sister was incredibly jealous, but sucks to be her, I guess. I'm not going to stop being a mother because my sister sucks at it. You be you, defined by you. Find a family of choice and embrace them. I formed a family with my best friend's family. I joked that I gave them their first grandchild. They publicly agree with me. I wish you a happy life, surrounded by those that love you. Blood does not create a family, love does. Good luck. If you recall, at the beginning, OP mentioned that he shared a different story about his family. Just for fun, we'll also take a look at that post, but OP also mentioned a story towards the end of the first post. I tried to find it, but it doesn't seem like he actually talked about it. Anyway, this older story is titled, The Older Brother Said He Needed Rent Money but Just Wanted to Pay for His Vacation. Not my main account, English is not my native language. First, I'm 31 male, the middle child of 3. I have 2 brothers, one younger at 25 and one older at 38. My brothers and I have never been close, and I was often overlooked by my parents and most relatives compared to them. Not really relevant to the story, but just to draw a picture. About 3 years ago, my parents and older brother approached me for a loan to help him pay rent. My siblings and I have never been close, and after moving out around late 2015, I was already pretty distant from them by that point due to many years of bullshit. But that's an entire series of stories. However, I was led to believe my brother was in a really bad financial situation and couldn't afford his rent. Back then, I knew he recently got back to pursue an academic degree while still working a bad job, so it made sense. I agreed to give them the money, but I made it clear it was a loan and I would need that money back. All 3 agreed, and my parents even said that they would pay me back in a few weeks. They both had high-paying jobs, so I didn't have any reason to be suspicious. So I wrote my brother a check stating that the very specific amount of money was to help pay for 3 months of rent. It was about $2,500. A few weeks went by with no payment. I decided to be patient and considerate toward my brother, knowing his financial situation wasn't the best. However, a few weeks became a month and then 2, yet there was no word from my brother or parents. I reached out but was told to be patient, and my mom even had the audacity to call me a psycho. It's a common thing she did whenever people were confronting her. Being relatively clueless about legal stuff back then, I gave up and decided to move on. However, a couple of weeks later, I got contacted by one of my cousins telling me how amazing I was for paying for my brother's vacation with my cousin's sister. She told me they'd been planning on going for months and he was the only one who had trouble affording a ticket. Here's how the conversation went. C is my cousin, OB is my older brother, and CS is my cousin's sister, me. C, what trip? C. They've been planning on going abroad for months now, but OB was the only one who couldn't afford it. Me. Wait, what? C. He didn't tell you? Me. He told me he needed money to cover rent. See, I don't understand. I then told her I had to go, so that's where the conversation ended. Next, I immediately called my brother, demanding to know what was happening. He basically laughed in my face and thanked me for paying for his vacation. When I told him that it was time for him to pay me back, he then told me to go f myself before blocking my number as well as on Facebook. I was furious. Next day at my work, I decided to ask around friends in our legal team. They referred me to a really good lawyer who even agreed to represent me for a lower price than what he usually charges. I asked him to wait because I needed to compile a few things first. First, I've gathered all phone recordings, screenshots of every text concerning the loan and what it was intended for, pictures from his trip, had his girlfriend email me the receipts of both hotel rooms and plane ticket, as well as texts from him regarding how much spending money he left with. I also got a written statement from OB's landlord saying that he always paid his rent. Note, GF had no idea what was going on, but we got along quite well, so she agreed to help. In my country, it is legal to record people in phone calls as long as you are part of the conversation. I decided to give my brother one final chance before taking him to court. I then texted my dad asking him to have my brother call me and pay back the loan. Otherwise, I'm taking him to court. Dad got nervous and handed the phone to my mom, who flipped out after I told her what I was planning on doing. She stuck to the psycho remarks as well as going for the "but we're a family" angle. Then she gaslighted me, saying, "Can't you just do one thing for your brother? And when did your brother ever ask you for anything?" Which is when I ran the oh so long list in my head of when my brother did ask me for things, and when I didn't give them to him, he stole stuff from me. I finished the call telling them OB better contact me today and hung up. Not even an hour later, my brother called me screaming, calling me every name in the book, threatening to beat me up, to sue me for harassing his girlfriend, stalking him, and so on. I once again told him to pay me back for everything, otherwise I'd be seeing him in court. OB told me to go f myself and to watch my back before he hung up. Yes, this call has also been recorded. After a few weeks, we meet up in court. My brother's lawyer attempts a dismissal while he and my brother try to portray me as only doing this for attention. I was questioned by both lawyers, evidence was presented, the judge looked less and less happy with my family, and my mom kept telling me how ashamed I should be for doing this to my family. The judge ruled in my favor as my brother not only had no evidence but also lied in his testimony. I was to be paid the full amount of the check and court fees. After that, I've had no contact with either my parents or older brother. I also changed my phone number and address. My younger brother and I still talk, but have very minimal contact. Most of my relatives took my parents' side, saying I shouldn't have taken them to court and it was cruel. My grandparents on both sides, to my surprise, said I've done the right thing as well, and my mom's sister has also taken my side. I haven't spoken to any of them for over 3 years. Mom and dad have tried contacting me before I switched numbers, but it's never to apologize other than guilt-tripping me about the whole thing. This first story was created 2 years ago in the Off My Chest subreddit by user OwnIntroduction7923. The post is titled, "I just caught my GF in bed with my dad. I'm on mobile, so I apologize for the formatting. This is a throwaway for privacy reasons." So to start, I, male 22, have been with my soon-to-be ex-GF Kate, who is 21. We've been together for just shy of 3 years. Our relationship throughout the 3 years has been amazing. She had always been kind and supportive, open and honest with me. We had dates often, our lovemaking life was great, and we had very few arguments. But when we did get into a disagreement, we communicated and came to an understanding before long. I believed our relationship to be healthy and loving, but apparently I was wrong. About a week ago, I noticed that Kate was becoming very touchy about me being on or around her phone. This was odd to me because not only had she always let me use her phone to make calls if mine was flat or I didn't have immediate access to mine, she had also downloaded games for me to play on her phone to distract me when she wanted to watch her shows. Kate began snapping at me for asking to borrow her phone or snatching it out of my hand if I was so much as moving it away from the edge of the counter so it wouldn't fall. And whenever I questioned her behavior, she brushed it off and explained she was just in a bad mood. Her constant dismissal of my noticeable confusion began to annoy me, so I asked her if she was hiding anything from me, which led to an argument about her saying I was accusing her of infidelity and not trusting her. She tried to get physical with me, in which case I shut the argument down and told her to sleep in the guest bedroom. She was furious about it, but I told her we would talk about it in the morning. When we did talk about it, she apologized for her behavior and gave me her phone. I told her I trusted her and didn't need to go through it. And to be frank, I did trust her. I believed her outburst to be due to the ongoing stress at work, which was clearly stupid of me. The next day, I noticed she had gotten a missed call from my father. I had never known my father to like Kate or even have her contact information. In fact, I was convinced that they both disliked each other. At every family event, they would often argue or make snarky remarks at one another until we had to leave due to the tense atmosphere they had created. So I decided to ask Kate why my father had called her. She physically froze and mumbled an excuse about it being my birthday soon and he had planned something. But my father and I were never very close, so I didn't understand why he would do something like that. But I played it off and decided to go about my day. Then the following night, I texted her explaining that I had a late shift and would be back around 10 p.m. We ended up being dismissed early due to an incident regarding our manager and a few staff, so I was heading home by 7 p.m. and tried calling her, but she had her phone off, so I assumed it had gone flat or she had turned it off, which she does often at home. When I arrived home, I noticed my father's car 2 houses down from ours. I tried calling him, but his phone was also turned off, which I found odd because my mother likes his phone to be on so she can call him when she needs him. She's handicapped. I assumed my mother was with him, so I opened the door quietly to surprise her as I hadn't seen her in a while. I was met with the sight of my girlfriend bent over the kitchen counter with my father behind her. They both froze and started profusely yelling and telling me it wasn't what it looked like and that they could explain. I shut and locked the deadbolt door from the outside and went to a friend's house. Since then, they've both been blowing up my phone, apologizing, and begging me not to say anything to anyone. And quite frankly, I'm just disgusted. Disgusted with my father, who is turning 60 next month and has my mother to take care of. And disgusted with Kate, who was getting railed by my father for who knows how long. I honestly want to throw up and set them both on fire. I'm most worried about how my mother will take the situation as she's very dependent on my father and adores him. How should I go about this? I don't need closure or to confront them. I don't want to know how their gross relationship started or how long it's been going on. I just need advice on how to approach the situation without causing a bigger mess than there is. Any advice is welcome. Thank you for reading. TLDR, I caught my 60-year-old father banging my GF on my kitchen counter, and I don't know how to handle the situation without blowing it up. Absolutely insane. The audacity of OP's dad and GF begging him not to tell anyone is hilarious. I know OP doesn't want to blow this situation up, but I don't think you are able to not blow up something like this. If his dad is scummy enough to sleep with his GF, then he's scummy enough to go to his wife and fabricate a lie. I genuinely think that the best course of action here is for OP to expose them himself. Then he can proceed with separating from his GF if he decides to. I want to say that the weirdest part is going to be his interaction with his dad, but OP already said he wasn't that close to him, which probably also explains why the dad even did something like this. He doesn't respect his son at all. Unfortunately, OP is not the only one that's going to be hurt by this. In fact, OP's mom might take this even harder than OP himself. One user named Higaroth made a comment under the post that I pretty much agree on. Your father will have already told your mother something, I assume. Like a lie prepared to get her not to believe you. Have your girlfriend pack her bags. She can stay anywhere else. If she's refusing to leave, stay with a mate for now. Your mom is harder. She's in a more vulnerable position. Ultimately, it's up to her whether she wants to stay or leave. But let her know that she can stay with you or that you'll help her move her stuff out if she has another person's house where she can stay. I assume you're in a 1-bedroom apartment. I don't know her personality, but given her disability and the length of their marriage, she may feel more inclined to stay. It is best not to pressure her to leave. You two need to support each other. Please let her know that she isn't less than, she doesn't deserve this, and that he had no right to do that to her. Just like your GF had no right to do this to you. Both of you deserved better than this. I'm sorry this happened. I'm worried your father will argue that this was a way for him to decompress. He might try to guilt your disabled mother into finding his actions excusable. But there's no excuse for cheating, especially with your son's girlfriend. An update post was created about 2 weeks later. My mother and I took a few days to get through all the messages and phone calls. We blocked my maternal grandparents as well as my father. I contacted my landlord and real estate agent and informed them briefly of the situation. I told them I was no longer living on the premises and that I would like to have my name taken off the lease. Luckily, our lease was being renewed in that coming week. The next day, they contacted Kate to inform her that I had taken my name off the lease for the following month, and in the next week, if she could not take on my portion of the rent, she would have 3 months to vacate the property. I don't know how she reacted, but I could tell it wasn't overly ecstatic. Her parents contacted me and asked if, despite everything, I would be willing to pay for her rent. They said it would be just for this month because she doesn't have the money for it at the moment. Obviously, I declined and told them that I no longer have anything to do with her. They then informed me she was pregnant with my child and needed assistance from the father of her baby, and this would be a last goodbye. I laughed and told them I most definitely wasn't the father of that baby if she was pregnant, and if she needed assistance, she could contact my father. Then I hung up and blocked them. On a brighter note, my mother and I have just put a down payment on a house together. Right now, we are looking into hiring a caregiver to help my mother when I have work or trips out of state. My father has attempted to call both of us from multiple phone numbers and had numerous family members try to persuade my mother to meet up with him to chat. As a result, my mother and I have gotten a new phone number to avoid his mess. I also heard from a mate that Kate is trying to hire a lawyer so she can get child support money from me. But apparently, because she has no proof I'm the father and refuses to take a DNA test of the baby, she hasn't had any luck. Edit 1. I forgot to mention it above as I didn't see it as necessary when writing this, but Kate is apparently 5 weeks pregnant. We haven't been intimate for just under 2 months, so the baby is unlikely to be mine. If it is, I will pay child support, but I want proof before I give her money for a baby that may or may not be mine. Edit 2. To clarify, Kate and I weren't having issues when we weren't intimate. I was too tired to initiate due to work commitments, and at the time I assumed she was as well, but it's likely her needs were met by either my father or other parties. Edit 3. Something else I forgot to mention. Yes, I did get a test for infections I may not be aware of, and all tests came back negative, so I'm clear in that sense. After that update, OP disappeared for about 8 months before giving us a final update. The update said, "Hi all, I apologize for taking so long to update. A lot has happened over the past year or so, but to cut a long story short, my mother has her own house now that I pay for. She no longer has contact with my father and has officially divorced him, and she has a full-time career now. As for Kate, she was in fact pregnant, but fortunately it wasn't mine or my father's for that matter. Unfortunately, she lost the baby in her second trimester and, of course, blamed me for the stress I put on her. I no longer have contact with her either. My father has been cut off from his family and friends and fired from his place of work. Apparently, he wasn't just my ex, but had a previous affair with one of his colleagues' partners and had explicit pictures of his eldest brother's youngest daughter. The brother was 40 and the daughter was 20. A big thank you to everyone who messaged and commented. You guys were a huge support. I apologize for not getting around to messaging all of you back. Everything you've all said, whether checking in on my mother and me or offering kind words, was deeply appreciated. My mother also wanted to thank you for all your kind words and well wishes and give you all a big virtual hug. I'm not sure if this was too vague an update, but if you need more context, I'll edit the post or try to answer as many questions as I can in the comments. Edit, I could have just edited the part in the post, but I meant to say youngest brother, not eldest. Fortunately, this story actually had a happy ending. Those that deserved to be screwed got screwed in the end, and both OP and his mom are in a great position now. I didn't really expect OP's dad to have been having another affair, but then again, I'm also not really too surprised by it either. The guy is just a total degenerate, and to make matters worse, he's 60 years old. What the f is he thinking? OP said that he wouldn't have mind paying for child support if Kate really was carrying his kid, but I'm really glad that wasn't the case. This might be cruel of me, but I low-key wanted the kid to belong to OP's dad. That way he can be even more screwed. No way a relationship between OP's GF and his dad would have worked. It would have just created a lot more stress and drama between those two, which they both deserve, to be honest. One user in this final update, named AvailableAffect241, commented this: "Glad to hear it, man. Keep looking after yourself and your mother. You both need it. What did Kate say to you outside of blaming you for the miscarriage? Did she say sorry for the baby not being yours? What has your father said to you since then?" OP replied, "She didn't plan on telling me or my father that the baby wasn't related to either of us. Her mother reached out to me to inform me of the situation and that Kate had planned on telling me that the baby was mine to demand child support. She did reach out the next day to try and tell me the baby was mine with some poorly forged email, to which I told her her mother had already told me that it wasn't mine or my father's, and she cracked it, to which I blocked her number. I'm not sure if her mother faced any backlash for that. Then, after 2 to 3 months or so, she messaged me on her mother's number a fat long paragraph about how she lost the baby and how it was all my fault for stressing her out and not stepping up and being a decent human being. I haven't heard much from my father. My mother, on the other hand, has heard a lot about him from relatives and a few wives of his colleagues with whom she's still friends. They check in on her because of her health. The last message he sent was some BS about how it wasn't his fault, Kate seduced him, blah blah blah. He's blocked as well, and as far as I know, his life is screwed. This next story we're looking at was created in October of 2021 in the Am I the AH subreddit. The post was made by user PrankThrowaway5780 and it's titled AITA for yelling at and ignoring my GF over a prank. I'm a 22-year-old male and have been with my GF Nicole, who is 25, for a couple of years now. She's always liked survival stuff and weaponry and all that. I absolutely don't. I've had really bad experiences with knives when I was younger, and Nicole knows about them. We both love Halloween and usually throw a party, dress up, and goof around. We cook pumpkin seeds and watch movies. Anyway, the point is Nicole loves doing tricks with her knives, like a 5-finger fillet, flicking it open and closed, twirling it, etc. She'll do it when we're watching a show or movie together, forgetting that I've asked her please not to, or she'll buy a new one and show it off, asking if I want to give it the first bite. Then she'll pout when I say no. 2 days ago, she was playing with it again and I asked her why she kept forgetting. She said, "Wow, okay, don't insult my intelligence again." And that it was just a knife and therefore not a big deal, so it is not that important to remember. After that, she put away the knife and we continued to have an okay night, but I was on edge and jumpy whenever she touched me. Yesterday, she called me into the kitchen, I entered and she was playing 5-finger fillet. She said I startled her and she messed up. Badly. I lost my cool. I screamed my head off and tried shouting what I knew about first aid at her. In complete panic, I raced to grab my phone, dialing an ambulance, only for her to start laughing. She showed me it was a prank involving red food dye and a carrot. She laughed about how I would have known it was a joke if I wasn't so squeamish about knives, that it's proof I need to get more comfortable, that anyone with passing knowledge knows that it doesn't look like that when something like that happens. She kept explaining how she did it, how she practiced, and how she could show me, but I didn't even answer her. It was like my head was underwater and my heart was beating out of my chest. I just moved on autopilot, grabbed my keys, and drove a few blocks away before pulling over to breathe. Nicole tried to call me, and the first thing I said was it wasn't funny at all, and she asked, "Are you crying?" Then I hung up on her. She kept texting me, saying she was sorry, that she didn't think I'd react so badly to a joke, that it was just meant to be good fun in the Halloween spirit. I ignored her. I texted her later saying I was home, but ignored everything else. This morning, she sent the picture of the props to the group chat with a few of our mutual friends, and they chimed in saying, "It doesn't even look real. I've muted the chat since, and I wonder if I have a leg to stand on before I go back and apologize." Edit. It's overwhelming how much response this got, and I tried to read all of your comments. Some of them made me laugh, some warmed my heart, and others had very hard truths that I still needed to hear, no matter how raw they left me. There are a lot of repeating questions and assumptions. First, we don't live together. At this point, I don't think we ever will. Second, I stayed primarily because the good seemed to outweigh the bad. You remember the negatives more than the positives, so obviously I just had to remember her positive qualities instead of being swayed by my focus on the bad times. Plus, it was always almost perfect after we had a fight, and I just assumed the boom and bust cycle was normal. I didn't know Nicole liked knives at first. A mutual friend, who I will call Crystal, introduced us as I was new to the area. And at first, Nicole and I hit it off as we had a lot of shared interests. Music, art, outdoor activities, antiquing, wine, food, and cooking, a lot of things. We started dating and eventually went on a camping and hiking trip, where she used a knife to split some kindling and pointed it toward herself. I remember telling her to watch out, and she said I needed to relax because she did it all the time. She asked me if I wanted to do it myself, and I admitted I didn't like knives. Later in the trip, we drank by the fire and talked, and that's when I told her about my trauma. She promised to protect me, and I remember that exactly because I had the mental image of her fending off a mugger. I joked that she was my hero. My trauma has been brought up after that point, and neither of us were drunk at the time. My knife issues typically don't impact my daily life except to make me more apt to be very slow in the kitchen when chopping things. It doesn't seem like abuse, especially when we're good. When it's bad, it's really rough. I don't have any other baseline as I was a late bloomer dating-wise. My dad always said that both people should give 110% in a relationship, but everyone argues. I thought working through the rough patches was normal. That's also why I was preparing to apologize, because it takes two in an argument. So I'm responsible as well and need to apologize for my part. In this case, ruining the night with my reaction. I did go through therapy to help cope with the initial incident surrounding my aversion to knives. I was a lot worse when it happened, to the extent that I couldn't have anyone point the knife in the direction of another living being, or certain songs on the radio that were playing at the time, or certain smells. I've made progress, but clearly not enough to stay with her and deal with her fidgeting with the knives. I will admit to backsliding a bit. I seem a lot more anxious when I stay the night and can't stay asleep or have more nightmares, which is why I believed her when she said I was overreacting. Also, concerning the fidgeting, it's not a constant thing. Sometimes she'd go weeks without pulling the knife out. Sometimes she'd complain that I only focus on the fact she had used the knife versus how long she had abstained, which seems reasonable to point out. So the obvious issue here that I'm sure most of you are thinking is, why is OP even in this relationship? Overall, I think that OP's GF is the one in the wrong here, but OP is also not doing himself any favors by staying with someone who triggers his past trauma. I find it incredibly immature for someone at the age of 25 to be teasing their partner about their fears. OP stated that he had set up boundaries with what he was comfortable with, but his GF completely ignores him. Not only that, she also laughs at him for fearing knives. The woman is just a jerk. Then, as if all of that were not enough, she also gets her friends to gang up on OP as well. Just sounds like a pair of people that shouldn't be together. One user named Passepartout made the following comment under the post. Yeah, the quote-unquote forgetting about his triggers is 100% intentional. She's manipulating him into thinking he's the one who's always at fault, that he should get over it and learn to react the right way. Her ignoring his wishes and casually causing anxiety in him for shits and giggles, as opposed to getting upset at his boundaries, wishes, and triggers not being respected like any normal person would. The logical manipulation argument chains supposedly proving why he's wrong with his emotions and needs and whatever, and her insulting, intentionally hurtful shit is supposedly therefore right. Yikes. Like twisting his "I've asked you repeatedly not to do X because it gives me anxiety. Why do you keep doing it?" into somehow insulting her, which is an important question to ask and something she should apologize for. She's gaslighting him. His needs are being intentionally trampled. And she's being a callous and cruel partner, and especially trying to recruit the friends into her corner now that shit is hitting the fan. Sorry, it's just a prank. Why are you this sensitive and overreacting to some good fun in the Halloween spirit? These are all massive red flags. She's emotionally abusive. This goes beyond just being a bit insensitive or incompatible. These are active abuser and manipulation tactics. OP, every single domestic abuser also has wonderful sides to them. That's why the victims first get with them and later stay. The bad stuff is sprinkled in between the amazing. It's like a frog in the water that's slowly being brought to a boil. It starts nice and you don't notice how bad it's getting because your perspective of what's normal and acceptable is being warped by the constant gaslighting and manipulation. Being told all day, every day, that your emotional reactions are irrational and wrong and their mistreatment of you is actually just normal harmless fun is so wrong. Like the bit in where OP thinks he might be the AH where he's all, "I know it's all my fault that there's a conflict and it's solely my problem. I should learn to get over it. This is just what she's like. I'm the only one who should adapt. Our problems don't happen because she refuses to consider my feelings and actively triggers me for fun. No, the problems exist solely because I'm too sensitive and I have to try harder not to feel uncomfortable when my wishes and boundaries are trampled on, because then we wouldn't have any problems is just disturbing. Get out now, OP. Don't apologize, end the relationship. You are not the AH 1,000 times. Save yourself." The very next day, OP came back with an update. I have no idea how to go about this, but I don't think this would be appropriate to post in the AITA subreddit per their rules. Plus, it's really long, so here's an update of sorts to my first post. A lot of the conversation is paraphrased with quotes that stuck in my mind. I also kept adding to this as things developed, and I'm running on 0 sleep, so I'm sorry if it's unclear. I reached out to Nicole again yesterday to talk, and I went to stand my ground and explain things so she could understand my side. She greeted me with "Thanks for gracing me with your presence," and asked if I was here to act my age and talk like an adult. She slammed the door behind me and pointed to the couch so we could discuss things. Nicole started by saying my reaction was unreasonable and completely out of line considering the situation. I said that things needed to change because that prank wasn't okay at all, and that she knows I have issues with knife violence. I asked what was funny about the prank. She interrupted and said that ultimatums aren't part of any relationship. So I said, I don't think this is working out for us. I don't think we're happy together. Nicole froze at first. I started to explain that the knife thing and our respective stances being so different is not fair to either of us, but she repeatedly asked, so you're going to break up nearly 3 years just because of this? I tried to tell her it was more than just this. It was everything else. It was that she kept forgetting my boundaries and triggering me, that she loves playing with knives but it upsets me. Then she started talking over me and yelling that apparently I think she's an idiot and that I'm the best actor in the world. She claimed that she never knew I felt so horrible and that maybe I should call the cops on her for abuse. She grabbed her cell phone and offered it to me again and again, saying, go on, call. But when I said we just need to talk, she interrupted with, no you won't, because I know, we both know, no cop is going to arrest me for a joke. Also, I'm not very tall, but she was standing right in front of me while I was seated, so I couldn't get up without moving her. After throwing her phone on the couch next to me, she stormed into the kitchen, shouting that she should get rid of all her knives because I was so terrified. She threw a few into the sink and then the whole block of knives into the trash, the whole time asking, what about this one? Is it too sharp and scary for you? When I flinched at the noises, she said, oh, do you feel threatened? How do you think I feel when I have to defend myself against your feelings? Nicole told me to quit crying and that I couldn't just use tears to manipulate her. She mocked me when I said, please stop. She said she has to walk on eggshells because she has to deal with a boyfriend who can't handle a single joke without running off into the night. She said, it's not hard to not overreact. Literally just think before you go crazy, it's that simple. And that it's ridiculous that a grown man can't handle a knife or a gun. She said I refuse to let go of my victimhood because anyone normal would have gotten over it by now. It's been nearly 9 years. She called me stubborn and childish for picking this hill to die on, that I'm not innocent, and that it's not fair that I'm allowed to ignore her for hours, but she can't have a little fun. Then she asked if my ego was really that big. It's sickening that I don't trust her or think she's smart or skilled enough to handle a knife properly, and that it's sexist, infantilizing, and insulting. At some point, I said I needed to go home and it was like a switch, and she said, please stop crying, I hate when you cry. Then she jokingly said, I guess hibachi dates are off the table. Or at least I think it was a joke because she laughed. Then she said, I should probably take the knives out of the trash now, shouldn't I? She apologized and said that she'd put in more effort since it meant so much to me. She admitted that I'm such a sensitive guy that if she stopped doing everything that made me uncomfortable, she wouldn't be able to do anything. She pointed out that I cried while watching a movie the other day, which is proof that I'm overly emotional, and it made sense that she thought I was my normal self. But she was sorry for not realizing sooner. It was really upsetting me. She promised she would do her best not to bring the knives out when I'm around. Nicole hugged me and told me to let go. We can get through this. There's nothing we can't get over, and asked for a chance to start over. It's stupid, but I just said yes. I wanted to go home, get out of her house, and leave while she was still acting nice. I now realize I didn't hold my ground. I feel like an idiot and a coward. I got home and puked and couldn't get to sleep again. Today, Nicole came and dropped off lunch and coffee for me, gave me a kiss, and said she loved me. All the old ladies in the office were gushing about how cute we were together. I'm going to reach out to one of the guys I'm closer to and the friend who set us up to find out when Nicole got so into knives. Because I remember about 7 to 8 months in, it was shortly after the camping trip. It was Nicole's birthday and she asked for a specific knife as her present. So at least then, but I can't really remember there being anything major before then. I'm going to break up officially with her tomorrow with one of the guys if possible. That way I can get my stuff from her place. A now deleted user said this under the update post. Holy shit. She is 100% abusive. You need to stay away from her. She zeroed in on your trauma and has been using it to exert some sick power over you. Everything she said was completely unreasonable, and she's gaslighting you by making you the problem, not her. Then, the moment you resisted, she switched tactics and started to love bomb you. The lunch and coffee were part of that love bombing. Do not be around her alone. ever. She sounds potentially sociopathic, and pay attention to this. You are not a coward in any way. You are a trauma victim. How you react is typical of someone who has been through a trauma, and she's taking full advantage of it. Her standing over you, her words, her tone, and her volume are all done to overwhelm you. She knew how to trigger your trauma response, and she did it all. She is a danger to you. Take care of yourself. OP didn't touch his account for about 3 years after making that update post, but about 2 to 3 weeks from the time of this recording, he came back with more information. There's previous information in my profile concerning a post I made on AITA a few years ago. I came to Reddit about my girlfriend and her knife prank. It's been a long while since, and I was uncertain if I could update here or there or wherever. Roll this back over a decade ago for more background. When I was a preteen, we experienced a home invasion that resulted in my mother and dog dying and left me with a lifelong phobia of knives and anxiety surrounding blood and break-ins. Directly following the break-in, I was unable to handle a knife being pointed at another living creature. My brain caught on to stupid things and connected them to the events and made them into triggers. Mom's perfume, the sound of glass shattering, or a door banging open. Even now, I still hate the song that was playing at the time, but at least it doesn't trigger a flashback anymore. Blood on the beige carpet featured prominently in my nightmares. I worked extensively with a therapist to process what happened and what I'd seen. Recovery took years of therapy, weeks of inpatient care, and medication to help with the nightmares, PTSD, depression, and anxiety. We sold the house as soon as we could. I moved out of state as soon as I could. I kept up with therapy and continued to take my medication. My aversion to knives became something minor in how it impacted my life. I was careful in the kitchen, and my fear was under control in my normal daily life. I didn't go out of my way to interact with knives. It helped that everything seemed to be coming together. I made new friends, I was balancing work and school, and I just met the girl who'd become my first long-term adult girlfriend. I know it was just the honeymoon phase, but it felt like we were progressing well even after the infatuation wore off. We stood together through highs and lows and the mediocre middle ground where there was nothing exciting, just the mundane. I thought that was the marker of a steady relationship, to be able to stick together even after the excitement of a new relationship has faded. We went on a few trips together, driving across state lines to meet her family or flying back to see my dad. On one of our trips, we went camping and my fear of knives was brought up. That led to the break-in being brought up. She seemed to care at the time, even promising to protect me if something ever happened and offering to help install a camera in my apartment. After the camping trip, I don't know if it was always there, and I noticed it more afterward or what, but she started to be more obviously into knives. Practicing tricks in front of me, showing videos to me, and starting a collection. She even asked for a knife for her birthday that year, showing me exactly which one she wanted. Before, she was into camping, into guns, and how to forage, make shelter, purify water, basic survival stuff, and artillery and tanks. She did multiple courses about military history in college and busted out the textbook sometimes if she remembered something she thought I would find interesting. But suddenly, it seemed like her focus was on carving and skinning animals. She was fixated on knife wounds and tricks and collecting and displaying knives. She started doing the tricks more often in front of me, even when sitting next to me on the couch or at the dinner table. She would gesture with the knife without thinking and even point it at me. Again, one of my major triggers is knives pointed at people or animals. She started sending me videos of news clips of other break-ins, or news reports of robberies ending in murder. This was all in between a bunch of other funny videos or pictures, so checking Snapchat became a game of Russian roulette. If I didn't check the links sent through text, she'd keep sending them and ask what I thought. She'd forget she had the knife in hand when she came up to me, sometimes from behind. My nightmares came back. My anxiety got worse. No matter how often I reminded her to please stop playing with the knife in front of me, or at least not next to me, she would always forget after a little bit. Some part of me refuses to believe there's no way she risked bodily harm just to unnerve me. It came to a head when she pulled a prank where she pretended to cut off a finger. We had a huge fight, our biggest one yet. I wish I'd acted differently and hadn't stormed out, but I did. In hindsight, there would be a lot of things I'd change about the time I spent with Nicole. I was so sure I'd just break up with her for good. I don't know why I didn't stay broken up with her. When I did at first, I did it alone because my friend Jack rolled his eyes and called me a coward for wanting to make up. So I did it in a coffee shop instead, hoping the public eye could be my backup. Nicole stared at me with this affronted expression. At that moment, it was as if I couldn't find the words anymore. Her eyes were huge and wide and hateful. Like, I've never seen anyone glare at me like that. She gripped the cup like she would throw it at me. I had it in my head to bolt the second she moved because I could see it so clearly. But then she started crying loudly and kept asking why I would do this to her. She said she hoped I found happiness with someone better since she clearly wasn't enough for me despite doing everything to be a good girlfriend. I felt like shit and people were staring, so I wished her well and asked if she wanted me to call a friend. But she told me to leave her the f alone, so I did. I hate how I handled the breakup, but it felt like autopilot in the moment. In short order, I lost the support of our mutual friends who had become my only friends during my relationship with Nicole, which I understand as they have known her for much longer. Jack actually confronted me and called me a piece of shit for embarrassing her like that in public. He called me trash for leaving her sobbing alone and not even offering her a ride home. He wouldn't listen to my explanations and said I could excuse myself, but everyone now knew what kind of guy I really am. People at work mentioned how sad it was that we broke up. I didn't feel like it was the place to explain my reasoning, and after the confrontation with Jack, I didn't feel like I had a right to. I felt like crap, like a person, and I felt numb. I tried to move on to find a new normal. After about a month of us being broken up, she called me and begged for me to come over to help her. She was scared she'd hurt herself. I went to her immediately. I held her all night and helped her wash her hair after days of not being able to bring herself to. She admitted she'd done a horrible thing and that she couldn't stand how she treated me, that she wished she could go back and change so we could still be together. I didn't know how to address that, so I just stayed with her the whole night. And the next day at work, she came by to drop off a homemade lunch and to thank me for being there for her. I stupidly let myself get sucked back in. I get that it's my fault. Coffee in the morning became dinner and drinks out became movie nights. We went to shows and flea markets together because we still had similar interests. One time, she even noticed a booth with knives and directed us away. And while yes, it wasn't necessary as I could see a knife display and not be freaked out, it was a nice gesture. In the past, she would have gone there and either bought one herself or asked me to buy it for her. This was one of multiple changes that made me think maybe she was truly making an effort, that at the least, maybe we could be friends again. I started to get invited back into the group somewhat. 2 months later, she kissed me. We were both drunk and it didn't go any further. I didn't talk to her about it because I thought she didn't remember, but then she approached me to ask if there was any salvaging us. If she'd proven that she was different now, better even. I thought maybe. I stayed because she really had been so sweet. It was like starting over and we got back together. I was permitted back into the friend group in full, but Jack kept ignoring me, and Crystal was no longer there. And while it was awkward at first, soon enough we were acting like we'd never stop being friends for even a minute. It felt so good to go back to normal. It was like a weight off my chest and I could breathe again. It was nice for a while. She was so careful about the knife thing, and it did feel so normal and steady. Sure, we had small fights, but we always made up shortly after, and she'd be overwhelmingly loving after the fact. It felt like it was before, so it felt normal. I can't pinpoint when it started to creep back, but maybe it was when she started watching documentaries on her phone with the sound up high while sitting next to me. Or when she'd poke or grab me while I was cutting up dinner, then laugh at my startled response. Or she'd scoff if I teared up watching or reading something, then tell me later that it was out of fondness, not exasperation. She would say I really needed to stop reading so much into it. Or she'd yell at me for forgetting something that she never even told me about. And then the next day, she'd get frustrated that I didn't insist properly that she was mistaken. Like it was all small things that on their own weren't even that big of a deal. I didn't feel like I could speak up about it or else I was nitpicking her. In hindsight, I was making excuses and clinging to when she was nice to me, trying to do anything to make sure we stayed happy and without bumps. Part of it was that I knew now that I'd be alone, that no one would understand why I'd throw away a good relationship, and that being with her was the best thing that could ever happen to me. We moved in together 4 months after we got back together. She was hinting around that it was the only way to prove to her that I'd forgiven her, that this was the only way we could move on and be happy. She insisted I move into her place because it was easier to move an apartment into a house than the other way around. It constantly felt like she was dangling that night when she was over me, like one wrong move from me and maybe the next time she wouldn't call for help. When we had fights, she paced through the house flicking a knife, looping from the bedroom to the living room to the office. She also said every single argument was really due to the fact I was holding a grudge over the prank and that we wouldn't be arguing if I just grew up and stopped taking out my trauma on her. She'd tell me not to piss her off because it would be too easy for her to make a mistake, and no one would think twice about what happened. A few times, she'd gone on a rampage and overturned tables and threw glasses into the sink and dishwasher and said we were done for good, only for the next day to blow up my phone, begging me to talk this out, or have her friends encourage me to swallow my pride and go back to her because she's miserable without me. They would say that she was trying so hard, or she'd just wake me with a kiss after making me sleep on the couch as if the night before never happened. If I asked about the night before, the fight would start all over. Yet this time it'd be my fault because she was trying to move on, but I was holding a grudge. The following 10 months or so was the most terrifying, anxiety-riddled period of my life, and I only had myself to blame. Coming home from work, I puked my guts out more than a few times on the way just because I didn't want to go back to her. I felt trapped. She threw away the blanket my mother had knitted me for my crib because it was dirty. It wasn't dirty, it was a knit blanket that had been repaired repeatedly and hand-washed frequently, so she'd accidentally put it through the wash and destroyed it. Then she bought a completely different throw blanket as a replacement and got mad when I didn't consider the matter resolved. She pulled another prank, this time with a fake positive pregnancy test. She scolded me for not being overjoyed because I immediately started panicking about the cost, bringing up a child in our dysfunction, and handling the stress rather than being excited. I feel like she wanted me to be happy so that she could crush my joy, but when I didn't react the way she wanted, she got angry. That night, she threatened me with the knife, pointing it at me and saying she should just snip me right then since I didn't want to have kids with her. Then she held me as I sobbed because I went into a panic. I didn't want her touching me, but I didn't know what else to do but let her touch me and apologize to her. Another time, she put the knife to her own throat during a fight and said I clearly wanted her to kill herself and didn't stop until I screamed at her, begging her to stop. Sometimes when driving, she'd start speeding and swerving or closing her eyes while on the highway and saying my fear meant I didn't trust her. Nicole just kept getting worse by the day. I remember waking up one morning with a moment of clarity. I knew she'd eventually kill me. I was sleeping next to my murderer. It still wasn't enough to push me away. Escaping her orbit seemed like too much, way more than I could handle. Everything I had in me was focused on just surviving day to day. I never knew if she'd break up with me on a whim or pick a fight, or be constantly pushing me closer to a panic attack all night, or if she'd flip and be sweet and caring. I felt like every day was Russian roulette hour to hour. Every word I said or action I did or didn't do was a chance to start a raging fight. She'd tossed out my antidepressants and anti-anxiety medication one night, and then during the resulting argument, she made a big show of forgiving me for raising my voice. I shouldn't have done that. I have no excuse. For weeks after, because I said I wanted to break up during the argument, she would ask if I was going to try to run away every time something went wrong. Is the takeout order wrong? Did I spill a cup of water? Is the streaming service not working immediately? Oh, don't get your panties in a twist and run off. And do I have to worry about you leaving me over this mistake too? Eventually, that tapered off, but maybe once a month during a fight, she would tearfully go to our friends and ask them to mediate. Then, during the meetings, say that I kept threatening to leave her again over nothing and how scared she was of losing me when she didn't know what set me off. More than a few times, she showed me texts from them where her friends were saying how she deserved better and didn't need to put up with me, but she'd tell me I don't listen to them because I love you anyway. She'd slap me and push me during arguments. I could never do anything right because even doing what she wanted without argument or not looking her in the eye could be enough to send her off the rails. Sometimes, as a joke, just in general, one of our friends would pull out a little pack of tissues and hand it over to me in case I'd run out, or make a production of hiding the butter knife at dinner under the napkin. It was humiliating, but if I spoke up, suddenly I was oversensitive and embarrassment, no fun. I had to learn how to deal with adult friendships and jokes, and they'd ask her how she could stand it. As a result, I didn't spend much time with them either. Usually, Nicole would go out with them and I'd stay home, which was the most relaxing I've ever felt during that time. Except for when she started randomly coming home without any notice or timeline. Like saying she'd be home at 6 but then not coming back until midnight or early morning. Or saying she'd be gone until 10 and coming back early at 2 or 3. Or randomly calling the house phone to make sure I was home and then getting angry if she even thought I sounded breathless, accusing me of having left. She started hinting that marriage would be the logical next step, and I was insulting her for not having proposed yet. Then she bought an engagement ring with my credit card and started showing off to all her friends how perfect my choice was. I didn't want to marry her. I felt bad for not wanting to marry her. I wanted us to be happy, and maybe giving her the wedding she wanted would help. In all those months, I never went to sleep feeling safe. I lay awake in bed, hyper aware of how close she was. I would try to go over in my head if I had behaved well enough to keep her happy and what I could do to prevent another explosion. In hindsight, it's sickening how long I let this go on. At the moment, it was just about all I could think of doing. I often woke up with nightmares which would in turn piss her off and set her off in a mood for the next day. But if I suggested sleeping separately, she would rage about how I was calling her a girlfriend. I started to keep a notebook at work and just writing it down. Things she'd done or said, incidents, and what I'd done to set her off. It helped me feel more sane and also more like a moron because I could read back on times she actually hurt me and I still hadn't left. Every time I thought about leaving, I felt sick inside. I'd lose every social contact I had. I would have to find a new place to live. I'd have to bar her from my workplace, but they can't do anything without a restraining order, and that itself felt like a hurdle too. I dropped all my old friends in favor of her and felt like they'd refuse to even talk to me again. I was the idiot who let her back into my life and rekindled the relationship despite overwhelming feedback. I was stupid enough to deserve every bit of what was happening and too dumb to deserve to escape after wasting my previous chances. I hated myself and had frequent fantasies of just ending it all. The worst part wasn't the anxiety and terror though. It was when she was sweet and caring. For example, she always went all out for my birthday, anniversaries, or Christmas with thoughtful gifts. Except for the year when she kicked me out for the evening after throwing some decorations at the wall because they stopped working, for which she blamed me because I put them up. She was sweet and gentle one day or even for a week or two, only to slowly start ramping up the tension until she exploded yet again. She had an uncanny ability to blame me in ways that made me feel responsible for her emotions and for forcing her to react violently. When we drove out to visit my dad for Easter, things started to change. Dad was concerned about how quiet I'd become and that I hadn't come for Thanksgiving or Christmas or even called on New Year's Eve like I used to, that I looked tired, unhappy, and thin. Nicole was on her best behavior the whole time, leaving her knives in the car and trying to get everyone to focus on the engagement ring. But Dad still saw something was wrong. For 3 weeks after, he kept trying to contact me, but she wouldn't let me talk without her in the room. She checked my phone anytime she left me alone and checked the records online to see if I had deleted any calls. Eventually, I managed to get a burner phone and hid it at work, which allowed me to talk to my dad freely. He flew over with my uncle and they helped me gather my stuff from her house. When Nicole started sobbing and begging me to stay, my uncle kept her from the kitchen knives and had his phone ready to call the police if she tried to hurt herself or us. When Nicole started to insist I was taking her stuff too, I just let it go. She got to keep a few sentimental items of mine and the loss hurts still, but the most important ones I could take. Like I was able to get all my documentation and cards out of her house. I didn't even bother with the ring. It was just money and she was already acting up. Uncle drove my car home while Dad had me fly with him. I'm ashamed to admit that the months directly following the breakup were almost worse than the time I spent with her, because I was out of survival mode and couldn't force myself to function the way I used to. I felt like a parasite on my father, unable to get my shit together, falling apart over nothing, being so volatile it frightened me. I'm in therapy again. Sometimes I feel better, like I can see a way forward, but then I feel like I'm back in the thick of it, and I'll never go back to normal and I'm permanently broken. Worse, every time I cry or get triggered or have a flashback, I can still hear her voice in my head calling me over emotional and too sensitive. I'd think to myself that I'd be fine by now if I just got over myself, that what I went through wasn't that bad. She sent mail to my dad's house for a while, threatening letters and pleas for me to see reason and stop overreacting. There were also pictures of us that were sentimental guilt trips. At first, I couldn't get a restraining order right away against her because I moved. Something about the jurisdictions and courts, but when she sent those letters, it helped at least ensure she couldn't continue contacting me. I found my old laptop a while ago, which had the password pre-populated. It wouldn't leave my mind, especially when I read what people were saying. Right now, I'm just rambling to get my head straight, but my messages from you guys were full of people saying how the must be amazing, how guys are willing to do stupid things when they want to stick their dick in something, that I don't have balls or a backbone clearly and I need to man up. Basically, everything I told myself in the past to remind myself of what I did to deserve to be stuck with her. I don't know if I can muster the courage to address any responses to them, but I really just want to tie up this loose end in my life so maybe I can stop rehashing it mentally and finally move on. I might also give my therapist the notebook I kept of Nicole's abuse, but I haven't wanted to even look for it. There's still a box of shit that I haven't opened up because it's all fucked with my head so much. What I wish I knew at the start of all this shit was that any amount of genuine discomfort isn't an acceptable price in a relationship, and you're allowed to stop giving them more chances even if they're trying and seem sorry. You're not obligated to help people change even if you love them, even if they do slightly better. So there is a lot of information to digest. There's no need to victim blame. OP understands that it was his own fault for stepping back into that relationship. I don't think OP went into detail about why he had trauma in the first two posts. So when I heard that part about his mom dying, it made me even more infuriated that his GF was doing all of this stuff to him. To make it worse, his GF knew all the details about why OP had the trauma. I thought at first maybe she didn't know all of the details. And it wasn't until going through this final update was I convinced that this woman was a full-on psychopath. OP had a moment where he said he felt guilty that he had to involve his father and uncle. He definitely should not feel that way. I'm sure 10 out of 10 times his father would always be by his side to help him in his times of need. Just as OP said, no matter what he did on the surface, his dad knew that something wasn't right. That just goes to highlight how much he cared. Those are the relationships we need to nurture, not these toxic ties that will completely up our lives like with OP's GF. That woman needs therapy. In fact, she might need to be locked up. If OP didn't finally get out of that relationship, it would have gotten so much worse. After marriage, the next step would be to introduce kids into the family. Can you imagine how much of a mess OP's life would be if he had children? This first post was created a year ago in the Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Solid Designer 8973. The post is titled, "My family wants me to forgive my brother after he tried to rape my fiance. I, Make 27, met my fiance, 25, almost 7 years ago when we were both studying at college. We met through mutual friends, and about 1 year later, we started dating. She was introduced to my family, and everyone was delighted with her, even my mother, who tends to be somewhat reserved with foreigners. My parents are migrants, and since they arrived in the country where we live, they have always stayed close to the local community, so they are generally very reserved with anyone who is not from our community. It sounds racist, but it is not. At this point, I must mention my brother, aged 29, before the incident. He was my superhero. I always admired him because he was never intimidated by the local children, and because he was always very protective of my sister and me. My sister is 22. He always reminded us that we should never look down just because someone tried to annoy us, and that we had as much right to live here as anyone. When I introduced him to my girlfriend, they became good friends. Time passed, and my girlfriend was quite close to my family, especially my siblings. Given the closeness to my family, it was normal for her to hang out with my other relatives. She would go shopping with my sister and mother. She played billiards with my cousins and me, and she was at every party my family organized. It was at one of these parties in which me and my family ended up very drunk, to the point that I ended up sleeping on the floor of my parents' living room. When the party ended, my girlfriend was behaving very weirdly, and when I asked her what was going on, she told me, "I think your brother tried to kiss me." The surprise that she gave me when hearing those words was so great that any effect of the alcohol disappeared, and I asked her to tell me everything that had happened. She told me that several of the guests went to the roof to drink and to feel the wind or something like that. Little by little, they all left until in the end, only she and my brother were left up there. They drank a while more, and while they were talking, she noticed that he was staring at her. Then, out of nowhere, he bent down, trying to kiss her, but she was faster and dodged it. The atmosphere became very uncomfortable after that, and she left. When she finished telling me what happened, I took her to her house, and later I talked to my brother and asked him to clarify the whole story. He basically told me the same story, but from his point of view, he apologized and said that he was so drunk that he wasn't thinking and that he apologized for doing that. Just remembering that conversation made my blood boil because at that moment, I thought that it had only been a minor incident, something that could be solved with dialogue and establishing some limits. I could never think about what was going to happen next. After what happened at that party, the relationship between my brother and I was uncomfortable. We almost never spoke, and when we did, it was as polite as possible, almost as if we were strangers. The only person who knew what had happened, besides the three of us, was my younger sister. On one occasion, when she and my girlfriend were talking, she asked if she knew why my brother and I had become distant. My girlfriend and I decided not to comment on the rest of my family because we didn't want the relationship to fracture further. A few months after that, my family organized a party where they invited a lot of people, friends, family, and others from our community. It was at that party that my girlfriend and my brother met again. At that point, I thought that enough time had passed since the kiss incident and that it could be the first step for things to return to normal. At some point during the party, I lost track of my girlfriend and started looking for her. I looked for her for a while without seeing her, so I assumed that maybe she was with my sister. But something passed through my head that I decided to look upstairs. While I was going up the stairs, I started to hear strange noises in one of the rooms, and when I opened the door, my brother was pushing my girlfriend against the bed, covering her mouth and trying to put her hand under her dress while she was trying to fight back. I didn't think twice, and as soon as I saw them, I pounced on my brother and started beating him. My girlfriend left the room as quickly as she could and went downstairs to ask for help. When my father and uncles came up, I was still beating the shit out of my brother. His face was full of blood, as were my knuckles. My father was the one who had to separate us, but I kept insulting him and hitting him. In the end, he was able to separate us, and then he took me out of the room while my uncles checked how bad my brother was. Outside the room, my father asked me what the hell had happened to make me act like that. It took me a while to be able to formulate words, but finally, I told him that I had just seen my brother try to abuse my girlfriend. My dad was in shock for a while. He sat on the floor, put his hand on his forehead, and was completely silent for about 10 minutes until my uncles called him because they were going to take my brother to the hospital. After they had taken my brother, I went to look for my girlfriend and found her talking to my sister about what just had happened. I said goodbye to my sister and we left. All the way to our house, she couldn't stop crying. She was confused, angry, and by the time we got home, she kept crying until she fell asleep. That was her routine for a couple of days until little by little she could talk again. In those days, my family kept me informed on my brother's condition. I had broken his nose and dislocated his jaw. My mother was the one in denial, incredulous that her son was capable of something like that. But I didn't think much about it because each person reacts differently in the end. And to a certain point, I understood why my mom was trying to explain my brother's actions. The last thing I heard from him was that after he left the hospital, everyone turned their backs on him for what he did. They fired him from his work and left town. In the following weeks, I cut off almost any contact with the outside world and focused on helping my girlfriend. To say the least, she was handling the situation as best she could. She was still very scared about what had happened and had no energy, but after almost a month of being home, she had to go to work, but she returned after a few hours because she told me that she couldn't stop feeling threatened, that she was in danger and at any moment someone was going to try to do something bad to her. When she calmed down, I suggested that the best thing to do would be to seek professional help. Although the idea did not seem the best to her at first, she ended up accepting it, and it really was the best for both of us. Right after the therapy began, she began to improve, and after almost 2 months in therapy, her therapist suggested that perhaps I should start taking some sessions too. Not only so that I could fully understand my girlfriend's situation and help her properly, but also because she told her therapist that since the incident, I had almost no contact with someone other than her, and that I had never really spoken about how I felt. At first it sounded strange, but I was not going to question the recommendation of her therapist. I was only going because I thought I would be able to let out the little things I had accumulated. I can remember that in the first session I ended up in a mess. I felt so angry not only with my brother, but also with myself. I was repressing what I felt because I didn't stop blaming myself. I should have noticed my brother's behavior, and above all, I felt powerless because I couldn't protect her like I always said I would, and that she was afraid that something like that could happen to her again, and I couldn't help it. After several sessions, things finally started looking better. We both improved our mental state and even decided to take self-defense classes, and a few weeks ago, I proposed to her. When I told my family, everyone congratulated me, but my mother remained a little quiet. When no one was looking, she asked me if we could talk alone later. When we were alone, she told me that she was very happy for me and my now fiance, but she needed to tell me something. That's when she told me that she had been in contact with my brother since the pandemic began. She told me that my brother looked for her to find out if she and my father were okay, asking if he could help them in any way, and that he felt sorry for what he had done. My mother kept telling me things about him until she told me something that almost made me yell at her. She told me, "I think it's time for you to forgive your brother." Before she could continue talking, I left the room, took my keys, and went home. When I arrived, I told my fiance what my mother told me, and she was as upset as I was by my mother's words, and I couldn't believe she said that. In the following days, along with congratulations on my engagement, I also received questions about my brother and whether we had spoken again, and if he had already reconnected and things like that. I tried to ignore these situations as much as possible until 4 days ago when my mother called me saying that she had told my brother about my engagement and that he was coming to town next week because he wanted to talk to me. I argued with my mom because she had no right to tell him something like that. I hung up on her and have had no contact with her since. After that, some relatives told me that maybe my mother was right and that I should give my brother a second chance. I reached my limit yesterday afternoon when my father called me to tell me that I had to be a good brother and at least try. Even my father asked me to forgive my brother for what he did. Suddenly, everyone forgot what he did. That 4 years is enough to forget about what he did, and I honestly can't understand how they can think like that. I honestly don't know what to think about my family right now, just that I'm upset with them and I definitely don't want to see my brother again. I wrote here because I needed to vent and my therapist appointment was postponed. To all those who took the time to read this, I sincerely thank you. English is not my first language, so I apologize for any grammar mistakes, and if anything from my story is not clear, I will reply. Thanks again. Personally, I think it's absolutely disgusting of the family that they're trying to get OP to forgive his racist brother. If this prolongs, I'm sure the family will begin gaslighting him into thinking that it wasn't his brother's fault. Above all else, I think OP's fiancée is the one who should be asked if she can forgive OP's brother, which I honestly doubt. She is the true victim here. If I was in such a situation, I know I couldn't forgive my sibling. I wouldn't want to do it, but if all of my family wanted me to forgive a racist, I would likely go no contact with my family. One user named Aquaventus left this comment: "Please don't let your brother back into your and your fiance's life. He assaulted her twice, and your family believes 4 years is long enough to forgive. Besides, if you do, then what makes you and them believe that your fiancé will forgive him? I highly doubt she will. God forbid your brother assaults her a third time. I'm curious about whether or not you've spoken with your sister about this. I'm asking because God forbid someone treated your sister the way your brother treated your fiancé. I doubt anyone in your family would be so forgiving. Your family is foolish to believe in engagement, and eventually marriage will stop your brother's urges. I hope he hasn't behaved this way with another woman. A reconciliation won't end well for anyone, especially your fiancé. It's time to give your family an ultimatum, you or your brother." About a week later, OP provided an update. "Hi everyone, I really never expected to update, or at least not so soon. The moment I posted, I was doing it because I really needed to vent my feelings somewhere, but I never expected to be treated so kindly by all of you. Thank you. I especially want to thank everyone who sends their blessings and good desires to my fiancé. Also, I want to give some answers to some of your general questions. I don't know if in my previous post I let you understand that I was thinking of forgiving my brother, which I am never going to do, so for clarification, I no longer have a brother. That man died to me 4 years ago. Second of all, not every member of my family is thinking of forgiving my brother. It is the minority of my family that thinks this. I could easily go NC with all of those except for my parents. Also, my sister is on my side. She is the best friend of my fiancé and the only one besides me who knows how much she suffered the first month after the incident. Third, for some of you who asked what I told my mom and dad, I told them that if I knew my brother was in town, I would never speak to them again. Some of you wondered what my brother has been up to. Well, when my mom told me he contacted her at the beginning of the pandemic, he basically moved to the other side of our country, changed his name, and started taking therapy so that one day he could reform. BS. I didn't hear much more, and we didn't care to ask my parents about him, so that's all we know. Someone also asked about why my brother wasn't in jail. The main reason is that I beat up my brother until the point he had to be taken to the hospital. When I consulted a lawyer friend of mine, she told me that if I pressed charges against my brother, he could also drag me with him. I was going to be in jail for some time, and my then girlfriend needed to testify. She wasn't in the best moment for something like that, but my priority at that moment was her. I couldn't help her if I was in jail. The best we had at that time was a restriction order for her. Also, one of the reasons I hadn't posted and updated sooner was because we both got a restriction order for my brother. I hadn't told my parents about this, so if my brother showed up at any moment, they were going to take him to the local police station. Also, some of you mentioned that the attitude that my mom had in these situations is because my girlfriend isn't from our community, but that is not the reason. I can assure you that. So now talking about what everyone expected. Why did I respond to my family? Well, I already had prepared something to say to all of them who were thinking of forgiving my brother, and for my parents to give them an ultimatum to pick between their son, a man who tried to rape his brother's fiance, or me and their daughter. But I realized something else while I was reading the comments of my previous post. I thought of a horrible possibility that might happen. The comments were basically about how my brother was confident enough to try to rape my fiance in a house full of people. Based on my parents' reaction, there was the possibility that my brother had done something like that before, and even worse, that my parents covered it. That question shook my world again. I never thought about that possibility. A few hours after I posted, I told her and asked her if she wanted me to delete the post. But after reading all of the nice comments, she really felt good. When I told my fiance about the possibility of my brother trying or doing things like that to other people in the past, she got a shiver down her spine. We told my sister and then began to ask other members of my family, friends, and members of my community if they had ever noticed anything suspicious about my brother before the incident. So far, no one in my family remembers if my brother had that kind of attitude against family members, but friends are a different story. Some of them remember that my brother was especially kind around friends or girlfriends of other members of my family. Sometimes a little too touchy, but not anything like It wasn't until my sister reached out to the sister of an ex-girlfriend of my brother that she talked about how my brother was really strange around her family, and that since my brother was dating her sister, she noticed she was extremely quiet around him, and she also mentioned that my brother acted too flirty with her. We also contacted an ex-co-worker of my brother. She told us that one night after a company party, she remembered that my brother had taken another co-worker with him, but from what she can remember, she saw that her friend was drunk at that time, and the morning after, she couldn't remember much of the last night. This whole situation made me realize that my brother was never the person I thought he was. After hearing more stories, I am now convinced that my brother is a menace to everyone around him. Since yesterday, everyone involved has gathered all the possible evidence against my brother. When we are ready, we are going to show everything to everyone in our community, on social media, and to anyone we can. I also have to say that I haven't mentioned this to my parents. Tomorrow morning, I am going to drop the bomb along with an ultimatum, and I am also going to tell them that if we find any proof that they covered up his crimes, they are also going to pay the consequences. I will not be able to update for a while, or at least not any big update about these until my brother faces the consequences. This is not how I imagined the weeks after my proposal. But this is something we can't let slide up. My fiance has been there for me in every step, and I have done my best to be for her in all of these. I can't imagine how she feels now, but I am so proud of her. She doesn't fear to face her trauma if that allows her to help others. Again, thanks to all of you who showed your support. The final update was created about 9 months ago. Hi again. I know it has been a while since I last updated, but I wanted to post a complete update once the problem was solved. Once more, I want to thank everyone who sent their good wishes to me, my fiance, and any other possible victim of my brother. Now for the update. While the aftermath is ongoing, I am happy to tell everyone here that my brother is facing justice for his actions. So back when I last updated, my fiance, some friends, and I started to look through my brother's history, searching if he ever abused or tried to abuse any other women. Once the evidence was ready, we made my brother face the consequences. At the end, we ended with the cases of 8 different women, including my fiance, that were somehow molested by my brother. These included ex-girlfriends, ex-co-workers, and 2 actual co-workers of his. I also mentioned that once we were ready, I was going to show my parents what kind of monster they were defending, and that we were going to show everyone the information through social media. But neither of those things happened as we had planned, mostly because our lawyer advised that if I showed my parents the information, there was the possibility that my parents would try to cover my brother's back and plan ahead. I didn't think about that possibility at first, mostly because I wanted to try to knock some common sense into my parents' minds. But at that point, I couldn't trust them because there was the possibility they had covered up my brother's actions before, and that spreading the information through social media was something that my brother could use in his favor by claiming defamation, which basically would complicate things needlessly. So the confrontation with my parents would have to wait. Also, mentioning that during that time, I went completely NC with them because I didn't want them to screw things over and because I couldn't trust them anymore. Now, I have to mention my sister. She took one for the team, and all this time, she pretended to be in a neutral position, while in reality, she was helping me and my fiance. During that time, my sister learned more about what my brother was up to when he was gone. The main things she learned were these. After the incident at the party, my brother basically moved to the other side of the country because he had a friend over there. At that time, my family had common sense and turned their backs on him. When he started to live there, he basically told everyone that his family had disowned him because they found out he was having an affair with his brother's girlfriend. Yes, the fucker had the audacity to tell that story talking about my fiance. As I mentioned before, there was no police file because the night of the incident, I basically sent him to the hospital, and because of that, we couldn't proceed with legal actions without my brother dragging me with him. That's why he was able to get a job and rebuild his life. My brother first contacted my parents at the end of 2021, the worst part of the pandemic in my country. Ever since, he and my mother have maintained regular contact, and she and my father even visited him a few times. And finally, maybe the worst. It turns out that my brother has a daughter. Basically, his daughter was the result of a one-night stand. He got a girl pregnant in April of 2021. They agreed to co-parent because neither of them wanted to get married, and finally, in December of that same year, they had my niece. My brother introduced them to my parents and sister 2 weeks before all the evidence was ready, and when she gave me the notice, it was like a bowl of cold water splashing against my face. At first, I couldn't believe what my sister told me, but she showed me pictures of them. At that instant, my world trembled again because now not only did my family have to face the truth, but also his family. Then I realized that child was another reason to continue to seek justice because we couldn't risk her mom being in contact with my brother. Once again, my fiance and I were there for each other. If this whole situation has been difficult for me, I can't imagine what it is for her. I am able to fully understand how it is to overcome a traumatic experience like what she lived and be able to help others. The bare minimum I can do for her is be with her in every step of this process. Finally, the day arrived. My brother was in my parents' house when the police showed up, and according to my sister, it wasn't pretty. It only took the police knocking on the door for my brother to start running, and the police finally caught him. He tried to fight back, which ended with him being tased and charged with aggression against a police officer. After 2 days in lockdown, my brother was sent to prison during the process of the trial. The trial was a whole process, in and out of court over and over. During the trial, 2 of the women who were assaulted by my brother broke down in tears while they were testifying. My fiancée was able to maintain a straight face during her testimony, but after we were alone, she started sobbing. I started to cry with her, but I was able to calm her. That moment and when my parents and my sister showed up to testify were the moments I broke down. That man was finally facing justice, but he had already done so much damage. I feel like many of the girls won't be able to fully forget. They're forced to learn to live with the trauma. It was the hardest week of my life, but finally, after so much time, my brother was found guilty of 8 charges. He is going to spend the rest of his life in prison. Of course, he tried to at least drag me with him because of the excessive use of self-defense force. But the judge dismissed the accusation. As for my niece, the mother was originally in denial, but after showing her the evidence, she was more than willing to help us. As for my parents and those who supported my brother, it is going to be hard to never see them again. Mostly my parents, but I can't trust them anymore. And while I know I am losing a part of my family, my future seems bright. I have the woman I love, and that's the most important thing to me. Now I feel like a weight has been lifted, not only for me and my fiance, but for all the other women who were harmed by my brother. I can only express my gratitude and my admiration for all those women. Also, for every person who shared a similar story in the comments of my previous posts, I give you my best wishes so that you can live a peaceful life. And for all those who have been afraid to speak, I can tell you that you are not alone. This situation showed me that there are are more good people than bad and that there will always be someone willing to extend their hand to help. I hope that my fiance's story can reach the right ears and help those who need it. I feel that a stage of our life has ended, but in the end, I feel like it is a new beginning for everyone who deserves it. Finding out that OP's brother was a serial rapist was a pretty crazy revelation. When we learned that he claimed OP's fiancée was having an affair with him, my blood was boiling. This scumbag has been living a peaceful life, knowing full well about all of the lives he has ruined. I would have loved to see his face as he ran away from the police. It's good that he got life in prison. There are way too many sexual assault cases that go off with very light punishments. Based on this last update, it seems that OP's parents still support the brother, which is just so weird to me. I understand that it's tough to believe that your own kid is a piece of shit, but all of the evidence was laid out in front of you. The parents need to come to grips that the brother grew up to be a completely different person from who he was as a child. This first story was created over 10 years ago in the relationship subreddit. It's titled, "My brother's sister-in-law, 16 female, accused me, 22 male, of SA. Is it time to cut off contact with my brother, male 28? I live upstairs from my brother and his girlfriend in the same apartment complex. My brother and I were very close. His girlfriend, 21, seemed to like me. I'll call her Betty. They've been together for about 18 months. Her sister, who I'll call Erica, came to visit them in early July, and she was supposed to stay there all summer until school started for her. They grew up mostly in foster care because their parents are addicts. Their dad is in prison and has been for about 15 years, and their mother is pretty much on substances and absent. Her sister lives with foster parents, and when I met her back in July, she told us how she'd been assaulted in foster care on several other occasions. She volunteered this info, and my best friend and I later talked about how it sounds like she's accused a ton of people she's lived with of sexual assault. So we both kind of worried she might someday accuse my brother. One night I came home drunk, and as I was walking up the steps to my front door, I saw Erica sitting on the steps on her laptop. I stopped and said hello for what seemed like 60 seconds. Next thing I know, my brother is up at my apartment the next day asking me what the f I had done. She claims I propositioned her and that she turned me down. Then she said that I groped her and tried to force her into my apartment while making lewd comments. My brother said the cops were called and that I should probably disappear for a while. I stayed. I was dazed and confused about the whole thing, but I waited for the cops and was arrested that evening. My brother said that I was no longer welcome at his place and that he believed Erica. He said that maybe I was too drunk to remember what I'd done. I was arrested and some detectives interviewed me in jail. I spoke to them because I felt I had nothing to hide, but my attorney later admonished me for giving a statement at all. One of the detectives, a lady, really genuinely believed my statement. I found out later that she went as far as to come to my workplace to speak with my boss to tell him to stick with me and to not fire me. She said she would do all she could to prove my innocence. Meanwhile, I was in jail because I could not afford the $100,000 bail. There are cameras all over the apartment complex, and thank God that one of them points toward the steps leading to my front door. I'm in the hole for about $7,000 in attorney fees, only to find that the video shows me walking up the steps, talking to Erica for 7 seconds, then walking into my apartment. I told the detectives that I spoke to her for about 45 seconds to 1 minute because that's how I remembered it. There is no audio available. The video shows Erica stayed on her laptop for about 3 minutes and then walked up the steps, knocked on my door, went halfway down the steps, got back on her laptop for about half an hour, and then went into my brother's apartment for the rest of the night. She chatted with her friend most of the night, and in her chat logs, she mentioned that I came home drunk, said hello, and walked into my apartment. Her chat friend dared her to knock on my door, and she did, but I was passed out by then and couldn't answer. My lease ends in December, so I can't move out until then. I've mostly been staying at my sister's house to stay away from my brother and his girlfriend. When I do see him, he always kisses my ass, telling me how sorry he is for accusing me. He even admitted that Erica accused him of always looking at her ass to his girlfriend. So he says he should have known that the accusation against me was false as well. I spent 8 days in jail and my brother stood by Erica the whole time. My sister wanted to put up her house to bail me out, but I asked her not to because I found out she would lose a 10% deposit if she did that. So instead, she lent me the money to hire an attorney. She never doubted me, and neither did my brother-in-law or my friends. My brother insists that I should have a sit-down with him and his girlfriend so they can apologize. I just want them out of my life. I kind of feel betrayed by my brother, and I've so far cut him out of my life. I don't know if I'll ever get over this. Edit. Want to clarify something, I never lived with my brother. I lived in my own apartment upstairs from theirs. My lease is on my own apartment. When he said I wasn't welcome at his house anymore, he meant that I shouldn't come over to visit like I often did. He was saying if they don't arrest you or you get out on bail, don't come over to my place. Also, the cops were supposedly told the cameras didn't work at first, which was the same thing the manager told me about a year ago. The cops say they didn't find out that that particular camera was working and recording and that the footage was available in an online database until 5 days after my arrest. But then it took them 36 hours to review the video, which really frustrates me, but my attorney says that that's not a long time. It's apparently normal for them to take so long to review video footage. I think I could have done it in 36 minutes, but that's just me. TLDR, my brother stood by my accuser. Now, I never want to speak to him again, even though he keeps apologizing. I totally understand OP for wanting to cut his brother out of his life. I also understand his brother's reasoning for siding with Erica, but nevertheless, shouldn't you know your own brother better than that? Something much greater than a simple apology is needed here. I don't know if any legal action can be pursued here, but that girl is headed down a bad path that's just going to endanger so many more people. She's just 16, and according to OP, she has falsely accused a bunch of people in the past of SA. There is something very wrong with this girl. OP also told us that both he and his brother were aware of the false accusations, yet OP's brother was so quick to agree with her. OP didn't provide any updates through posts, but he did respond to several comments under his original post. One user named KCIdol2002 said, "He obviously didn't have your back and let you sit in jail for 8 days. Seriously, what type of brother does that? You should cut him out entirely unless he cuts the sister, Erica, out of their lives. Be stern about it, but don't make a spectacle. Just leave and let your brother be." OP responded with, "I really feel like you're right. He did cut Erica out of his life. At least that's what he says, but it's his girlfriend's sister, so I don't think it's permanent. I think they're hoping I'll get over it and then bring her back. I won't make a spectacle. I try to understand him, but I can't. If, for example, my best friend had been accused, I would have stood by him just because his reputation is such that he would never do something like that. In fact, that's what my best friend told me while I was in jail. He kept coming to see me and reassuring me that he believed me just because of my character. He never doubted me. It's like he's more my brother than my own flesh and blood." Another user named CritFailingLife made a comment about how he is facing a similar feeling of losing a loved one. "I feel your pain. At least part of it. While there are no siblings-in-law doing crappy things and no arresting, my relationship with my sister has changed a lot since she got serious with her husband. She was my best friend our whole lives. But now, the longer she's with him, the less of her is still there. He's possessing her body. Seriously, it feels like she's a zombie or like she's dead, and someone else has taken over her body sometimes since the person I knew was gone. But I still see her at family functions. I don't really like the person she is now, and I'm honestly not sure I respect her very much anymore. Growing apart from siblings sucks, and I'm sorry that you're not only going through that, but also dealing with the expense, trauma, and disruption this whole mess has caused. I think for me, the thing that's helped the most in coming to terms with it was a couple on a TV show I saw a while back. Person 1 said, "People change," and person 2 said, "Yeah, but they never change back." For some reason, it clicked then, and I finally got that even if they break up and she refines herself, she won't be the same. She may come to have a lot of similarities to the way she was, and I may be better friends with some future incarnation of her than with any previous ones, but she will never again be the person she used to be. It still hurts a lot, and I still long to tell the version of her that isn't there anymore about exciting or sad things that happen, especially since we live in the same area and have a very close family with lots of family gatherings, so we see each other all the time. But I'm having an easier time not dwelling on it since it really clicked that the possibility of her snapping out of it just isn't there. I hope things will eventually find a way to work out between your brother and you. This next post was created about a week ago in the Estranged Adult Kids subreddit by user 3right3. The post is titled AITAH for going no contact with my family. I, 21 male, recently went no contact with my family. I'm in college and on track to graduate next spring. Hopefully, I'll get a job in my field in a nearby city and build my life the way I want. I went no contact with my family for several reasons, the main one being that I hated myself. But before I really get into it, I need to give some context. I was not a perfect child. I'll be the first to admit that. I screwed up like normal kids, but I tried to be better. I adored my family, especially my parents. I would do anything for them. I loved them so much. As I got older, however, it felt like that love wasn't reciprocated. My dad flat out didn't want to spend one-on-one time with me. He'd rather watch TV or spend time with my sister. When I asked him to teach me something or play a game with me, he would get visibly frustrated, and it made me feel guilty for asking. My mom was a bit different. I would ask her to do things with me, like watch a TV series or bake something. We'd start the process, but it would never follow through. Something would always come up, and our planned time was pushed to the side. This wouldn't bother me as much, except that my sister was raised very differently. My dad adored her and spent time with her whenever she asked. They had several mobile phone games they played together, among other things. Same with my mom. They watched several shows together, entire seasons in the span of a week. Of course, this hurt, but I just pushed my feelings down and told myself they would do something with me next time. After years of this, I became accustomed to spending entire afternoons and nights in my room, working on schoolwork or enjoying my own company. Pretty soon, I began to get in trouble for quote-unquote abandoning the family. I should also mention that arguments in my family were not normal, or so I've been told. There were yelling matches in which I would often stand in front of my parents and be verbally berated for hours on end. I can recall several arguments that lasted over 6 hours. During this time, anything was fair game. If they didn't like my grades or felt I didn't do my chores properly, they were always brought up. I was even told that my body wasn't right before. They would put me on a rigorous exercise and meal plan as a result. I have a very fast metabolism and never weighed more than 150 pounds. In November, it all culminated. It felt like we were having long arguments every day. At one point, very hurtful things were said. I had my college dorm at this point, which was paid for by scholarships, but I had only stayed in it for about 2 nights. My dad was very angry and asked if I could stay at the dorms over Christmas break. I told him I didn't know, and he said it might be wise to figure that out. This hurt because it made me feel like he didn't want me home over Christmas. A few days and arguments later, my parents came to the conclusion that they were going to drop me off at college and I could sleep at my dorm instead of coming home every night. Keep in mind that my parents' house was less than 15 minutes from college and I couldn't drive because of medical reasons. Basically, they were sending me to my college and forcing me to stay there until I changed my attitude and bent to their way of doing things. This was the week before Thanksgiving break. I stayed that entire week, extremely depressed and confiding in no one. I was confused as to why I was so messed up. Why didn't they even want to be around me, and why I couldn't just act like they wanted me to. During this time, I was also able to hang out with my friends more, partly because I wanted to distract myself, and partly because I had nothing else to do. They figured something was wrong because I never had this time or permission to hang with them before, but they didn't dig too much into it. I enjoyed my new freedom so much that I decided to stay the next week too. This is when my parents started to play the victim card. I wasn't spending time with the family over Thanksgiving and was becoming selfish. We also had a Disney trip planned for the first week of Christmas break, and they asked if I was going to waste their money then too. Eventually, they started talking to me like an adult, and I started to soften towards them. This was a bad idea in hindsight, but I decided to go on the trip with them after I had finished my finals. The first part of the trip went great. They were treating me with respect, and I was treating them the same way. We were laughing and having a great time. As the trip went on, their attitudes started to change. At one point, while waiting in a long line for a ride, my mom decided to have an argument. She asked why I got in a car with a random stranger while I was living at the dorm. First off, it was a taxi at the grocery store. I can't drive and I needed to get groceries to eat. Second off, why is she spying on me? Why does she need to know everything I'm doing? I'm not living under her roof at this time. It was really weird. This discussion brought up a lot of painful memories and I shut down. It would have been really weird for a 20-year-old male to cry in line at Disney World, so I just bottled up the emotions. Then I was blamed for ruining the trip because I couldn't have a simple conversation. This situation happened for the remainder of the trip and the ride home. I asked them to take me to the dorm when we got back. I stayed there, depressed and losing my mind. I couldn't see any of my friends because they all went home for Christmas. I spent Christmas alone and sad. This same family begged me to go to Christmas events so they wouldn't look bad, but I didn't. I eventually went home a few days after Christmas to give them their gifts and to celebrate my mom's birthday. It went about the same. The first few days went well, and then the arguments happened again. I returned to my dorm on January 2nd and have not been home since. I have been extremely depressed but have been building myself back. Music is my coping mechanism. I have a severe inner critic and the music drowns out the voices. I've told a few of my close friends about my situation and they support me. I know I wasn't a perfect child, but I don't think the things I did warranted the intense arguments every day on top of the emotional manipulation and punishment. It still hurts. I still see them every now and then because they find ways to show up. My dad literally camped in front of my dorm window for hours just because he could. I'm trying to be better, but sometimes I wonder AITAH for cutting them off. After reading all of that, I just don't understand why OP's parents are treating him this way. Clearly, they are capable of being loving parents. OP stated that his sister seems to be loved. This led me to think that maybe it was because OP's parents always wanted a girl, but this doesn't make too much sense. The reason is that OP said that the neglect started as he got older, so I can only assume that he was treated normally during his childhood. I want to believe that there is a logical explanation to explain their behavior, but based on what we have from OP, there doesn't seem to be one. I think deep down the parents do care for OP, otherwise the mom wouldn't bother keeping tabs on him and the dad wouldn't camp outside his dorm. It's strange behavior, but I feel that those are clear signs that they somewhat care. Or maybe I'm entirely wrong and the two are just gaslighting assholes. Just to be clear, I'm not saying that OP deserved to be treated that way. I just wanted to see if there may have been a reason for the mistreatment that was caused a long time ago. The more I think about it though, the more I believe that the parents are just bad people and they will likely switch up on the daughter at some point as well. One user named RightSideUp left the following comment under OP's post. "No one deserves the treatment you got and you deserve so much better. I'm a Disney fan and I've been witness to many arguments at the park. A grown adult should not start fights at Disney in a crowd of people. I guarantee you everyone there knew who the problem was and it wasn't you. It sounds like you gray rocked perfectly. Camping outside your dorm is his way of throwing a temper tantrum. I had to have a lawyer send a cease and desist letter to stop my parents from contacting me when I went no contact. They were nearly 80 at the time. It doesn't get better and it never stops unless you stop it by leaving. And you did. Good job protecting yourself and doing a better job at parenting yourself than your actual parents did. Up until now, your parents have had all the control over you. Now they've lost that. They can't even use paying for college to control you because you have a scholarship. They will try anything they can think of to get you to come back, camping outside your dorm, being nice to you for a period of time, etc. I swear toxic families all use the same playbook. If you were to go back eventually, things would return to the default toxic pattern and you'd be left hurt once again. Later, on the same day that the first post was created, OP made an update. First of all, I want to thank everyone for your overwhelming support and kind words. It means a lot to me. I've received many questions and suggestions, so I thought I'd address some of the main points here. Several people suggested I get a DNA check to confirm if my dad is my biological father due to the disparate treatment between my sister and me. I come from a very religious household, so if my dad wasn't my biological father, it would be something I'd know about. Additionally, I've been shown pictures of him as a kid and there's a strong resemblance between us. So I'm 99% confident he is my biological father. Many of you suggested seeking therapy to help unlearn the harmful lessons my parents taught me and to help process my feelings. I've checked with my college and they offer free counseling services, which I plan to utilize for the remainder of the summer. To those who asked about my relationship with my sister, it's complicated. We were constantly pitted against each other and compared in every aspect, from our personality and grades to our friends. This comparison and competition created a lot of tension and resentment between us. It wasn't just that my parents treated her better, but they also used her achievements to highlight my perceived failures, which made our relationship strained. I don't talk to her either. I have taken steps to secure my financial independence. I locked down my bank account and got my first credit card to start building my credit. This is in preparation for when I need to get an apartment after graduation. I've also been asked about my current situation and how I'm supporting myself. I got my first part-time job this past semester at an escape room within walking distance of my dorm. I've learned how to run all the rooms, work the front desk, and I'm currently training to be a team manager. I love this job and my co-workers. Recently, I also got a second part-time job as a student assistant within my major's office. I plan to use my paycheck from this job for daily necessities while saving all the income from the escape room. I'm trying to set myself up the best I can for after I graduate because I will only have myself to rely on, nobody else. Thank you again for all your support and advice. It means the world to me. This has been incredibly challenging, but I'm determined to focus on my future. I'm committed to finishing college, finding a job in my field, and building a life where I'm surrounded by people who love and respect me. I've started to build a support system with friends who feel more like family. I'm very happy that OP seems to have his path figured out. The suggestion to get a DNA check was smart. I didn't think about it, but it's definitely a possibility for what is causing the resentment. OP did say that he is 99% confident that they are truly father and son, but nevertheless, I think that it would be smart to do at some point down the line. It really sucks that OP can't even have a relationship with his sister. The parents are so toxic to the point where they're pushing the two to compete against each other. Perhaps there's something else occurring in the lives of the parents that OP is not aware of, and their treatment towards OP is a way for them to forget their own shortcomings. I'm grasping at straws here, but there really seems to be no good reason as to why the parents are so toxic. But regardless, it's best for OP to move on from them and create a life where he is surrounded by those who genuinely care for him. This story was made in 2018 by user Reservoir Cat and was posted in the Just Know Family subreddit. The post is titled, "My SIL wants to be pregnant with my baby." Backstory: I have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It is a genetic incurable connective tissue disorder. While I don't have the most deadly symptoms of the illness, I do have some pretty rough ones, including joint dislocations under mild stress, chronic pain, and heart and gastrointestinal problems. Basically, it's not something I would wish on someone else. Because of this, I can't safely have children. There is a very real danger of uterine rupture during pregnancy. There is also a high chance of my potential child inheriting this condition. It's likely they could be even worse off than I am. My husband also has some milder chronic health issues that could be inherited. So my husband and I came to the difficult but necessary decision not to have children biologically. We're honestly at a point where we don't know if we want children at all. We are both very willing and open to adoption, but children with both of us being ill might not be the most responsible decision. My whole family was fine with this. They were even proud of us for being responsible. His parents were disappointed, but in a sane, understandable way, and they have been supportive of our decision overall. His older sister lost her goddamn mind. She didn't fly off the handle and start screaming at us. No, that would be too obvious and normal for an angry reaction from her. Instead, she planned. First step of her plan: pretend nothing was wrong and continue to talk about the issue as if it didn't exist. She kept insisting on talking about when you two have a kid or when I'm pregnant. We were very uncomfortable with it, but didn't raise hell about it at first, just in case she misunderstood. We finally got tired of it, and my husband explained it again to her in plain terms. We aren't having kids. She took this as a challenge. Not getting pregnant doesn't mean not having kids according to her. Did she go the annoying yet sensible route and start talking about whether we decided to adopt? Of course not. She brought me brochures about surrogacy and said she was going to be the one to carry our baby. This was not a simple offering and not something to consider. She was 100% going to do it. After I picked my jaw up off the floor, I cautiously thanked her for her concern, but explained again that the risk of me having a child with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome wasn't worth the risk to me. I don't want to bring a child into the world who lives with the same pain, symptoms, and difficulties that I do or worse. But she didn't stop no matter what I told her. She went behind my back to my husband, who's her brother, and he lost his shit. He was completely grossed out by the idea of his sister being pregnant with our child, and he told her how disgusted he was that she kept forcing this idea of us having children on me, but she didn't stop. Every time we've been around her since then, she waits for me to go to the bathroom or something and she brings it up to him again. I wouldn't even trust her to babysit our hypothetical child, let alone be pregnant with it. Back when we were considering having kids, despite the obstacles, we mentioned potential boy names we had picked out. To this, she faked vomited and said, "Boys are the worst babies. You should have a girl." Yet, she has 2 sons. I'm sick and tired of her behavior and just wanted to vent quickly about it. My husband says that if she does it one more time, we're cutting her out of our lives, and I hope he means it. Edit. My husband reminded me that she flipped the out that one time we suggested that if we adopt, we might do so transracially. Basically, we as a white couple adopt a child of color. That should give you a good idea of what a piece of work she is. A little over a week later, OP provided us with an update. Well, a few days ago, we went to lunch with my SIL and very logically confronted her with our concerns. At first, everything seemed okay. She's nodding at the right times and saying the right things, and eventually, she even says she's sorry. Not very convincingly, but in the way we expect of her. So, we relax a little. Maybe we blew her craziness out of proportion and we're just misjudging her. We were absolutely wrong. During lunch, she starts insulting my husband for our taste in movies. We like horror films, but she hates them. She starts insulting his hair, insulting my clothing choice, and just being a jerk. Her exact words were, "You don't have enough boobs for that shirt." The real cake topper to all this was her grabbing my hands and saying, "It's not fair that you can't have kids." I was like, "Aw, that's a sweet sentiment." And then she said, "Because I wanted to see how fat you get so badly." What the f? We finish our food and stop hanging out with her early because she's acting totally uncalled for. We go home and for a few days have blessed radio silence from her until last night. Last night, she showed up at our house at 9 p.m. demanding to come in so she could try to play video games. In her words, she wanted to be more understanding of why you like that stupid shit so much you'd get a tattoo of it. My husband got a Borderlands Vault symbol tattoo a few weeks ago. Now, you have to understand, I had a very bad day yesterday. My pain levels from the Ehlers-Danlos were really high. My shoulder is still not entirely in the socket correctly, and I made very painful clicks all day yesterday whenever I moved it. My ankles were swollen, my knee kept clicking out of place. The rib that dislocated 5 years ago and has never settled right was and is sore, and on top of everything else, I had cramps. I had not properly built my ladder to happiness yesterday, despite a combination of doing nothing but surfing the internet and eating copious amounts of chocolate. For the first time in my entire marriage, I lost it on my sister-in-law. I never cursed at her, but I told her she was crazy for thinking I would let anyone into my house this late without any announcement. I told her she could leave unless she was here to apologize for how she'd been treating both of us. My husband echoed my sentiment and asked her what she thought this would accomplish. She started fake crying and said that she just had nobody. She lives with her husband, their 2 kids, and her and my husband's parents. She also has contact with one of the 2 other insane siblings that we are completely no contact with. Meanwhile, my husband and I live with our 3 cats. That's it. But because we managed not to scare all our friends off by being crazy and bitter, we're the bad guys. Eventually, we tell her that if she keeps shrieking, one of the neighbors will call the cops on her, and she pouts and starts talking at an acceptable volume. She keeps talking to my husband, saying I've changed him from a doormat to a real boy, and that's why she's really angry, and that he always picks me over her, and a bunch of other shit about how terrible I am. Finally, I go upstairs and let them argue it out. A few minutes later, she leaves and my husband comes upstairs and says that unless something major happens, we're done with her. I'm relieved, but at the same time, I don't believe for 1 second that she's done with us. She's never done anything like this before. This is the first time that she's been to our house since we bought it. Something snapped and now I'm worried. We thought of getting cameras because of our long battle with the HOA, but now we may need them for her. At least I have my husband standing up for us. He used to let her walk all over him. That's why she's really pissed, I think, because she doesn't have her little puppet anymore. OP's sister-in-law is insane. Obviously, there's the fact that she doesn't seem to have an issue with carrying her biological brother's child. That's absolutely disgusting. Then the fact that she is even willing to put herself through that kind of pain for someone else's child just seems off to me. Cutting her off is definitely the best decision here, but like OP said, simply cutting her off probably isn't going to stop her. Fast forward by another 3 months, we get an update from OP. Hi y'all, long time, no talk. This incident happened last month, but I've been so busy and sick that I never wrote it up until now. For a long while, there was radio silence. It was amazing. Anyways, we were one day out in the neighborhood after work, minding our own business at Michael's craft store. And who do we run into but my SIL? At first, she's all smiles, completely ignoring the past several months of us profoundly ignoring her. She's talking to her brother, completely ignoring me, until finally she takes one good hard look at my stomach. Important note, I am on a ton of medication. One of the side effects of many of them is weight gain. She squeals loudly and declares to the entire holiday decor department, "You're pregnant, oh my god." She then chokes me in a very painful full body bear hug with my arms awkwardly pressed into my sides. People around are looking, vaguely smiling at the happy news. Finally, she let me go and I managed to choke out. I'm not pregnant, I just gained some weight. I'm clearly embarrassed and the people near us are scattering quickly, clearly embarrassed as well. SIL is clearly rebooting her entire brain system. She asked, "You aren't pregnant?" I said, "I can't get pregnant. We've been over this." She said, "My offer still stands." It was then that my husband decided to whisper to her about his procedure and the fact that, no, her offer didn't stand. We are not having children. Unless she forges some adoption papers and somehow manages to get us a baby without us ever appearing in court, we are not having kids. She flipped shit in the Michaels. She started screaming at him about how we ruined the family, how I was a family wrecker, how I lied to my husband before we got married about wanting kids. I didn't lie, things just changed. She did this all while taking Halloween decorations off the racks and hurling them at me. Some of them ended up breaking on the ground, and one caught me in the shoulder. Loss prevention/security arrived and asked her to leave, threatening her with the cops if she didn't. Thankfully, she seemed to gain a modicum of sanity for a moment and stomped off, leaving us embarrassed and me crying. My husband gave the Michaels employees his sister's information, and they ended up giving us a gift card for our clear distress, which they totally didn't have to do. Anyway, I have no idea if SIL had to pay for the she broke, but I do know she is now banned in that Michaels. I also got a restraining order. I heard from their parents that the meltdown over her fit was quite epic. We haven't heard anything from her since, except that she's stealing my parents-in-law's mail, including the gift cards we sent for their birthdays. OP and her husband disappeared for a couple of years before making another update in 2020. I posted here a very long time ago talking about my difficult sister-in-law and her push for my husband and me to have children despite our chronic health issues and lack of desire for children. We cut off contact with her after she had what turned out to be a bipolar episode of some sort and attacked me in a store. We got a restraining order and it expired. Foolishly, we decided to end our no contact after about a year. For a good while, she behaved better. We still dealt with her passive-aggressive behavior, but we do love seeing our nephews. My mother-in-law and stepfather-in-law also live with SIL, her husband, and their children, making things less tense when we saw them. My husband's 32nd birthday was earlier this month. I honestly have to say it was one of the worst celebrations I have ever experienced. For starters, I asked about cake. I am not a professional baker, but I am an excellent baker. My husband wanted a specific type of cake, so I asked SIL if she wanted to either help me buy ingredients or if there was a separate cake she and her kids wanted. She told me she'd take care of the cake. I asked my husband what he preferred, and he said to just let her get the cake. SIL also told us that she'd buy the food to grill out. Sounds good to us. On the day of my husband's birthday, we got a mysterious package we did not order from a bakery in New Jersey. We live in Tennessee. At first, we assumed it was from my father-in-law who lives in New York, but it would be very odd as he is recovering from COVID and had already sent my husband an emailed gift card for his birthday. His sister calls us around that time and tells us that's the cake she ordered. We're weirded out that she didn't warn us that she was sending a refrigerated cake. We could have left it on the porch to melt since the deliverer didn't knock. We went over to her house that evening with the cake. No grilling, only pizza. Okay, that's fine, but all of the pizza has onions or mushrooms, both of which I am highly allergic to, which she knows. And she didn't order anything I could eat at all. My 15-year-old nephew literally had to take pity on me and make me toaster waffles. My husband was unhappy, but so much weird stuff was going on that neither of us felt comfortable confronting her about this. His parents also said nothing because they were refusing to come within 10 feet of everyone due to social distancing. Then it starts getting worse. My SIL spends the night berating her sons for anything and everything. My older nephew cut the pizza wrong. Younger nephew dropped his soda. Everything was wrong. We finally ate the cake and it was terrible. It was genuinely disgusting and she could tell we didn't like it, which made her freak out and complain about how much she spent on it, which was over $100 before shipping. WTF was she thinking? Then she said to my husband that he better like the cake since that's all she was getting him. That obviously hurt his feelings because while he's okay with not getting a present, her complete dismissal of his feelings over hers is a huge hallmark of their relationship. Eventually, I got enough of her mistreating my husband and my nephews and told her quite simply to calm down and treat them with more respect. I believe my exact words were, "Would you be happy to be spoken to like that?" She flipped on me, kicked us out of the house, and as we were leaving, she pulled and kicked my cane out from under me and pushed me off of a raised porch into her rose bush, her thorned rose bush. I start crying and freaking out from the pain and being stuck. My husband was trying really hard to get me out. Everything is a blur. We run to the car once I'm free and leave. We went home instead of the ER because we had been recently and could not afford to go again, and most of the wounds were shallow. She called us the next morning and told me her husband had been exposed to COVID, which they knew about for several days, but didn't tell us. Thankfully, we tested negative, but considering all my health issues and the fact that my husband has a deformed lung, we could have literally died from it if we got it. I'm so done, you guys. I'm not sure if it's fair to blame anyone besides the SIL herself, but how did she become the way she is? Is it because of her parents or something else entirely? This was the final update we got from OP regarding this situation, so I'm not sure what ended up happening to the relationship between everyone. I'm curious on whether OP decided to press charges. The woman literally pushed her into some thorn bushes. Our first story was posted all the way back in 2015 in the relationship subreddit. The user is named BastardDaughter94149. The post is titled, "My dad and half-siblings are not allowed to speak to me because I am the product of his affair. It hurts me and is affecting my self-esteem." When my mom was 20, she had an affair with my dad, who had been her math teacher in high school. Their relationship only started after she was a legal adult and graduated, but I do agree that it is creepy. My dad was and still is married. He has kids and is around 20 years older than my mom. 6 months into their relationship, my mom got pregnant and decided to keep me, even though my dad tried to get her to have an abortion. He then came clean to his wife. In order to stay married, his wife told him that he could never see me or my mom again. They then kept me secret from the rest of my family. My dad pays child support, but that is the only contact I have ever had with him. My mom told me the truth when I was 11 and she thought I was ready to know. Before anyone says anything about her character, my mom readily admits she made a huge mistake carrying on with my dad and was immature and naive. She never makes me feel like a mistake though. We don't have a lot of money at all, but my mom is my best friend and makes so many sacrifices for me. 3 months ago, I was contacted on Facebook by a senior at a high school half an hour away from where I live. He introduced himself as my older half-brother and said he was contacting me because he just found out I existed and wanted to get to know his younger sister. We talked nearly every day for a month. He told me all about my half-sisters, my aunts and uncles, and my grandparents. I look just like my sisters, and my brother and I are similar personality-wise. For the first time, I felt like a part of a big, happy family. My mom was estranged from her parents and brother, so it had only been the two of us my whole life. As a kid, I always wanted a big brother, so this felt like a dream come true. I also hoped that someday I might get to finally meet my dad. We were just starting to make plans to meet up in secret when he left his Facebook open on their computer, and his mom found the messages to me. She threw a fit and threatened to leave my dad, as well as kick my half-brother out of the house and not pay for his college. My half-brother told me all of this in a really apologetic final message, telling me we couldn't speak anymore, but he said he was really unhappy about it and wished me the best. When I asked him if my dad had said anything to defend me, he said no. I feel worthless and like I am not worth being anyone's daughter. I didn't ask to be born. Why does my dad's wife blame me? I just want a proper family. Though this hurt before, when I found out the truth, talking to my brother and being so close to being whole, only to have that taken away felt like a cruel tease. I also feel like I can't tell my mom any of this because it would hurt her that I place such importance on my dad and his family. Does anyone have any advice on how to cope with this? TLDR, I am the result of my dad and my mom having an affair so he can stay married, and my dad is not allowed to have any contact with me. My half-brother found out about me and contacted me, getting my hopes up, but my dad's wife found out and has banned him from speaking with me as well. I feel like my entire existence is dirty. Please help me deal with these feelings. I feel really bad for OP, and she shouldn't call herself dirty. The reason she is not wanted around by her dad's wife is because she serves as a reminder of that affair, which is understandable. And I don't think it's exactly right to say that the wife is in the wrong. It's more so the father is the one in the wrong for having the affair in the first place. Now he has to deal with the current circumstances. OP shouldn't be blamed, OP's mother shouldn't be blamed, and I don't think the wife should really get much hate either. Although, if someone did want to argue that she is being a bit cruel for not allowing the father to have any contact at all, I would understand. But the good news is, OP's half-siblings seem like good people. Once they are all grown up and independent, OP may still be able to have that big family she always wanted. I'm sure at some point they can all come together. Some of you might also want to put some blame on OP's mother, but I genuinely think that most of that blame should still be set on the father. Keep in mind, while their relationship didn't really start until OP's mom was legal, the father was still her teacher, which in my mind is still kinda messed up. Less than a week later, OP provided an update. I know it's been a short amount of time since I last posted, but so much has happened already. First of all, the advice I got gave me the courage to tell my mom what had been happening. She was a bit hurt that I did not think she was enough. Not true at all, but I understand why it would come off that way. But I was even more upset that I had been feeling so badly about myself. I told her the morning after I posted before school, and she let me take the day off and took me out to lunch so we could talk about everything and rehash my feelings. She was glad I'd come into contact with my half-brother and said he sounded like a nice boy. She also said we couldn't talk anymore but understood why and did not blame him. The next day after we spoke, she told me that she thought I could use talk therapy. Apparently, she had seen one briefly when I was a baby and it helped her a lot. We couldn't get an appointment for soon, but in 3 weeks I will see a therapist for the first time. Now, for this next part, I will use names for the most part since there are many people, so it could get confusing otherwise. One comment in the last post stuck out to me. It said I could make a fake account of some sort and talk to my brother Ryan. I was kind of nervous about getting Ryan in trouble, but I did want to say a proper goodbye. During our last conversation, I was in shock and upset, so I didn't get the chance to tell him how much I appreciated him talking to me. So I found a way to do that and almost immediately found a really obvious way: Instagram. I made a fake one and messaged his account, telling him I didn't want to get him in trouble, but that it meant the world to me that he went out of his way to find me and that I loved him. I told him he didn't even have to reply, but Ryan did respond to me. He told me he loved me too and that he wanted to talk again when he was in college. He told me something else though. He told our older sister Haley about me a couple of weeks after he found me and that he thought she'd respond if I reached out to her. I have another older sister, Sarah, but she's a huge daddy's girl, so Ryan was afraid to tell her. Ryan said that she was nervous and shy about contacting me, so I should make the first move. He gave me Haley's school email and I sent her something telling her who I was. This morning, I found Haley's long, kind, and loving email in my inbox. She is 20 and goes to college 10 hours away. She told me how happy she was to hear from me. Haley also shed light on my biological dad and his wife. The biggest reason why she was so receptive to me was that she was already used to the idea of him cheating. When she was very young, she and Sarah had a best friend for years. Then one day when Haley was around 10, my sisters abruptly weren't allowed to hang out with her anymore or talk to her at school. When she was 18, Haley's mother told her that the reason why was that my dad and the friend's mom had been having an affair and had been caught. Ryan doesn't know this. Haley also told me that she remembers a lot of times when she was in high school when our dad and her mom almost divorced, and that they actually separated for 2 years when she was a kid. From the tone of her email, Haley does not seem to like our dad very much, and I understand why. She also told me she doesn't think telling Sarah about me right now is a good idea since she will just run to their mom with the info and make things horrible at home, which will affect Ryan the most. However, she gave me the home address of my Aunt Jolene, my dad's younger sister. Apparently, Jolene is estranged from my dad and his wife, but still talks to my half-siblings, so she is an ideal person to contact. Thank you so much, Reddit, for helping to give me the courage to reach out and make all these family connections. I feel a bit selfish doing it, like I could be forcing my way into their lives, but they do seem happy to talk to me. I have one piece of sad news, however. Haley also told me that within the 2 months Ryan and I were out of touch, my paternal grandmother was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. She had been having memory problems for a year before the diagnosis, but the family is still very sad. However, I don't know if I should try to talk to my grandparents now. They have a lot on their plate, as does the rest of my extended family. I don't want to be a bother. TLDR, I'm going to get therapy and with the help of some of the advice in the last post, managed to establish contact with my half-sister. I also could be put in contact with my paternal aunt. Then about 2 weeks after that update, we get another update post. I wasn't originally going to update again, but I am in an emotional hole. Also, I saw the therapist I told you about on Thursday. I also have a few questions that I could use advice on. I was told last time to delete my account and posts. I will probably do that after this one, but I just need help. April 4th was my 15th birthday, and 2 days before that, I got a birthday card in the mail with a Starbucks card from my dad's family. It's not signed by him or anyone in particular, just from the last names. Also included with the card was a handwritten letter from my stepmom. Since this sub doesn't allow links, I've written it out here. If anyone wants me to send them a picture, just PM me. Dear OP, I have no nice way to say this to you, so I apologize if this comes off as harsh. Just know that I am writing as a wife and mother. I am trying to appeal to any common decency you may or may not have. My daughter told me she is in contact with you, and she has done that only to hurt and punish me because of issues that are none of your business. Please don't let her do that. I don't know if you were raised with any understanding of family in your household, but in our family, we put the good of others over our own selfishness. Honestly, you are being very selfish in trying to get to my husband. He has provided for you these past years, and honestly, I'm hard-pressed to know what else you could possibly want. Please, OP, we were happy and at peace before you decided your own wishes mattered more than our ability to sleep well at night. I know you are young and young people are not the most empathetic, but I hope you will listen to me now. Stay away from my family. You are causing us nothing but pain. Signed, Dad's wife. I know it seems unreal, which is the main reason why I'll send a picture to anyone who wants one, and I'm still stunned that this was sent to me. A, who the hell does this? B, this has made me feel devastated and horrible. C, I'm really angry about her passive-aggressive digs towards me like I was raised like a wild animal because my mom made a mistake. I have done what she wants though. I don't think I'm ever going to contact any of them again. I already knew my sister had told her about me because 3 days before I got this, she emailed me saying she was sorry, but she was fighting with her mom and the truth slipped out because she was upset and wanted to hurt her. My brother genuinely hasn't been talking to me though, so he is still safe. I showed my mom the letter and she was pissed. She told me that she would give me a choice, but if I said yes, she would find my dad and confront him over his wife's actions. I don't know. I guess my questions for you guys are, how do I stop feeling like a stupid piece of pond scum? Should I get my mom to confront my dad? My gut tells her she shouldn't be involved, but at the same time, my more selfish side wants her to yell at him. Should I be the bigger person and send them a thank you card for my birthday present? Again, the father is really the guy who is in the wrong more than anyone. I'm actually surprised that his wife stuck by him even after he had a second affair. Earlier, I was thinking that the mom isn't in the wrong at all, but she was being kind of a jerk for not allowing her children to be in contact with OP. I also think it's a bit hypocritical of her to be doing that. In the letter, she says that OP is being selfish because talking with her family is splitting up the family, but the only person who doesn't want to talk to OP is her dad's wife. She doesn't want to talk because it will make her feel bad about the affairs that OP's dad had. If anything, she should either just split with OP's dad or seek couples therapy to get over this. OP isn't a bad person, and based on the little information we have on her biological mom, she also seems like a good person, so them having contact with OP's half-siblings should be no issue. Again, I don't think OP is being that selfish. It's the dad's wife being the worst here, but the dad is still the worst of everyone in this story. This next story we'll be looking at was created just 2 months from the time of this recording. It was posted in the Am I the AH subreddit by user Greatest Throwman. The post is titled AITA for not wanting to walk her down the aisle or lie in a speech. I, 41 male, have 2 kids with my ex-wife who is 42. My son is named John, 22, and my daughter Sally is 20. I'm remarried to my wife who is 28. I'm very close with my kids. My son is engaged to a woman named Abby. She seems nice, but has been a bit pushy trying to create relationships with my wife and me, though she's also awkward with her. Abby isn't close to her family. She told us many stories about why, and while some of her complaints don't seem awful, it's not my place to judge, and I didn't live it, so I can't know anyway. We've tried to be welcoming, but Abby has forced her way into some family traditions to which she wouldn't have been invited. In fact, no one outside of a specific family would have. She has been calling Sally sis after only a few months of dating John. She also has an odd sister/mother-in-law thing she does with my wife, and the one I'm most not a fan of is her wanting me to be more like her father. Not because we've clicked or anything, we are very different people. I'm not saying that in a bad way, just saying it's not based on how we get along or anything. My kids and I have a tradition when they come over, and we have a private catch-up in my office before they leave. This has become even more important to them because while they both get along well with my wife, they don't want to have personal conversations around her yet. Abby asked if we could talk. I explained the tradition that I would only have with my kids. But John later asked that I do it, saying Abby never had a caring conversation with her dad. We compromised that I didn't include her in the tradition, but did join the 2 of them for coffee and let her talk. Then she started calling me dad. She and John weren't even engaged yet. John pulled me aside and begged me to give her that. He laid this whole thing on me about me always being the dad she always wanted right in front of her, and that's all she wanted. She told me she cried when she saw me and Sally together. Sally still gives me random hugs. I'm a lucky dad. I didn't like it, but I did feel bad, so I let her call me dad. She wants me to walk her down the aisle and do the father-daughter dance. I don't want to walk her down, and I walk with a cane, so dancing is hard. At my own wedding, I only danced twice. John is begging me to do one, preferably in the aisle. They came over Sunday. John and I were talking, and I thought about addressing it. That's when Abby walked in without knocking, asking if he'd told me yet. I asked John what she meant by that. John said she wanted me to say something about how having Abby is like having a second daughter during my speech. She also wanted me to emphasize how much I loved her. I just looked at him. She asked if I'd do the walk and dance for Sally, and I said of course. Abby yelled that she was my daughter too. I said it would never be the same. Sally was my actual biological daughter. I tried to explain I'd talk about her being a happy addition to the family, and I love how happy she makes John, which I thought was a good compromise, but she started crying. John apologized and they left, but he called me when they were home, nearly begging me to fulfill her requests, AITA, because I won't lie and say I love her or she's my daughter. Not to shame anyone, but I just feel like this is a really strange situation on Abby's part. I understand that she's only acting this way because she was sort of neglected as a child and never had a deep relationship with her parents. But to so obnoxiously request these types of things is borderline rude. It's coming from a good place, but her feelings are being delivered in a very poor way. I definitely don't think OP is being an AH in this situation. Less than a week ago, we got an update from OP. I had planned on writing this sooner, but life got in the way in a couple of really good ways. People on here were helpful and asked for updates, and I had a surprise free day, so here it goes. On Mother's Day, my kids and their partners go to visit my ex-wife, and it turns out my ex-wife and Abby are much closer than I realized. She calls her mom, which is part of where this comes from. Also, apparently, my ex has been egging it on. On Mother's Day, they were talking about the wedding, and I guess whenever Abby referred to me, it was as dad. My son apparently told her to let it go, which led to yelling. Abby kept going on about deserving to be my daughter, and my ex told her that she was right. My son was telling her that I was trying and she should be realistic about things. Sally told her I only had one daughter, which was apparently a response to Abby saying that they were both my daughters and therefore should be united. According to my son, Abby was crying. According to Sally, she was crying, yelling, and kicking before going to her room. Sally also told me she went off on her mom, but will not elaborate, so I don't know what was actually said, but knowing Sally, it must have been terrible. Around 2 a.m., I got a text from Sally's partner's phone saying, Abby really is great. She hasn't been perfect, but you should give her a chance and you will learn to love her. I saw it when I woke up. I tried to text her back but was blocked, so I called Sally, but they were driving. They stopped by my place later that day because I was on the same path. My daughter preferred my liquor and cooking, and they told me about the night before. In the end, I asked to speak to her partner alone. I asked if I had done something to upset her. She was confused, and I told her I was blocked. She said I wasn't, but checked her phone, and I was. I said it was after her message, and she asked what message. I showed her, but it was not on her phone anymore. At that point, we brought in Sally and caught her up. They were both pissed. A couple of days later, John and Abby dropped by unannounced. This is not something we do in this family, but okay, fine. I had made salmon and it did not take long to cook. I cooked 2 more and my wife serves it while I make drinks. The entire night was Abby trying to bring up the wedding, John trying to change the subject, and Abby not allowing that. We talk logistics because I am helping them get some good deals through some professional contacts I have. But then Abby says, so I was talking to mom and she said that you can walk me down the aisle and she'll do the dance. Or you can dance and she'll walk. It's your call, but you need to choose soon. I reiterated that I could not dance. She tried arguing that I had danced a little at my wedding, but I made it clear that it was different. I added that I did not feel comfortable walking her. She got upset and said, Mom loves me. Why can't you? I felt bad but couldn't lie. I pointed out that she had John who loved her, my ex-wife, friends, and people who loved her. She said, "But other than my ex-wife, those aren't my parents." I said, "Neither am I." She was very emotional, so my wife and I gave them a few minutes. My son and I were alone later. He looked exhausted. He said the problem was that after Mother's Day, Abby had called Sally and kept saying they were both my daughters, and that I did not get to be close with one but not both, and that it was them against me. But at that one, Sally cried havoc and let slip the dogs of war. Things were said, grievances were aired. John had to hang up before it got worse, but I guess Abby was shaken. Unfortunately, there was a new problem. Abby had decided in her head that I did not mean what I had been saying and was doing it for Sally. He told me he would handle it. He definitely did not handle it. So now I get text messages from Abby every couple of days, acting like we have a secret relationship that Sally doesn't know about. She even called herself my secret daughter, which I laughed at. She invited my wife to lunch, saying 2 out of 3 of his girls going out. She has even started using the pressure of showing up at events like a recent barbecue to play a certain image. She hugs me more and holds it. She wants to take pictures with just me or my wife and me, but there are more with only me that she posts with captions I do not like. My wife is getting incredibly annoyed because of how Abby is with her. I guess Abby surprised her with Father's Day plans for me that had to be shut down. Nevertheless, she still inserted herself into the day, but she does have a soft spot for her, and when Abby gets emotional, she caves. My wife is a sweetheart. I asked John if he was upset with me, and he said no and wished it was different. He said we're good, but he's worried he and Sally aren't, which is when I took the advice of some people and suggested premarital counseling. He said he would talk about it. Abby is insisting Sally go to her fitting. That shop should pay-per-view that potential Royal Rumble because Sally is no longer holding her feelings back. I told him Sally loves him and I'll talk to her, but for now it is stressful all around. Abby is driving my wife crazy with her ideas for what my girls should be doing. Then she's driving me crazy with dad-daughter content. And she drove Sally to the edge. Oh, and then there was last night when she sent me an email with 3 styles of father-daughter dances and song options. So I'm not feeling any more respected or heard than before. The 6 of us have barely been in the same room to let things calm down since Father's Day, which was great until it was a shit show. Sorry this is so long. With all the craziness, this is still the abridged version. We are supposed to meet on Friday. Sally's partner and I have a bet going about how bad it will go. So onward and upward. I hope all you other fathers had a less dramatic day than I did. And by any chance, does anyone know exactly how bad of a crime I need to commit to enter witness protection? Just curious. That was the final post we got from OP regarding his situation. The entire saga is still pretty fresh, so it's possible that there will be more updates in the near future. Overall, I think this woman that John is marrying is a borderline psychopath. Initially, I was thinking that while this was annoying, it was coming from a good place. And that may still be true, but the fact that Abby took OP's daughter's phone and sent fake text messages is insane. This obsession is not healthy for anyone, and in an extreme scenario, someone's life may be at risk. It's clear that this woman is willing to go to far lengths in an attempt to get what she wants. This first post is from a user named FewRelative4595. The post was made in the AITAH subreddit just a week ago. It's titled AITAH for ghosting my girlfriend after she nearly killed both of us. So my girlfriend, 20, and I, 22 male, have been together for a little over 10 months now. We haven't had any heated arguments or fights, except for the fact that she keeps tickling me randomly despite me repeatedly telling her never to do it again because I can act strangely to it. Something from my childhood that I won't delve into. Now, to get to the current situation. This week, I've had my car returned from a paint job and some major look changes, and I was really satisfied with the results. So I took a day off from work and took my girlfriend on a short trip outside the city. We drove to a lake, ate some food, and relaxed for a couple of hours until it got pretty dark. We decided to head back home to get some sleep as I had to go to work the next day, and she had an exam. On the way home, I started talking about how happy I felt with how the paint job turned out, and out of nowhere, she started tickling me. I pushed her hand away and told her to stop, then she reached for my ribs with both hands and got me swerving off the road. Thankfully, nobody was hurt, although my car got some deep scratches, but that doesn't even matter anymore. I already slowed down after her first attempt to tickle me. I'll admit that I told her, "What the f is wrong with you?" as soon as we stepped out of the car, and she started crying, but I couldn't care less as I felt as if my veins were about to pop. When we got home, I told her to pack her things and go to her best friend, but she threw a tantrum and begged me to forgive her for a little mistake. I didn't say a word. I stared in disgust and pointed to her luggage. After her friend picked her up, I tried to sleep, but my mind was racing, so I barely got any rest. This happened on Tuesday, and she's been blowing up my phone ever since, but I haven't answered any calls or texts and just blocked her. This led to her friend coming to my house and telling me to at least hear my girlfriend out, but I told her to f off and leave me alone, which made her tell me that I was more in love with a car than with my girlfriend. So AITAH in this situation. Should I talk to my girlfriend? I already feel like I can't trust her after what happened and that our relationship can't be fixed. This is overall just a strange situation. The fact that OP's GF is obsessed with tickling him is bizarre. I don't necessarily think OP is being an AH in this situation, especially since he has told his GF to stop with the tickling. There is something very messed up in that woman's head to make her think it was okay to tickle OP while he was driving. Not distracting, let alone touching, someone while they're driving is something even children understand. I recently covered another Reddit story where a user's GF was also pushing boundaries and triggering their trauma. One user named AlternativeBeat2498 made a good point. They said, I think the bigger problem here and why OP is so rightly upset is that she decided to tickle him knowing full well that he didn't like it. Why, when he was feeling good and flying high about his new car's paint job, did she feel the need to bring him down and annoy him? Why was he feeling good? Something she felt she needed to put an end to. I think we forgive innocent mistakes and even gross stupidity when they are genuinely innocent. But there seems to be a whiff of malevolence here, and that's why the OP is so annoyed. Within 24 hours of making that first post, OP provided an update. So the past couple of hours have been insane. Before the actual update, I just wanted to sort some things out. I've seen people talking about this post being rage bait or fake. Honestly, I wish it was, but I actually needed to hear some opinions on what happened. Some people talked about me having anger issues. This is not true at all. I never snapped at her like this for tickling me, let alone hitting her or anything like that. But in the rage of the moment, I couldn't keep my mouth shut. I might consider myself to be a calm person, but that doesn't mean I will laugh and giggle through stupid stuff. The actual crash happened at a speed that could have killed us if I swerved in the wrong direction. I was driving on a country road and could have frontally hit a car coming from the other direction. The speed at which the crash happened was around 40 miles per hour. As for the tickling part and childhood trauma, I've mentioned that to my now ex-girlfriend around 3 months into our relationship. But as many pointed out, I wasn't dating the sharpest tool in the shed, and it took me a while to realize it, so I guess I might be a bit dumb as well. I think I might have misused the term ghosting. In my head, telling her to get out of my house was already a clear sign of our relationship status. Now, to the actual update. After reading nearly all the comments, I decided to send my ex a message, telling her we should meet face to face. Some people suggested that I should file a lawsuit, but my ex is still in college and her parents can barely afford to help her. She obviously has done an insanely dumb stunt, but I don't want to punish her parents for it. The car is in the process of getting fixed and I can afford it without major financial issues. Still, I took screenshots of her messages in order for me to have some proof in case the situation escalates. So we met earlier at a coffee shop. She looked as if she's been crying for a long time, but it didn't change my mind at all. What shocked me was the fact that she leaned in for a kiss when she saw me as if nothing happened. I stopped her and told her that we needed to have a serious conversation. I explained that what happened wasn't because of the car itself, but because of her disrespecting my boundaries and not thinking for a second about what might happen if she did that thing. Besides that, I also felt disrespected by the fact that her best friend came knocking at my door to demand things, despite not having any right to do so. This led me to ask my ex if she told her best friend the truth or lied about the situation. She said that she only told her friend that we had a small car crash and I'm pissed at her. Hearing that made me feel disappointed as hell, but I did my best to remain calm. I told her to tell the real story to her friends and family, and she raised her voice and told me that I was accusing her of being a liar. This led to a 15-minute discussion about how the crash was solely her fault and how she put our lives at risk. I asked her if everything was clear to her about our situation, and her response was, "Yep, 100%. Can we go home now?" That honestly shocked me. I told her there was no way we could be back together and suggested she should be more careful and considerate with her future partner. Her reaction was all tears and shaking. She begged me to reconsider my decision, but I just can't look at her the same. I explained again that for me, it wasn't a small mistake she made. It was a full-on stupid decision that shouldn't be made by an adult, as it could have resulted in something deadly. She thinks I'm exaggerating, and this back and forth argument led to her asking if there's someone else in my life and if I'm just using the accident as an excuse. I denied it and told her that she was too selfish to even realize that she had broken my trust and disrespected me by saying this crap. I left the coffee shop feeling like I'd been talking to a wall, but at least I can't say that I didn't try to have a conversation. An hour ago, her mom texted me asking what happened, and I told her everything. I said that I didn't want any money from them, but the only thing I asked was for my ex to keep her distance from me. She apologized for what her daughter did and wished me all the best. As for her friend, she just came to my house without talking with my ex about whether she should do it or not, so she just tried to be the main character in this whole story. Right now, I'm preparing for work, but my chest isn't heavy anymore. In case anything happens in the future, I'll keep everyone updated, but I hope it won't be the case. Thank you for helping me navigate this weird situation, and thanks for all the kind messages. Hope everyone stays safe. Edit. Sorry if this wasn't the drama-filled update some people might have expected, but I came here with the desire to get some perspective on my situation and be as transparent as possible. I never intended to post this story for votes or anything like that. Again, I'm going to reference that other story I covered. This is like an alternate reality version of that story. In this particular situation, OP cut ties early, which is exactly what he should have done. Sure, it's possible that OP gets back with his GF and they live happily ever after, but there's also the possibility that she continues to violate his boundaries and OP gets stuck in a frustrating relationship. What kind of a relationship is one where you can't even trust your partner? That's the kind of situation OP may have gotten into. Right now, it's just tickling, but in the future, this can evolve into something more serious. And like OP said, maybe his GF wasn't the smartest girl around, so she doesn't realize the full extent of what she did. One user named Saitama Hit Rick Sanchez made a similar comment. My ex-wife exhibited this behavior. OP was right to leave. This woman has a deeply flawed worldview, and it's only going to get worse and more dangerous the older she gets. If anyone who is reading this has the same problem as OP's ex, you better take this next statement to heart. If you can't listen to other people and consider their feelings or respect their boundaries, and you're not willing to develop self-awareness and seek mental health help for your severe behavioral issue, you can expect every single one of your personal relationships to end in disastrous failures. Your life will be a nightmare unless you actually put in the hard work to overcome this. My ex-wife was about 37 to 39 when we met and 44 or 45 by the time I divorced her. I told her many times how much her behavior hurt me and how I would have to leave if she didn't stop. But she just kept hurting me anyway and then complained I was just being dramatic or was too unforgiving, and that was the real problem between us. She got a decade of forgiveness while being reminded of my boundaries. Once I had enough and she made it clear I was nothing more to her than an emotional garbage can, I was out. The next story we'll be taking a look at is from the AITA public subreddit. It was posted about a month ago by user alarmingad4419. It's titled WIBTA for losing empathy for my traumatized husband. My husband, 28, and I, 24, female, have been together for 4 years. Since the start, he has been insecure about cheating. He was viciously cheated on in his previous relationship and blamed it on that. I have never cheated on him, nor has he ever found anything to even assume I was cheating. I used to be empathetic towards his insecurities as I have been cheated on too. However, for the past 2 years, I have been losing said empathy. After pulling my phone records and going through all my contacts last summer, he went to therapy for a month or two, and his episodes of accusing me have decreased but not stopped. I have been in therapy since January, and he is the one who brought up going to individual therapy for both of us. However, he has yet to get back into therapy, and he continues to accuse me of cheating. We are also in couples counseling, which hasn't necessarily been overly helpful. He keeps saying that he has gotten better with accusations, so I should just be more patient with him since he is my husband. Our last fight was a few nights ago. We were being intimate, which is a struggle since I have low libido, and he said my breast tasted like wintergreen Copenhagen. Then he found / tasted a piece on me and accused me of cheating. This obviously ruined our intimacy, and he kept asking for an explanation. I told him I did not have one. Besides, I was hiking in the forest earlier that day, and maybe I had a pine needle on me. He didn't accept this answer and went to bed upset. However, he didn't bring it back up. When we discussed this in couples therapy, I acknowledged that he didn't escalate this fight and didn't bring it back up, which was an improvement from his past episodes. He still accused me in therapy and said I could have been with another man in the forest. Our therapist pointed out that this was quite silly and suggested that if I were cheating, I probably would have showered. My husband said that was true, but said he has learned not to trust people. I am so tired of being accused. It hurts so bad, and he doesn't acknowledge the pain it causes. He also doesn't get help for the issues and has excuses as to why he hasn't done therapy yet. He is upset at me because I told him I no longer have empathy for him and this issue. AITAH. OP's husband is not ready for a relationship. He literally said that he has learned to not trust people. If you can't trust anyone, why are you married to someone? It's not like OP was hiding any information. In fact, she shared all of her phone records and was transparent about all of her contacts. If OP was refusing to let her husband in on her records when asked, then I would kind of understand the concern. But again, that's just not the case here. OP has done all she needs in the relationship, in my opinion. Her partner opened up about his trauma, and she worked with him and respected his boundaries. But it seems no level of respect is going to work for him. He just needs lots and lots of individual therapy. Not exactly related since it's in the past, but I'm curious just how bad this man was cheated on for him to act like this. About 3 weeks later, OP created an update. Thank you all for your advice and responses. I greatly appreciate and went through each one. Here is an update. A few nights ago, he had asked where I had gone. I was confused as I had not gone anywhere. He proceeds to say my car was backed in the driveway and now is pulled in. I don't back in unless I have groceries. I said I didn't go anywhere. He thought my answers were weird and that I was acting weird, but he left it alone. Later that night, I initiated hand-holding and cuddling. It was late and I said, I am going to bed and I love you. He hesitated to give me goodnight kisses, but he did it anyway. A few moments later, he takes a shower at 10 p.m. at night, which he hasn't done before. I assume he is taking care of business himself. During this time, I say a prayer and say, this feels weird. Give me a sign if this is weird. When he gets out of the shower, he gets back in bed and then taps me. He proceeds to say he is done and I am crushing his soul. He added that this is because I don't initiate sex and am disrespectful. He says I am selfish. In couples therapy last week, he said he only needs once a month and will take other stuff as supplemental essentially. Last week, after I revealed I was molested in the past, during our therapy, I had sex with him and gave him an HJ. He says, since I've come home, I haven't tried at all to give him what he needs. I am trying my hardest. Let's not forget I take care of him, his kid, the animals, and the house. Literally everything. He wants a gold star because he has helped me with dishes more and has helped more with transporting his child to and from school and now summer camp. During couples counseling today, he said the same things and then said I was using my newly found trauma as an excuse to not have sex. He also raised his voice at the therapist and said the therapist was being biased towards me and not holding me accountable. We kept going around in circles after therapy and I finally said I was done. I can't do it anymore. I am currently packing and crying a lot. I move into my apartment on Monday. Guys, I am crushed. I am so sad. I am so confused. Godspeed. Thank you everyone. Then, less than a week after that update, we got a second update. I went back to the house yesterday to get my animals. He was there. He tried convincing me that 6 months from now we would both be different and could make it work. I kept telling him I was done and that I was so sorry. He didn't want to accept it, but eventually did. When he accepted it, he told me I was abandoning my family and my responsibilities. He told me I gave up on them, and he left. I got my animals, and we spent our first night in the apartment. I feel some peace and freedom, but I also feel some sadness and guilt for leaving. I think this will be good though. Thank you everyone. Your encouragement helped me stay strong and tell him no when he tried to get me back. I am trying to cope with the guilt of hurting someone I loved so much, but I am excited to start the healing process and to start taking care of myself. This was the best thing that OP could do for herself. I understand that her now ex-husband was dealing with some bad trauma, but if you're constantly playing the victim victim and blaming everyone else in the world, you're never going to be content or happy enough to move on with your life. In that second post, OP also informed us that she was the one taking care of everything around the house, including her husband's kid. That's crazy to me. After hearing that, it made me paint her husband in a light where he just seems like a big baby. Getting cheated on is a terrible thing. I get that, but OP also gets that. Her ex was extremely lucky to find someone who shared that same negative experience. If not for that, whoever he ended up with probably would have left him sooner. I really hope he realizes someday that maybe he is causing some of his own issues, and that getting more therapy will help him rest a bit easier in relationships. One user named Ahil Mickelson brought up an interesting point. Are you even sure he was cheated on in his previous relationships and that he wasn't the one cheating on his previous partners? When he accused you of cheating, he could have just been projecting. If you know one of his previous partners, you could consider talking with them to compare their versions. I'm not sure if it was in the Lundy book I mentioned or one of the other books about abuse I read at the time, but I remember an example about an abuser who was cheating on their partner while accusing their victim of cheating. The abuser was doing this to victimize themselves, gain better control of their victim, make the victim not question that they were being cheated on, and fully trust the abuser. They wanted them to feel grateful that they found a partner who wouldn't cheat on them. This would allow the abuser to take over their privacy and isolate them from others. It would also downplay all the abuse they were suffering because they justified the abuser's behavior with the fact that the abuser was badly treated in their previous relationships. That example really stuck with me because my abuser got a girlfriend weeks after I broke up with him. Then a few months later, she called me because she was thinking about leaving him but was terrified to do it. She started to realize that he could have been lying about how my relationship with him ended and needed to know my version. Fun fact, his version and mine of our relationship were completely different. He actually painted me as the abuser to victimize himself and get her pity. He even gave her examples of things he claimed I did to him that he actually did to me. Guess what? He was doing the same things to her, and that's why she started questioning his version of our relationship. This first story was created 10 days ago in the AITAH subreddit by an account called Crappy Mom Throwaway. The post is titled AITA for not telling my parents that the event they were missing was my wedding. Buckle up guys, this is going to be long. So I, 27 female, have a younger brother named Mike who is 21 years old. He is the definition of a man-child and a mama's boy. He is always complaining and always expecting others to bow to him. Just overall an AH. Ever since he was born, my parents fussed over him for everything. He's not special needs or had a traumatic birth or anything of the sort. He was just born, and my parents completely discarded me, especially my mom, who is now 50. She went from a loving mother to one of those boy moms people make fun of on the internet. My father, 50, still showed me love and support, but he's always been too much of a coward to stand up to my mother and let me win at least once. The only one who stood up for me was my grandpa, who is 76. He always called my parents out on their BS and never liked my brother. I remind him of his late wife, my grandma, and we have a very special bond. But he lives on the other side of the country and I could never see him often. Mike knows our mom prefers him and loves to shove it in my face. Because of this and his behavior, we've always been at odds. He's a spoiled brat and an awful human. I can't remember how often I got in trouble for things I did better than him or for things he framed me with. His only talent is his football skills. He won a scholarship to a nice college out of state. My parents didn't spend a dime on my education because apparently my fund had been used to cover expenses after a fire. However, years later, I discovered that the money was given to Mike to buy a car and house. It was at a public university that I met Lucas. He was the first person I was really drawn to there. Of course, I met new people who are now my dearest friends, and thanks to them and Lucas, who was my best friend for years before we got together, I managed to move out of my parents' house. Now, both Lucas and I are well known in our fields and have very good salaries. Now, to the main issue, Lucas proposed to me a year ago. We're very private people, so we didn't post it on social media or anything. When I told my parents, they dismissed it with a "that's nice." I'm starting to think they downright didn't listen to me at all. We decided we wanted a nice but simple ceremony and reception with our friends and relatives. Lucas convinced me to invite my parents and brother, but they never responded to the invite. Whenever I went to visit and began to talk about my wedding without actually mentioning it was a wedding, my mom would always speak over me about my brother's accomplishments and wild adventures. At one point, I got fed up with it and interrupted my mom to tell her that there was an event I was planning to organize whose date was unmovable. She told me that they couldn't attend because my brother was playing the last game of the season that very same day, and they wanted them to be there. Of course, this favoritism didn't surprise me. They missed my ballets, shows, and both my high school and university graduation for things about him. At this point, I wanted to be petty. I told both my parents that it wasn't a problem to miss this event. I purposely omitted the fact that this event was my wedding and didn't insist further. Flash forward to a few weeks ago, I got married. It was perfect. My family, Lucas's family, and our friends were all there, and we had a blast. My grandpa was happy to give me away, and it was just perfect. My relatives asked me multiple times why my parents weren't there with us. I was honest and simply said they had my brother's game to attend and couldn't come. They gave me a few looks, and my grandpa was visibly angry for a while, but otherwise nothing strange happened. After the reception, Lucas and I left for our honeymoon. We were phone free for the whole duration of the trip. But once we got back, we discovered that a shitstorm was welcoming us home. I turned my phone on and was unable to even unlock it before a storm of notifications popped up. Most of them were from my mother and brother. Mike called me all sorts of nasty names and insulted me. Apparently, one of my paternal aunts posted the photos of the wedding on Facebook and captioned it with a very obvious dig at my parents for missing the wedding. The dig was made particularly toward my mom. The post apparently went viral in my parents' community, and they've been publicly shamed for their mistreatment of me. It also turns out that my grandpa personally visited my parents to go on a tirade to shame my father, his son, to the point of tears. And this seemed to be my father's breaking point. He was so distraught for missing his only daughter's wedding and for his father's disapproval that he finally rebelled against my mom. He is threatening divorce unless she makes it up to me. I think that's the reason why my mom has been spamming my phone with messages, at first insulting and threatening and then downright pitiful, full of begging and pity parties. Now I'm at home with my husband, deciding how to approach the situation. Most of my relatives, even those I didn't invite to the wedding, reached out to apologize for what I went through and to claim they had no idea this was happening at home. I can't blame any of my relatives. They all live with my grandpa on the other side of the country or in another state. But my mom's sisters and friends are belittling me for not telling my mom about the wedding, because now she's inconsolable at the thought of having missed my wedding. Personally, I think she just claims that to save face, but I'm not sure. The latest messages from my father and mother seem extremely saddened and hurt for missing my wedding. Now, my family is divided on 3 fronts. The majority who are sticking by my side, my maternal aunts shaming me for hurting my mom's feelings, and my maternal grandparents who are adamant that I forgive my mom in light of her atonement. My best friends are telling me not to listen to them. Edit, thank you so much for the feedback and love. It's overwhelming. I'm going to address the popular questions here. I did inform my parents about my wedding. I sent traditional on-paper invites to all my guests and was notified that all invites had reached their addresses. I did not receive any answer from my parents and Mike, a few very distant relatives, and some people on Lucas's side. I did reach out to all of them through a message to double check, and those who hadn't replied told me they couldn't come. I asked my parents and brother via text, but they didn't respond. I was left on red. Knowing them and given everything I had to plan, I didn't bother insisting. I didn't repeat the date of my wedding because I had already been told there was my brother's game. Plus, every time I insisted on highlighting my celebrations to get an answer, I was always told that it wasn't that important and not to be pissy and a bother, because some things were simply more important than me. At this point, I think it's fair for me to not insist anymore. It's not worth the effort. I didn't keep my wedding a secret. I avoided telling my parents that it was my wedding to see if they would be interested in the slightest. But surprise, surprise, they weren't. Despite this, I openly talked about my wedding with my aunts and uncles. My mother was in the room with us a few times when I discussed venues or dress shops with my aunts, but sometimes mom was on the phone and other times she was just chatting with other people. She never paid attention. When I talked about it during reunions, she smiled and said, "That's great, dear," and then would change the subject. Radio silence on Dad and Mike. I kept in contact with them because, well, all the times I tried to go no contact in the past years, I've been harassed. I tried after my high school, bachelor, and master's graduations, to which they never bothered to show up for reasons involving my brother. Every time I was shamed for daring to turn my back on my family by my parents, my brother, my maternal aunts, and my maternal grandparents. I think the turning point here is that all those times, Lucas wasn't by my side. We started dating a little after my last attempt at going no contact. Now that I have him here, I feel more confident in my stance. But before that, I wasn't this confident. As I already stated, all of my paternal side lives on the other side of the country and wasn't aware of how they treated me. I did try to expose my parents once at 14. My aunts, uncles, and grandpa reprimanded them. They faked being sorry, and then once home, I got the beating and gaslighting of my life for lying. After that, Elle kept in contact regularly with my paternal side, but omitted my parents' abuse out of fear, which, to be honest, still haunts me to this day. Only Grandpa knew, but he was always threatened to be alienated from me if he tried anything. My parents and I are not from the same city. I live in a city that's an hour away from my parents' small town, and they don't know my new address. This is because in the past, my brother tried to break into my apartment to steal some cash, and my mother backed him up. She claimed that siblings share their goods. Now I moved, and I'll be sure not to tell them where I live. My parents didn't buy my brother a car or house before he started high school. They bought him a car for his 16th birthday and a house near his college when he began freshman year. They didn't spend the money from my fund right away. They just lied to me to use it later for my brother, keeping it stored for later in the meantime. I don't think that OP is an AH. Obviously, OP's mom and brother are the only people in the wrong here. Personally, I'm very petty, and after such a situation where a family member exposed the family, I'd start revealing all of the truths regarding them. OP already shared that her mom tried gaslighting and beating her when she told her family the truth in the past. So if she doesn't do anything, her mom might start fabricating lies to paint OP as the one in the wrong. I understand that OP may be going through some trauma from that time when she did try to expose her parents. But just like how she said in the post, she now has Lucas to back her up. Bless the grandpa for being there as a rock, even if he isn't always able to be there to protect OP. Honestly, shame on the dad for not stepping up earlier. He's an adult, and as one half of a relationship, he should have told his wife that he didn't like the way she was treating OP. It's not like he didn't know about the harassment and abuse. OP explicitly stated that her dad sort of cowered away in fear when it came to his wife. But better late than never, I guess. One user named Savina the White made the following comment, which I totally agree with. NTA, your mother isn't sorry she missed the wedding, she's sorry that everyone found out she's a terrible mother and was abusive. Ignore her. She made her choice 1,000 times while you were a child. She can face the consequences of all those choices now. Your father, you could choose to forgive, but remember he stood by and watched the abuse, the neglect, and the financial shenanigans with your college funds. He watched it all and did nothing. He's just as guilty. Ignore anyone who has the nerve to tell you it's your fault your parents missed the wedding they were invited to because they couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the kind of invitation you gave them. You can't fix stupid and you can't fix a narcissist. Live your best life and let them sort their own mess out. Then, just a little over a week after the first post, OP provided an update. First of all, I want to thank all those who were interested in my story and those who wish me and my husband a happy life. I am beyond grateful for your reassuring messages and your love and feedback. The response was overwhelming and beyond what I ever thought it could be. I love you all so much. To those who believed my story was fake, I want to say that I'm happy your family life is better than mine, to the point of thinking of my reality as a fantasy. But I'd appreciate it if you stopped harassing me, claiming that I'm writing a fake story for attention. If I've missed a few details in the first post, it's because I was overwhelmed and crying my eyes out because of my family's harassment. You are not forced to read my story or think it's true, but I think keeping the smallest amount of decency would be nice. Oh, and before diving into the update, let me clarify a few things. Yes, the invitation specifically stated it was a wedding, no excuses. My maternal side of the family didn't come to the wedding. I'm sorry I didn't make that clear in the first post. Most of them were busy and the others just gave me excuses to send a gift but not come. That's it. Don't ask me why they didn't discuss my wedding with my mom. It's not like I live in their brain. My mother's atonement is that she apologized through text. Now, on to the update. Things have been a little crazy this past week. I got off of Reddit for a couple of days to gather my thoughts. Then I had a lengthy conversation with Lucas about how to proceed. He's been my rock, and I don't think I could ever love him more than I already do. My parents were always a taboo topic, but he hit me with a brutal reality check that I absolutely needed. We reached the conclusion that the fact I kept in contact all this time, stuck around, and couldn't go to no contact isn't healthy. I've realized that the reason I never fully went to no contact was that deep down I just wanted their approval, even now for once. Pathetic, I know, but it's like a drug being with my parents. They can be loving, funny, caring, and warm until they're not. The little love they give makes you crave for more, and you want their approval so badly you destroy yourself, but that's enough. I promised myself that things were going to change. I've thought about it and decided to start therapy and to go NC with all those who made an issue about this situation for good this time. After the days dedicated to reflecting on how I felt, I ended up messaging my father to tell him that if he wanted to talk, I would meet him, Mom, and Mike in a neutral location the following day. He immediately replied and agreed, and we met at the park. My father's sisters and brother accompanied us for damage control. My father looked distraught as if he had been crying for a while. My mom looked the same, but I think it was more out of anger and embarrassment. My brother looked annoyed. I told the three of them about how their behavior and preference in regards to my brother always hurt me, that their abusive behavior made me realize that I didn't want contact with any of them again after that meeting. My mother tried to cut me off multiple times, but my aunt shut her up every single time. When I asked them why they would treat me this way, they didn't know what to say. My father kept crying and apologizing without giving me an answer, and my uncle reprimanded him for it. My mother seemed as if she was asking herself that for the first time. But in the end, she just said that she simply disliked me, plain and simple. My brother said that he just liked the attention and made me miserable as some kind of sport. I went on with my questions. When I asked why they never responded to my invite, they claimed to have never received one. I showed them the texts, but they denied receiving them, and well, it turns out that they hadn't, in fact, received my wedding invitation. When it arrived to their house, they weren't there. The only one in the house was my brother, who had come to visit for the weekend. He saw the invite and, as many of you guessed, ripped it up and trashed it. When I texted my parents, he deleted the messages. So my parents never actually got a formal invitation. I was just distraught. I asked Mike why he would do that, and he just shrugged and claimed that it wasn't as important as the stuff they had in the program anyway. I had to stop Lucas from punching him in the face. Strangely enough, my parents were upset and started reprimanding him. He actually began to throw a tantrum and cry crocodile tears, and I must admit that I was kind of satisfied. But then my mom claimed that all was resolved and there was no need to fuss over a misunderstanding. She said it was time for me to clear their name. That set me off, and I interrupted her, telling her that they weren't forgiven at all, that just because Mike trashed the invite, it didn't mean it automatically canceled all their neglect out. Plus, all that time, it was still very obvious that I was having a wedding, and they should have asked about it. This is how my mom responded. She said something along the lines of, "I did hear you talking about a wedding of yours, but I just thought you were being delusional and seeking my attention with exaggerated scenarios." She was convinced Lucas didn't actually like me, nor would ever marry me. I was about to trash her face. Another thing came up. It turns out that my brother didn't have a football game to go to at all. My parents used the fact that my husband, friends, and I know little to nothing about football to avoid my event. At the time I wrote the first post, I couldn't confirm or deny the presence of a game because my brother has private social media, and Lucas and I are blocked. I foolishly trusted my parents' word. But no, you want to know where they went with that man-child. They went to Disneyland because Mike wanted to go. They used the football story to cover for my brother's 100th tantrum holiday, and apparently they did it multiple times in the past months. At that point, I was just completely burnt out and overwhelmed by this amount of information. The fact that I had been fooled this badly, that I was so gullible, genuinely made my blood boil, and I snapped. I stood up and told my father he was a sad, weak man, unable to stand up for his kids unless his wife approved of it. I told my brother he was a little dipshit, a poor excuse of a man that will not accomplish anything in his life, and that he'll always live like the leech he is, being treated like a baby to the point of uselessness. And to my mom, I told her that she was the worst narcissistic, pathetic little woman on the earth. That she didn't even deserve to be addressed and judged for her irrelevance. That not even God could help her out because she is just too rotten. My mother shot up from her seat to scream at me halfway through my rant to her, but I was just too mad. I shouted at her to shut up and sit down and listen for once. She got so mad it felt like steam was coming out of her ears. I don't remember much after that, just that I kept talking and talking. It felt as if all my anger and hurt just flooded out. At one point, I'm pretty sure the whole park was silent. I spat at my parents and Mike that I was disowning them all, and that if they're smart, they'll think before reaching out again. I took my purse and left with Lucas, Anna, and Francis, leaving my parents and brother at my aunt and uncle's mercy. I think at some point the reality of what I had just learned and said finally hit me because I ended up having a panic attack on the way home. Lucas was driving, so Anna helped me through it until we stopped in a parking lot to calm me down. I am beyond grateful for their help. Once home, I just fell on the bed and went to sleep. I really wanted to go with your guys' advice and post a whole thread on FB, but given my work and career, I couldn't expose myself like that. It's one thing to share my story from an anonymous throwaway on Reddit. My FB has my name and face plastered everywhere. I couldn't go down that path. Instead, I did something better. I made a folder with all of my mother's insults, messages, and awful comments and sent it to the woman in charge of my mom's church. It's a tight-knit community my mom worked her ass off to enter, but it's also extremely judgmental, and being shunned by them is a death sentence. And well, that's exactly what happened. Just like clockwork, the scandal spread like wildfire, going out of the church and reaching the rest of the small town. You can imagine what this means for my mother and father. Because of my little spill, I did find other messages from my maternal side of the family, belittling me even more for upsetting their sister or daughter and insulting her. I just didn't care anymore at that point. So I followed your guys' advice and told them that from now on, they will no longer be part of my life and that they can talk all they want. I just won't care. Instead, they should be grateful I don't send their nasty texts to their employers and spouses. I blocked every single one of them, grandparents included, on everything. I did find a lengthy message from my father. He apologized for not being strong enough to face my mother, agreed that what I said was true, and couldn't believe that he had lost so much of my life because of her. He told me he was going to divorce her no matter what my decision would be because he was tired of being controlled. He would like a relationship with me to make up for all the years that passed. I did reply to him to tell him that as of now, I really don't want to see him or forgive him. He has replied that he'll try his best to win me back and that he loves me. I replied back that as of now, I find that hard to believe and then blocked him too. Frankly, his slimy way of trying to have an out from this situation by throwing my mother under the bus is pathetic. At least she was hateful and owned up to it. He is only able to blame others for his choices. I don't want to surround myself with people like that. My mother and brother are blocked similarly to my maternal side. Mike wrote other messages to taunt and insult me, and I just blocked him. My mom threw herself a pity party for being shunned by her community and for her marriage going into shambles. I just replied, "Good riddance," before blocking her too. As for my grandpa, he has decided to stay with us for a while, to stick by my side. He really is the best and has read some of your comments. He isn't going to admit that he's flattered by them. Since then, a few days have passed and all has been quiet. Lucas is spoiling me rotten and I'm starting therapy soon. I know this isn't the drama-filled, revengeful update you hoped for, but this is it. I'll let you know if anything changes or evolves. Thank you so much for the love and support you showed me. I think I'm going to log out now. As for now, goodbye. TLDR, I've decided to start therapy. I confronted my parents and brother about their behavior and ended up disowning them. I sent my mother's nasty messages to the leader of her church, and now she and her husband are shunned by their community. That was a perfect ending. The mom is just a piece of shit. And just like how I said after the first post, the dad can't be let off without any blame. As a grown man, you cannot allow your partner to be making every single decision about your life. A relationship needs to have two sides working together, not for one person to tug the other along with them. I'm glad to hear that he finally separated, but I definitely don't blame OP for not wanting to reconcile with him yet, or at all for that matter. The twist about Mike deleting the text invites and ripping the physical ones was crazy. Keep in mind this man is 21 years old. This guy definitely needs to face some consequences here, but we should all remember that OP's mom is the reason why he grew up to be such a brat. 21 years of enabling and babying turned this guy into someone who will possibly never be able to stand on his own 2 feet.